And quick hack, I said, looking towards the row of vending machines. I was hanging out around the cherry blossom market, basically practicing on everything electronic. June was being a jerk, so I left the house to give him some private time. Plus I really wanted to grind out my net running. Pinging the vending machine let me know that it was actually connected to a small network, that according to the data I got in return, let the owners know when the vending machine was low on stock. Made sense. I sent a ping to the next machine. 100 quick hack XP gained. 100 intelligence XP gained. Intelligence leveled up. I blinked. I didn't feel any different? I checked myself over, but nothing seemed to change. When my body leveled up it was pretty noticeable, at least at first, so why was intelligence not seeming to make any changes? I pouted a little as I tried to think, but again nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I've been scammed. I grumbled, as I went back to my quick hacks. At least now I could do more breach training. But first, I wanted to level quick hacks. I wanted that knowledge download. Bored, I looked around and noticed a guy walking along. He had cheap chrome. I could tell. So I started a quick hack on him. If he noticed I would just delta. Head delta. Cyberpunk lingo was so fun. I started with a skin using my optics. It took a while. I ended up having to follow him around the market a bit before the scan completed and I got his port info. I activated the program, starting the quick hack. It was slow, the guy's security was better than a vending machine after all. Still slowly as he walked across the sidewalk I could see the ticker doing up and then it pinged him, letting me know he wasn't connecting to any networks. 100 quick hacks XP gained. Quick hacks skill level up. But as I expected, since I hadn't targeted a person until now, it gave me an immediate XP boost. Since it was something I hadn't done before, while repeating the same thing over and over would keep giving me XP, it did eventually slow drastically, but doing something new would usually make it easier to gain XP again. But my mind was a blur. Quick hacks seemed simple, and in some ways it was compared to breach protocol. But it was still so complicated. I smiled as I now simply knew what quick hacks were. The programs that could be activated on the fly to do so many different things. I hummed a bit as I thought about the best way to level it, and honestly without a lot of people to hack. I was kinda doing it. But now I had a better understanding of the equipment. I could actually swap out programs now. I knew how to do that, and I had a feeling with a few levels I could spread hacks as well. The knowledge was there tempting me. Well, I had level 2 intelligence. Might as well get back to grinding. I grinned as I started pinging people that walked by, avoiding anyone with serious chrome. I ended up bored of just sitting on a bench and quick hacking everyone, so I started wandering. You would be amazed at how many camera systems you can see from a sidewalk. A quick breach protocol, which usually ended up meaning I had to find a place to sit as it took a minute. Then I could quick hack it surprisingly fast since I already had access to its system. Most of them I would learn were connected to a security system or a few other cameras. It wasn't interesting knowledge in and of itself, but it was also solid XP. A couple of hours of walking around pinging and breaching everything I could find had results. Breach protocol skill level up. 1 perk point gained. Quick hacks skill level up. 1 perk point gained. Level 2 breach and quick hacks. Nice. The speed of my improvement from the baby deck I had before was insane. I was so happy I spent the eddies on this upgrade. Unfortunately, while I was getting intelligence XP alerts, it wasn't enough to push me to the next level. So I was now maxed out until I leveled intelligence. But I did have perks. I started on breach and for once I was actually pleased by the selection. Lots of options caught my eye. Wall breaking. Creates a backdoor in the system after a breach, making future access instant. Powerful breach. Break through systems much faster but causes an alert if security is strong enough. Demon summoner. Upload a demon onto a network instantly after a breach. All of these sounded preem. In the end I went with wall breaking. I liked the idea of being able to set up stuff for later. Instead of being forced to breach the system on the fly. I was distracted for a bit as I suddenly learned a lot about creating backdoors into systems. Like a lot. I shook it off and focused on quick hacks. What goodies could I find in that list? Honestly? Some pretty good stuff. Quick hacks were the magic in Cyberpunk. The ability to cause someone's brain to melt with a look if you were good enough. The options were pretty useful. Quicker hack. Has time for a quick hack. Cybersecurity. Massively increases time to quick hack or breach your system. Quick RAM. RAM restores twice as fast. There was a lot more, and Quick Hacks perks had a lot of pre-REQ options. Meaning that what I picked now would make a big difference in the future. But the one that grabbed my attention was probably the least offensive one. Cybersecurity. This wasn't a game. If someone hacked me here, my brain would be melting out my ears, or I would be on the ground twitching very shortly. So protecting myself sounded like a smart play. Even if I would prefer to be a more stealth build in the future. Can't shoot at me if you never know I'm there. I picked it anyways. Smiling as some knowledge slipped into my head on how to buff my security, through a bit of program editing, it was. I knew enough about quick hacking at this point to be sure. The editing wouldn't work like it should, and yet it did. Was there actually a magical component to some perks? In the end I shrugged. I had no way of knowing, and I decided to focus on the good. Anyone trying to quick hack me would be massively confused at how difficult it was. I liked it. It was time. I had made some calls over the last few days, getting some lukewarm responses, before I hit on one that actually worked. Someone selling not just what I wanted, but willing to do the alterations I needed. Hiromi was willing to drive me, so we headed out mid-afternoon. Are you going to finally tell me what this is about? She kept prodding me for information, but I knew I had to keep it a surprise. She had constantly bothered me about my style. She of course went for gang chic. I was going for something a little different. What would they call it again? Neo-militarism? I smiled. Yeah, that sounded about right. The little shop we were heading to was a little back alley deal. The sort of thing you had to know about. Hiromi parked her bike on the street. It was safe enough. There were a lot of shops here, and shopping areas, especially those held by gangs, were usually kept as crime-free as possible. Couldn't make money on the shops if you kept robbing all the customers. We walked down an alley instead of keeping to the main street. But that was on purpose. A place selling netrunning suits? It wouldn't want to be well known. Netrunners wouldn't trust a shop just on the street. No, it had to be hidden, with a lot of hacking needed to figure out the location. Or if you were a normal person, you could just ask someone in the know and save yourself some time. The alley was dark and drippy. Hiromi was looking around like she was ready to stab someone, but she still didn't know what was going on exactly. Finally I found it. A door that had a weird symbol on it. It wasn't anything I recognized, and was apparently just the symbol for the shop, as explained by the owner when I called to set my order up. Come on Hiromi, this is it. I told her as I turned and knocked on the door. I waited a minute before it slid open. A man looking like a real monster opened the door, a machine gun resting in his hands as he looked me over. Here for an order pickup. Enter. He offered, stepping back, and then Hiromi and I entered into a clothing store. Yeah. Like I said, netrunners had issues. Funnily enough, this part of the shop connected to the front of the store, so I could literally see the street as Hiromi and I walked inside. The owner was a little Asian woman sitting behind a set of bars smoking from a pipe. The entire shop had a very Asian feel to it. Most of her offerings seemed to be older-style Japanese work. Fancy. Once inside, I waved at the woman behind the bars. I'm Motoko, here about a special order? Ah. I was wondering when you would show up. You're younger than I thought. She said, immediately looking me over, and then Hiromi as well, who was looking around, already checking out the clothing on the racks as if she was wondering if she wanted something. At least she had been until I mentioned a special order. You ordered something special? She whispered as I smiled at her. You have my measurements, so I doubt you're that surprised. I tell the woman, who chuckled a throaty noise. You'd be surprised, a lot of girls will chrome out to be smaller. Some guys like that. Alright, come around back. Special order, I want to make sure it fits. She said, gesturing to a door in the back of the shop, which I walked through, Hiromi following, and the guard following behind both of us. The back room was just that, a room obviously where the woman worked on custom orders. She even had a little area for making adjustments while the person wore whatever clothing she had made. Alright, here it is. Changing room is there. She mentions, pointing to a small curtain over a side of the room. Hardly private, but that was fine. I nodded and took the sealed bag she had given me as I walked over. Oh, what is it? Hiromi asked, as always not caring about privacy and following me right into the little area. I rolled my eyes at her as I pulled off my little jacket and the stupid t-shirt I had been wearing. Never going to need that again, at least on a job. And then I dropped my pants, which had a raised eyebrow from Hiromi. Don't follow me into a changing room and act surprised. I told her bluntly as I pulled open the bag, unsealing it and pulling out something I had wanted for a while. A netrunner suit, cut down, making it look more like a leotard and armored up. Although the armor was cheap. It had to be a Netrunner suit and not just some off-the-rack leotard because of that armor. I needed something flexible and tight for stealth, but also something that would keep my blood on the inside if I got shot. Plus, the Major, Ghost in the Shell Motoko always wore something like this. Sure, I lost some of the Netrunner suit's cooling function, but gained more armor. So fair trade. I grinned as I slipped it on. With only minor difficulties. It was incredibly tight, but the armor weave was able to shift and adjust, meaning I could touch my toes or bend over completely backwards without the suit bunching up or limiting my movement. I gave myself a once-over, adjusting the fit and nodding at how comfortable it was. Cool, Hiromi offered, but she obviously wasn't super into it. Not enough neon tigers or something, I am sure. With that, I slipped back on my pants, tightening the jeans, leaving plenty of skin around my hips. And my mini jacket was pulled back on. Perfect, I muttered, staring at Hiromi as I gave her a smirk as I adjusted my holster on the back of my pants. You look like a weird corpo bodyguard or something. She tells me, teasing, but I shrug. I look cool. The word you are looking for is cool. Sure you gonk. That it? Yeah. 1 second. I grab the old shirt and walk out, noticing the shop owner was still waiting for me. Fits perfectly. You do good work. I do a lot of customizations. Can't say I've ever seen one cut one into pieces before, but you're the buyer. And I am very happy. Thank you. I told her, my eyes glowing blue as I sent the money transfer. Excellent, there is the door. Come back if you ever need more work. I will. Come on, Hiromi. I called out to her as she was distracted by something laying on a table, but she followed me back into the shop proper, and then out into the streets. I swiftly threw the t-shirt into the trash as I looked to Hiromi. Let's go. Do something cool. I tell her, earning an eager smile as whooped. Hell yeah. Bad bitches on the prowl. She cried out, racing out of the alley to jump onto her bike, which I joined her right after. The new net suit felt perfect as we roared through the city. I felt like I was actually an edge runner now. Actually a cyberpunk. I felt like I was a ghost in a shell. In the end, something cool was heading to a club. Hiromi, you gonk. I told her as she pulled up and hopped off the bike with a bounce in her step. Motoko is boring. Motoko is boring. Bleg. She actually stuck her tongue out at me. What a nerd. I leapt off the bike and pretended to chase after her, causing her to squeal at my sudden move as I chased her towards the entrance to the club. This wasn't the Ho-Oh Club. Instead, Hiromi knew of a more active dance club that obviously catered to the tiger claws. The whole place was covered in Japanese tattoos and more swords than I thought would be comfortable in a club. Buzzing high-intensity music was playing, and Hiromi and I were allowed to entry into the club after the bouncer gave us a long, thorough look with his glowing eyes, scanning us down. Apparently we were good because he let us through. Into a nightmare. So many weebs. Can you call it a period drama when no one was dressed right for the era, but everyone still acted like they were in some ancient Japanese place? The tables are tiny things that you sat around resting against cushions. Some of the flooring was faux tatami, which made me giggle. But the rest of the place was a nightclub. A bar, a DJ up on the stage, places for actual live music as well, lights and strobes, and people grinding up against each other. I was 14. How the hell did they let me in here? Come on. Hiromi interrupted my meltdown by grabbing my arm and tugging me through the crowd, landing us on the dance floor. And then she started dancing. I didn't. Listen, I didn't have a dance chip, as a certain gun goblin once said. I didn't have the first clue how to dance to this music. It was electro shimmies and quickstep? Hiromi mostly seemed to just be spazzing out. Motoko.exe fails to run. Restart? Stop being a gonk and dance. Hiromi called out over the music, grabbing my hand and forcing me to move along with her. Ugh. Fine. If only because Hiromi looked like she was trying to have fun. I had dragged her all the way around the city, at least I could do her thing now. So I danced. Badly. I wasn't quite Commander Shepard bad. At least I didn't think so. Hiromi was having fun anyways now that I was playing along. Of course she got tired before I did. She really needed more exercise. Then again, this counted. So I just decided to shut up. We slipped off the dance floor and headed to the bar, where I gave her a very stern frown pout and she finally gave in and ordered something non-alcoholic. We took a seat after and settled in, sitting basically on the floor. Even if it was cushioned, we looked over the crowd. Isn't this great? Hiromi said as she leaned on the table, looking over the crowd with a sloppy smile on her face. It's fun. I told her, assuring her that I had a time dancing even if this definitely wasn't my scene. I kinda wanted to go challenge some of the weebs to a sword fight though. With the music and faux tatame, I bet it would be a bitching backdrop. Probably not a good idea though. My blade skill was still pretty low. "You're a new face." A voice called out from behind me far too close. Whoever it was had half a second to move in before my unity was pressed against the bottom of his jaw. The fact that I turned and could see him moving to put his arm over my shoulder solidified my desire to pull the trigger. But I didn't. Because murder was bad. Even if delicious XP was only a trigger pull away. Part of me. The secret dark part that I refused to listen to whispered to just do it. That I could probably kill people fast enough that I could outlevel any trouble it would cause. I stuffed that voice in a box. "Hey!" A voice behind him called out as I noticed he had approached with a little posse of tiger wannabes. How did I know they were wannabes? Same as I knew Hiromi was. No ECM tats. And trying too hard. Before anything could come of it, I pulled down my gun and holstered it before purposefully standing up to slide across to the other end of the table beside Hiromi so I didn't have these strangers at my back. The guy's posse were looking angry, and he looked a little pale. Like someone had just pushed a gun against his chin. "Ha ha ha. You tried to touch Motoko, you fucking gonk. Yo Tomer, how's that? You said you could get any girl you wanted, right? How's that working for you?" Hiromi laughed and mocked with absolute delight as I noticed the group of teenagers weren't looking too happy. "Hiromi, as always you look beautiful and then open your mouth and remind us what a piece of rust you are," he says after a moment, and his posse laugh at the insult. Even Hiromi looked a little heated, but I just sat there staring. What was even happening? "Hiromi? Who's this?" I asked, looking the teenager and his little crew over. The teen was probably a little older than us. Katana on his hip. He was rich. Like Hiromi, his clothes were brand new, everything fit and clean. The girl beside him. The one that was pissed at me for pulling my gun. No katana. No gun on her hips. Instead I could tell her arms. Cyberware. Mantis? Yeah, I could see the seams. Mantis blades. It wasn't high-quality chrome though. Looked old. Still deadly. The other two chums were armed. Guns and a machete. Not enough eddies for a katana? This annoying kid is Suisun Tamura. He likes to come down with his groupies and spend his parents' eddies while slumming it. Could say the same to you, Hiromi Mitsunashi. Could show you what it's really like on the streets, Tamura. How about that? Hiromi threatened, looking as if she was going to draw a blade and cut him down. She didn't have her sword on her though. How about we ease up? This is a club. I butt in, pulling Hiromi back into sitting from where she had risen up looking for a fight. Yeah, Hiromi, listen to your pet street chum. He mocked, which seemed to fire up Hiromi, but I wasn't even insulted. Lazy insult. 2 out of 10 at best. I just rolled my eyes as I held Hiromi down. If you are just here to hurl insults and try to start something, can you leave? We were having a nice time. I tell him, frowning at this nonsense interruption. Now why would I do that? I haven't had a chance to talk to Hiromi here in weeks. She is skipping so much I barely ever see her. What was your class ranking again? Last? Better than you were. You actually try to please mommy and daddy and you are still lower middle of the pack. Moron. Hiromi hissed, but the guy just smiled, not bothered by Hiromi's insults. Ugh, these children were ruining my mood. I didn't even want to be here. Considering the angry yelling, mostly from Hiromi, I wasn't surprised when someone intervened. A much older man, who was definitely Tiger Claw, stepped up to the table looking down on everyone. I just gave him a bored look. Is there a problem here? He asked, looking over every one of the kids with a glare. Because if there is, I will have to take care of it. No, no problem. Just a friendly discussion between friends. Tamura denied with a smile as he turned to Hiromi. We will finish our discussion another time, Hiromi. Do let me know when you are done playing pretend. He offered before turning. I got a glare from the girl he had been walking with before she too followed after him. That was irritating. Thanks. I called out to the Tiger Claw, who didn't look like he appreciated having to step in. If you cause problems again, we will remove you. He says, simply staring at me. Whatever, guy. No need to act all overwhelming. Come on, Motoko. I want to dance a bit more, get Tamura out of my head. Sure. I jogged into the apartment after hitting the gym. Unfortunately, while I got a few body XP alerts while pumping iron, I didn't get anything for an hour of using the punching bag. I think I was running into the end of the diminishing returns for that particular grind. The idea of finding a fighting pit was getting more and more tempting. I shook that off and decided to check my stats. Motoko Kusanagi. Level 2. Body 5. Athletics 5. Street Brawler 3. Reflex 3. Blades 2. Handguns 3. Assault 2. Driving 2. Intelligence 2. Breach Protocol 2. Quick Hacks 2. Cool 2. Ninjutsu 2. Cold Blood 2. Technical Attribute 1. 2 Stat Point. 2 Skill Point. Perks. Ambidextrous Blades 2. Quick Draw Handguns 2. Gun Nut Assault 2. Parkour Athletics 2. Grappling Street Brawler 2. Drive-by Driver 2. Cat-like Athletics 5. Cool Nerves Cold Blood 2. Danger Sense Ninjutsu 2. Wall Breaking Breach Protocol 2. Cyber Security Quick Hack 2. That technical attribute was looking real low. But I also knew that it was going to be an expensive stat to train. I didn't have a lot of junk stuff I could mess with, and without a car it's not like I could drive out to the dump to grab scrap. So I pushed it to the side for now. Soon, very soon I would set some time down to do some crafting. 'Cause crafting is broken. Instead I refocused on my other stats. Body was high because it was easy to just exercise. Reflex was high-ish, but mostly because it had a lot of skills. But it was also not moving a lot. Intelligence was the same, but it had less skills. So far, although I had noticed it would pop when I had studied the Netrunner guide. So studying would help, that felt really boring though. Cool. I shivered. The only time it went up was when I killed. I wasn't sure what its deal was. But I had a way of grinding it. I just refused to do it. For now. Then there at the bottom I saw something I had been pretending didn't exist. Stat and skill points. I could level a stat and skill twice. They were just sitting there. My initial thought was to balance out my skills, but that was a trap. Specialization at low levels, jack of all trades at the end. I could level cool. I told myself. The idea of increasing my stealth was appealing. It was one of the biggest force multipliers I had. Don't have to worry about getting shot if they never knew you were there. But was it the right choice? Intelligence might be better. It was hard to level in a way. More time intensive at least. And I could upgrade my net running. That appealing future where I walk into a group of enemies and they kill themselves without me having to lift a finger was tempting. Or I could increase my reflex. Since I had so many skills under that stat it would give me a lot to grind. Not that I wasn't already able to grind most of it. Ugh. I groaned as I rolled over and put my head into a couch cushion and groaned as loud as I could. I've always been terrible about deciding. I reminded myself. Hoarding items or stat points in games until long after I should. I shook it off. I shouldn't be getting lost in my own head. I have lots of things to keep grinding. I reminded myself even if my XP was slowing down. I need a job. Something to get me out of my head. I spoke up to the empty room. I think I was past the point of hiding in my apartment and grinding basic skills. I think it was time to start acting like a real street kid. I sent a message to Wakako and Ichi. Got any gigs lined up? Then I rose up and started doing some knife training. I probably won't get much from it, but I wasn't going to sit around doing nothing. An hour later I got a message from Ichi, saying he had nothing currently. Then I got a response from Wakako about a gig. I had practically cheered jumping up and down for a moment in the apartment, as I rushed to get dressed in my gear before I checked the message and deflated. It was a courier run. I sighed, slapped my cheeks a bit to focus myself, and stepped out of the apartment. A gig is a gig. I needed to prove myself still. I was only a kid. Not every job is going to be about sneaking into a Tino chop shop to steal data. It was incredibly boring, doubly so since I didn't have a car. I picked up the package from a small noodle shop over in Haywood, took the bus or train up to Kabuki, handed it off at an old apartment to a girl that didn't even fully open the door along with a chain holding her door closed, got paid in practically ennies, and walked home. Package confirmed. Gig is closed. That was all Wakako sent me. I was back home and groaning into my cushions within an hour. The next day I got another gig from Wakako. This time it was a woman that wanted to get something from her boyfriend's apartment after a fight and wanted protection. It ended with me pistol whipping the boyfriend, which did give me an alert for street brawling XP, which was nice, and the woman got her shard she had left behind. Client is happy. Gig is closed. Wakako sent me as I was on the train back home. Wakako ended up sending me a gig request without prompting the next day. A woman had been carjacked and robbed by a small-time gang. Some group of chums that decided that their little family meant they were a gang and had started doing some carjacking in Rancho Coronado. I wasn't hired to bring back the car, or get revenge on her carjackers. No, that would have been fun. No, she just wanted her wedding ring back and was actually paying the fuckers ransom for it. I was the middleman. I had even asked if they wanted them dead. But nope. The ring was the absolute priority. I sighed and ended up taking the bus down. They wanted to meet in a gas station parking lot. I internally cringed when I read that detail. A gas station? Not an abandoned warehouse or a gang house. A gas station? I sighed as I stepped off the bus, taking in the dusty gas station and run-down neighborhood. This was the place. With a grimace I noticed 5 teenagers, the youngest probably younger than me, all waiting on the steps in front of the gas station. Damn it. They fit the description. Worse? They definitely noticed me just get off the bus. Fuck, how embarrassing. What kind of merc took the fucking bus? There goes my rep. Unless I flatlined them all? No. They were kids. I sighed, shoulders slumping as I approached them. Archer and the bad boys? I grimaced as I asked. That's us, chum. Shit, you're just a kid? You are middleman? Apparently Wakako has a sense of humor. I informed them, although none understood. I did. Wakako, you bitch. Send the teenager to deal with a gang of teenagers? Yeah, I got the message. Maybe she was a little pissed with me bothering her every day? I would have to figure it out later. You got the ring? Yeah? Maybe, maybe not. You got our Eddies, the tallest boy. Their obvious leader stood up, a shotgun gripped in one hand and resting on his shoulder, asked. Confirmation of the item first. Payment after. No need to turn this into some XBD action star bullshit. Client wants the ring, willing to give the Eddies. Don't make this difficult. I told him, a little bored. Honestly. What did Wakako think I was? He didn't seem pleased at how bored I was, and his little groupies were looking trigger happy, but none of them really worried me. I was 99% sure I could outdraw them all. Even if the idea of killing a bunch of kids didn't sit well with me, even with my gamer brain. I sighed. Just prove you have the ring. I will transfer half. You give me the ring, I transfer the rest. You got me outnumbered. I am sure you want the Eddies more than you want a ring. Right? Yeah. Guess so. He said, glaring a bit. Dug around in his pocket with his offhand, never taking his hand off the shotgun before pulling out a little wedding ring. I did a quick check comparing it to the image I had been sent. Match. All right. Here is half. I said, my eyes going blue as I deposited the Eddies in his account. Honestly, it was pocket change. A few hundred Eddies. This little gang was probably pretty hard up. All right. He took a step forward and offered me the ring. When I went to grab it, I caught it. A motion out of the corner of my eye. I almost sighed. My gun was drawn and pointed into the face of the boy that had been moving up to brain me with a pipe. I had a gun pointed at me a moment later, along with a few pipes and a knife. I wasn't gonna flatline a 12-year-old. I just wasn't. You really want it to go down this way? I prompted as the leader's shotgun was aimed at me. Why not? I think we got you outnumbered and outgunned. Bet you have some Eddies on you, a rich girl like you. Bet you got some other things we can use on you as well. Rich? I'm a street kid working as a merc. I do odd jobs, you gonk. You did see me get off the damn bus, right? I mocked before sighing. You really want someone to die over this? You are already getting what you want. Don't turn this into a gunfight. Maybe I do. Maybe I want that shooter you got. Looks preem. Save me from street kids with more balls than brains. I moaned. I was gonna have to do something. Fuck it. I pulled the trigger. At the same moment I rushed the leader. Of course I didn't shoot the kid, shot right over his head, but a bullet going off real close causes everyone to jerk and dodge. I hit the leader full bore. I might have been smaller than him, but he was an underfed street kid playing gangster. I was a gamer. Wait, that came out wrong. I was the gamer. Better. I grabbed his shotgun and pushed it up. Moron was still holding it one-handed like some chromed-out Borg. The shotgun went off, and he probably just wrecked his wrist. Which is about when I pistol whipped him. He went down with a yelp, blood already streaming from his nose as I held his shotgun. I flinched as a bullet whizzed past my head. I turned the kid with the gun. He looked second oldest. God, was this whole little group just a family of brothers? His gun was shaking and he was definitely trying for a second shot. So I did the only thing I could think of that wasn't shooting him. I chucked my unity at his head. He flinched, another round going off, and I really prayed that he hadn't just shot me in my gonk brain. But he went down a moment later, crying out as the pistol bounced off his head with a loud thunk. All right. I think that is enough of that. I yelled as loud as I could, racking the shotgun as I stormed over to the kid securing both pistols as the other boys all flinched, brandishing their melee weapons. "Fucking batch, woke my nose," the leader cried out as he started to stand back up looking furious. Until I turned and shot a round of his own shotgun over his head. He hastily dropped back down and the boys were all freaking out. "You really did this? You turned a simple fucking job into a shootout. Well, congrats, you are now outgunned and disarmed. The rest of you put those pipes and knives down or else." I growled, looking around as the boys were all hesitating and not looking great. The youngest looked like he was gonna piss himself since I had pointed a handgun at him. I reached down, not taking my eyes off them, and picked up my Unity, reholstering it and then grabbing the Lexington. I realized the moment I picked it up that the kid had. "All right. All of you shut up. Stop your moaning. Now before anything else. You gonk brain. Give me the ring," I demanded, waving the shotgun at the leader, who looked at me like I was crazy. I wasn't crazy. I didn't fuck up a perfectly easy ransom deal because I got greedy. That was crazy. "Come on, stop looking at me. Does it look like I have the ring?" "No. Hand it over," I yelled to startle the group. "Fuck you," he grumbled as he looked around, checking his hands and then his pockets before he realized he didn't know where it was. "Oh chum. Don't you tell me you dropped the ring and now you lost it. If it's gone I will flatline you just to deal with my frustration, so you better find my target quick fast." I say, absolutely level, as I cocked the shotgun again, not caring that I sent a shell flying. I just wanted the noise. It worked. The teen hurriedly looked around his feet. His chums were nervously looking around but mostly just staring at me. Finally he found it and wiped it down a bit. I checked it, snatched it out of his hand and stuffed it into one of my leg pouches just to make sure it wouldn't disappear again. Then, because I felt like being that sort of bad bitch, I sent the rest of the money. "Next time remember, you will just get zeroed if people can't trust you to keep to your word. Now, one last thing you owe me for this bullshit. Lady's car you klept. Where is it?" "Don't got it," he mumbled, and I rolled my eyes at his words. "I didn't ask if you had it. I asked where it is." "Donnie's," the second oldest said from where he was sitting, rubbing his head from where I had donked him. "Chop shop run by 6th Street. We sell our cars there. Transfer the deets," I demanded, and the teens all sort of wavered before his eyes shifted into a yellow and I got a text. "All right. Now learning experience here, chums. You make a deal that earns you some eddies? Follow through, don't turn a simple thing into a mess. Or people die. Be glad I don't like killing kids," I said before simply turning and walking down the street. Gotta wait for the fucking bus. So embarrassing. I settled in near the bus stop across the street and literally watched as the kids picked themselves up and sort of limped out of the parking lot and back home. What a bunch of gonks. The ring got left in a drop box, the deets about where the car was sent to Wakako. Wakako sent a confirmation not long after. Couple more ennies in my pocket, but not nearly enough to cover dealing with such a massive shit show. At least I had a shotgun now. I had gotten an alert during the fight but hadn't checked it. Annihilation experience gained. Skill not unlocked, no XP gained. Annihilation unlocked. Cool. This skill covered shotguns and machine guns. I really needed to hit that gun range again. June had been quiet ever since he came back chromed up. Right now he was out of the apartment. I hadn't seen him in 2 days. My messages at least were getting a response back, but it was usually something like, "Busy. Can't talk now. Here is some eddies for food." Stuff like that. I was growing frustrated by it all. The worst thing was I knew exactly what he was doing. The Maelstrom Tiger Claw gang war was heating up. Tiger Claws attacking Maelstrom back had only pissed off the other gang instead of ending it. Apparently Maelstrom wanted more territory in Kabuki. Tiger Claws took offense to that. It was getting nasty. Not quite at the level of total war on the streets, but gang hangouts or fronts on both sides were getting hit daily. It was even on the news. I walked into the apartment after a long awkward ride on public transit. Having everyone staring at me and my new shotgun was super awkward. I had even pretended to make a call so my eyes were glowing yellow just so I could pretend I wasn't paying attention to them. I walked into the apartment and sighed, setting the shotgun on the table and flopping onto the couch. My anxiety was rising up again. June was being a butt. I was tempted to head out and hunt him down and stick to him on his little raids. Watch his back. But I sighed. I didn't even have a vehicle. It would be stupidly easy for June to lose me even if the Tiger Claws would help. Which I had a feeling they wouldn't. Mid-gang war they weren't going to let a kid chase after her brother. which meant I had two options. Sit here and spiral into my own mind. Or get up and do some grinding, and maybe be ready to do something when June does get in trouble. The problem is speed. I had been happy slowly grinding up some stats and skills. Enjoying just living. But June was forcing me to escalate. I was looking at the shotgun. Fingers tapping. Foot bouncing. That niggling feeling surging up. What was more valuable to me? June's life? Or the lives of a couple scavs? That was the thought that convinced me. That crystallized my resolve. The Solo's guide had said to decide on the reasons that would force you to kill. For June? To be able to help him? To save him? Yeah, I would kill. I would kill a lot. I was calm. Decided. I needed more stat points, and to use the stat points I already had. My hands stopped fidgeting. My foot stopped tapping, and I could feel my eyes narrow. I owed June. And in a way I owed the scavs too. I had been afraid, unsure if I could do it. If I could even survive an assault on a scav den. If that was the worry? Then I would just have to make sure I would. I didn't need stats alone to ensure a victory. Surprise, overwhelming firepower, and a few tricks would suit me just fine. It would be nice if I had a couple grenades, don't you think? I muttered, an old movie reference that I loved, that probably didn't exist in this world. I did know where the gun shop was. And I had some eddies in my pocket thanks to my jobs for Wakako. I stood up halfway out the door when I remembered something else. A quick detour to pick up that stupid barrier and I was back out the door. Still needed ammo and a holster for that monster. Just in case I run into some Borg. I walked out of the gun shop pocket light on eddies, but full of fun. Ammo and a shoulder holster for the barrier meant it was secure and hidden under my little jacket. The holster even had a few spots to hold the grenades I had bought. I was ready. I slipped onto the train and the whole way I was calm. I thought my hands would start shaking or my stomach would do flips, but they just didn't. It was time to kill some scavs. Idly I pulled up my stat menu. It was time. 2 points went into cool. And the 2 skill points went into ninjutsu. Bringing them both to level 4. As much as it burned, I was once again maxing out the skill. I needed stealth if this was going to work. I exhaled as the information slipped into my mind. My body adjusting. A few simple shifts in the way I was sitting. The way I held myself. To better move silently. To better keep my movements from being picked up by the eyes all around me. To more easily reach for a weapon if someone did notice. Yeah. I was ready. Mega Building H2. Floor 24. Just to make sure there weren't any traps or eyes on the elevator. I went up to the floor above. Funnily enough, it wasn't hard to see what section of the building below that was claimed by the scavs. As I circled around, looking down into the massive open drop that made up the center of the mega buildings, I could see the section that they had taken. The lights were broken, the walls looked like they had been attacked with a sledgehammer. Then there was the smell. Blood. As I walked above the area I scoped it out, marking the holes in my mind as potential entrances. Or killing fields the scavs had set up. I took note of elevator that was stopped right there next to the claimed section. I would bet 50 eddies that they had hacked into that elevator to keep anyone else from using it. A way to transport their goods up to their hacksaw clinic. The elevator would likely be watched. An instinctive thought entered my mind. If they had the tech ability to hack an elevator to keep it locked down, then they definitely had cameras for security. I found the place I was going to slip in. My knowledge of parkour told me this was an easy jump. I climbed over the barrier, what little it was, and simply dropped. 10 feet and I was grabbing onto the concrete barrier of the floor below with barely a sound. It was a little tough to hold myself from falling, but Body 5 turned it into a simple trick. I hadn't felt a lick of fear at potentially messing it up and falling. I peeked over the railing still hanging over a few 100 feet drop as I glanced onto the floor. The fact a lot of the apartments had their doors busted open told me a lot. I guess they had made sure no one else lived on this floor. At least in this section. My eyes narrowed looking for any sign of a camera or alert system. Nothing. I slipped over as quietly as I could and hurried to the first apartment. The door was already open. Broken in fact, and I had to force it a bit just to be able to slip through. The smell of old blood told me everything that happened here. Broken doors and blood stains tell a frightening story. Unfortunately, this apartment wasn't connected to the scavs clinic, so I would have to keep going. I slipped back out and started stalking along the apartment's fronts. The hallways splitting off leading to deeper sections were checked with a few quick peeks before I slipped past them. Closer and closer to the section that was obviously their main setup. It was closest to the elevator. It was also barricaded a bit. Made to look like trash build-up, but it was obviously done on purpose. A pile of garbage and old equipment blocking off the walkway that went around the interior of the building. As I approached I heard voices. Ducking down to hide behind the trash barricade. Russian voices. I rolled my eyes. I didn't have a translator chip. So I had no idea what they were saying, but they were walking over to the elevator from down a hall, and in a few moments the elevator rocked to life and started heading down. The noise was perfect. I moved. A bit of parkour allowed me to swing out over the massive drop to get around the trash barricade without a sound. Now on the other side of the barricade I hurriedly slipped up to the interior wall and peeked down the hallway the scavs had just come from. A camera was looking down the hall. Damn. Looks like I had been right. They kept an eye on the elevator. I considered hacking the camera, but I had no angle to start scanning to get its information, much less to start the hack. I would have to go around instead. As I looked around I noticed my entrance. I could see a hole busted into the wall that looked like they might be using it to shoot out at anyone coming up in the elevator that they didn't welcome. Like a crew coming to clear them out. Or the NCPD actually doing something for once. I needed to get over there. I looked around before sighing. My parkour instincts kicking in, showing me a path. A very annoying path. I walked back along the trash barricade, hit the concrete barrier that would barely keep anyone from falling into the abyss that was the center of the mega building, and slipped over it. Then I shimmied sideways until I hit the elevator shaft. The metal had plenty of places to grab, so I climbed on. Down below the barrier the camera couldn't see me as I shimmied my way around the entire elevator shaft until I was on the other side. Then just a bit more climbing and I was clear of the hallway's vision, and I climbed back over. I took a moment hiding behind some garbage to catch my breath and work out the tension in my arms. Couldn't have my arms be tired for what came next. I moved to the hole. Peeking in I noticed I was right. An HMG was resting against a table looking outwards. The room was empty, looked like a bathroom they had smashed apart to make space for their little bunker. I had to be quiet. Slipping in since I was more than small enough to slip through the hole. I did my best not to make a sound as the concrete under my belly shifted and crumbled, but I made it through. I looked to the HMG. Looked to the door. Looked to the HMG again. Tempting. But no. Those things are heavy as hell. Next time. I promised it as I shifted up to the doorway. The stupid bead blinds that were popular at least let me see out into the next room. A scav was set up on the couch in the next room, a bead wreath around his head. I slipped through the beads silent as a ghost. Stalking through the apartment, eyes roving every corner just to make sure there wasn't anyone else here. There wasn't. My knife slipped out of my sheath without a sound. The man didn't hear a thing. Didn't feel a thing. Not until my hand was over his mouth to muffle and my knife slipped into his neck. His quiet gasp muffled and weak death throes were ignored. I slipped my knife back into my sheath and settled a pillow against the man's neck. Hiding the blood splatter. 500 XP gained. I moved on. My hunt had only just begun. Besides, right now? I was feeling pretty cool. The apartment wall had been broken out, connecting the apartments into one massive hive of rooms. I slipped over to the hole and started making my way through a dark hole that looked like it had once been a storage area for the apartment. The next apartment was brighter lit, and the smell of blood hit me. It also wasn't empty. Bodies stacked up and Ripper dock chair with a corpse. Her chest ripped open like she was in an Aliens movie. And a man walking around the body with some weird device in his hands that looks like an ancient torture device. The lights were out in the storage room I was slipping through, giving me the perfect opportunity to move closer. As the man couldn't see his death. He looked into the hole in her chest and reached in, obviously trying to pull something loose. My hand gripped my knife again. He was tall. I would have trouble reaching his neck for a strike. I glanced around. My ninjutsu instinct told me to check every corner, every angle before striking. Even as my eyes kept him in sight. I stalked closer. He was bent over, looking into the girl's chest. I stalked right up beside him. I could tell the exact moment he would see me. Ninjutsu had taught me a lot about assassination. He glanced over at the exact moment my knife slipped into his neck. I had walked right up beside him, so I could deliver my blow. I kept with the blow, helping him drop to the floor, dragging him away from everything a bit so his death flailing wouldn't knock anything over. After a few moments his movement stilled. 500 XP gained. I looked around. This was definitely part of their main shop. I couldn't leave his body on the floor. I blinked when I saw it. Well, if it worked for video game protagonists everywhere. I dragged him over to a cold storage fridge. I had a feeling what I would find inside, and I was right. Bodies. I grimaced as I hefted him up. Definitely struggling with his weight. I really needed more body. But after a bit of back and forth I dumped him inside. Shutting the fridge. I took a moment to back off. Back into the dark storage room to rest up against the wall and regain control of my breathing. A minute. That's all I needed. Then I was good to go. I moved on. The Ripper room led to a much larger area. It had once been a living room, but everything had been torn out. It looked like it was a storage room. Full of crates that I bet if I checked inside would be full of cyberware. I guess I found their stock. 3 people were hanging around the room. One was putting stuff into one of the crates. One was just looking out the window smoking. The third? He was the most dangerous. He looked bored out. I grimaced at the realization they did have some serious muscle to back up their operation. I looked around. There was no way I could take out all 3 of them without noise, but as I looked around I realized I could get around them. I smiled as I stalked into the room using the crates as cover to walk to my right towards where the entrance to the apartment would have been. These apartments had been absolutely broken apart. Obviously the scavs wanted their own path through things, and the large crates wouldn't even fit through the old apartment doors. So, walls, doors, and huge sections of each apartment had been ripped apart, which also meant lights were down. I slipped into a dark section near the old entrance where the wall had been ripped apart. Noticing that I could continue on through a hole they had battered through the concrete. I slipped through, moving right past the massive room without a sound. The room connected was another bunker room. No HMG though, shame. This one was occupied instead. A BD wreath-clad scav again. These scavs were making it easy. He died just as quickly as the last one. 500 XP gained. With that I slipped out the exit to the bathroom bunker and looked around. The next room was full of computers and other equipment. Probably the place they set up their sales and buys. I glanced around, no one was in the room, but I could hear cutting from next door. As I walked through, something caught my eye and I snatched it up. A max doc. Didn't have any of those. Healing item get. The computer system was nice. A multi-monitor setup attached to a wall with a desk and chair under it. I could try to breach in, but I shook my head. Focus on the job of killing scavs. I could do that later if I really wanted. I moved past. Following the noise of people sawing at something. As I poked my head into the next room I grimaced. This time the Ripper wasn't alone. A man and a woman working together to rip off the legs off a dead man. I really fucking hated these people. My brain was still cool. So my mind swiftly found a path through them. I drew my knife. And as I stalked into the room, I grabbed an object from a table. A bigger cutting tool, more like a pair of industrial shears than scissors, but it would do. I attacked. The knife in my right hand sliding right into the man's throat before I left it and swiped at the woman. 500 XP gained. I was off. No. I realized she had dodged too fast to be natural. She had jerked her head back, moving almost blurring fast for half a second before she realized what had just happened. She cursed loudly, yelling something in Russian. I threw my knife. She wasn't fast anymore. It whistled for half a moment before appearing in her chest with a dull thunk. She gasped, her legs failing her suddenly. 100 reflex XP gained. 500 XP gained. Okay. Ninja mode disengaged. I moved. To the next room. A guy was already grabbing a rifle off a desk when I slipped in. He was scrambling for a rifle on a table across from him when I raised my pistol. The retort echoed through the apartments as I fired again and again until the man fell to the floor. 500 XP gained. Level up achieved. 1 stat point gained. 1 skill point gained. I dropped the magazine and reloaded quickly. Well, since this scav was kind enough to pull out something a bit heavier than my pistol, I rushed across the room grabbing the rifle. Instantly my head knew what it was. Nakota D5 Copperhead. It was the AK of the future. I spun. I could hear footsteps approaching. Heavy footsteps. I looked around. The room I was in was the last unit in the row. There wasn't a second exit. So this is where I would have to make a stand. I raced back across the room. Using the doorway to the Ripper room set up. Rifle raised up and pointed, but I could hear the Borg moving. Basically doing the same thing on the opposite doorway. Intermittent Russian called out as the 3 scavs talked to each other. Well, if he wanted to post up near the doorway. I grabbed a frag grenade from my chest rig. ripping the pin out with my teeth, which actually hurt a bit and wasn't nearly as easy as the movies made it seem. I popped the grenade, holding it for half a second to cook before chucking it across the room. My reflex and ninjutsu helped make the grenade land generally where I wanted it to as it hit the doorway and fell into the computer room. But before it went off, it was suddenly spiraling into the Ripper room. Did the Borg seriously kick it? Asshole. I jerked back and the massive thump of the grenade going off in the room rolled past me. A few moments later something in Russian was called out mockingly. I don't speak Russian. I answered back completely flat. Then a surge went up my spine. Danger sense. I was spotted. I jerked back, landing flat on my back just in time for a massive chunk of the wall I had been standing against disappeared. I held back a curse, letting the cool feeling surging through my nerves keep my calm. Tech shotgun? Tech shotgun. I popped a grenade off my rig, quietly pulling the pin. Do you understand Russian now? The voice called back mockingly. A rough older man, obviously laughing. He thought he got me. I smiled. I heard his foot thunk. I popped the trigger on the grenade, letting it cook. I felt completely calm. My heartbeat didn't even stutter as I held the cooking grenade long past where I should have. Then, as if I had done this a million times, I chucked it through the hole he had just blown through the wall. Half a second was all the time he had. A moment to start cursing in Russian before the grenade made it through the hole and exploded. I rolled away. Plaster and concrete shattered over me as the wall came down. My ears were ringing, but I brought up the rifle I had stolen, and as soon as I managed to roll to my knees I started firing into the smoke and dust. I could see the bullets make divots through the dust, but I realized after half a magazine I wasn't able to tell if I was hitting anything. So I leapt to the side, rolling until I was behind a desk just in case. Which was smart, because the sound of a double-barrel shotgun ripping through the room, smashing concrete as it went right through where I had been a moment before, told me I hadn't gotten him. Again more Russian was called out, although it wasn't the Borg, but I got the gist. Kill her this time? Known yet was some of the only Russian I knew after all. He thunked into the room like the fucking Terminator. Already reloading his shotgun. I tossed my last grenade. I didn't pull the pin though. As he moved to kick it back towards me I rose up. Barry staring straight at him, his shotgun out of position as he kicked the grenade back. We had a moment. A simple frozen moment in time as his eyes locked with mine. I could see it. The frozen moment he realized he had fucked up. The moment my Barry kicked, breaking my arm but sending a bullet with more than enough force to crack his chrome. He was actually smiling a little as the bullet struck. 1000 XP gained. Then everything was moving again. I was moving again. Dropped the barrier because my right arm wasn't strong enough to holster the damn thing. I raced over to the dropped grenade. Popped the pin with my teeth again. Ow. I tossed the grenade with every inch of the accuracy I had ground. The grenade arced through the Ripper room and into the computer room. The room that I hoped the two other scavs were hanging around and waiting for their Borg to take me out. I breathed for a few moments, wincing at the feeling of my arm even as the pain was fading into prickly ice. And then the thump of the grenade echoed through the building. I moved. Not waiting for a moment, I dashed through the Ripper room, power sliding into the room with the computer terminal. The two scavs were shocked from the grenade, having jumped out of the way to survive it, but they weren't stupid. Even as my pistol rose up and started shooting, they shot back. I winced when I felt a bullet strike me, and then two. Yet my bullets were hitting them as well. One scav went down. 500 XP gained. Yet the second scav and I were facing each other, both of us low to the ground. Both of our guns raised. We started firing. Bullets whizzed past me as I tried to roll to avoid more rounds, my unity barking over and over until finally it clicked down. We both were on the ground. I was gasping as I struggled to move. That was a lot of blood. I dropped my unity even as I felt myself wavering. I was dying. I coughed, blood rolling out of my throat. I fumbled with my pocket, finally pulled out the Mac stock with shaking hands. I inhaled it and instantly the hazy feeling disappeared. I could feel the bullet holes not close, but stop bleeding. Although I could see that they were scabbing over. Healing. I rose up, looking over to the scav, who looked just like I had been a moment before. Leaning up against a desk, bleeding out from multiple gunshot wounds. His eyes though. He had seen. He looked at me in horror as I reached behind my back and pulled out a magazine. I picked up my unity and reloaded it as I took a few steps closer. Then I put a bullet in his eye. 500 XP gained. I stood there after just catching my breath. I felt cool, but I also felt tired. Took a few tired steps out into the large room. The large room, full of crates probably loaded with cyberware. I flopped onto the couch the Borg had been resting on before and just breathed for a few minutes. How am I still alive? I asked as I zoned out. What the fuck had I just done? I wasn't some elite special operative or something. Okay, I could shoot a gun with an okay level of skill, but I had just. How did I know to throw the grenade without pulling the pin? I hadn't even thought. I just did. Cold blood had left me without any hesitation. Pain and fear, even anger, hadn't played any part. Just a cold clinical calculus. I had put in a few points into ninjutsu before going into this den, but I was actually wondering if I should have put it into cold blood. I raised my hands up to wipe my face only to wince. While the max doc had seemed to give me a gamer-style heal. At least enough to put me back to alive status. My arm was still broken. And I still had some bullet holes. It had stopped me from bleeding out, and healed parts of my holes, but not all the way. I looked down at my chest. At the holes punched through my Netrunner suit. Damn it. That was going to be expensive to fix. So much for the armor as well. I rose up and started searching around. They had to have a place with medical supplies somewhere. And I was right. In a corner I found a med kit and popped it open. Instantly inhaling the max doc and sighing as my bullet holes healed up more, although it would be obvious I had been shot still. There were still wounds where I had been shot. Wait, did that mean I had bullets in me still? Damn it. I would have to get to a Ripper to check. How was I supposed to ask that? Hey Ripper, can you tell if I still have bullets in me from these holes that just happened? I mocked myself before sighing. Well actually I probably need to stop at a Ripper anyways huh? I couldn't help but admit as I looked over the crates all over the room. I walked over to one and popped it open, only to wince. Legs. I moved on to the next crate. Arms. Synth muscle. The next one had little boxes that when I opened up I instantly closed back down. Eyes. I muttered with a shiver. I looked over the crates. Fuck. That was a lot of product. A lot of cyberware. Okay Motoko you idiot. You cleared out the scavs. Now how do you get this stuff out of here? I realized I hadn't actually thought that far. Motoko kill scavs and numbers go up. Fuck. That was about as far as my stupid brain had thought this through. I was going to have to call in help that was going to ask questions. Fuck it. I had nearly died, but no one needed to know that. I could just fake it. Yeah. I would just lie. A lot. I made a call. Asterisk Toko. Save me from boredom. Club, asterisk. Asterisk hey Hiromi. Can you get Ichi and the gang together and find a bigger vehicle than your bikes? I need a couple trucks or something, asterisk. Asterisk okay I am suddenly very interested in what my cute Motoko is talking about. What is going on, asterisk? Asterisk it's hard to explain and I don't really want to talk about over the line. Can you do it? I promise there will be eddies in it, asterisk. Asterisk well I would come no matter what, but that will get the boys moving. Alright where to, asterisk. Asterisk just get to Mega Building H2, and try to keep it quiet. That would be preem asterisk. Asterisk I'll get the boys moving we have Omida's van. That enough, asterisk. Asterisk no. Rent or hell steal a cargo truck if you have to. We got a lot of shit to move asterisk. The line was quiet for a moment as I looked out the windows watching the city far below. Asterisk I am so interested right now. You have no idea. Okay whatever craziness you got going on I'm in asterisk. Asterisk thanks Hiromi. Really? I appreciate it asterisk. The line ended and I took a moment to look around. Finding all kinds of stuff that had my looter's instincts going crazy. I started bringing it back to the central room until I stumbled upon a shower that still worked. I quickly washed up, trying to get most of the blood off me, but wincing when I realized that I still had bullet holes all over me. That was going to be difficult to explain. I quickly zipped up my jacket hoping that it would hide most of the holes. I looked around and found some bandages of all things in a med kit. With a bit of arranging the bullet holes were hidden, and you couldn't see that I had been shot now. It just looked like I was wearing a white shirt under my leotard. Hopefully no one would wonder why my new Netrunner leotard had holes in it. Figuring that was good enough I decided to start looting. I was searching through the Borg I had flatlined for any goodies he might have in his pocket when I heard it. The elevator. It left a quiet rumble through the floor as it settled. The elevator that was locked down so only scavs could use it. Hiromi and Ichi's crew wouldn't be here yet. Here I go murdering again. I whispered as everything went cold. Instantly my mind had a thought and every part of me was nodding along. I ran. Sprinted through the different rooms, over the dead bodies and through broken walls before I returned to that little bunker they had set up near the elevator. I crept up and unfortunately whoever had come up had already walked out of the elevator. But that was fine. I slipped out through the hole as quickly and quietly as I could until I was once more on the mega building's outer walkway. Then I pulled the HMG through the hole. I wheezed a little at how heavy it was as it caused a twinge in my left arm that made me wince, but I fought through it anyways. How did Becca handle this thing? Oh right. Cyber arms. Gonna have to get me some cyber arms. Because as I walked down the hall I caught the sight of the Skav walking into their little den. That room led to the first Ripper room, which meant I had about 30 seconds before they realized something was up. So I hurried down the hall, not caring too much about making noise. This was their home base. They expected people here. I crept through the Ripper room, my face turning into a gentle smirk as I stopped just before entering the big room. I took a breath. Then I walked out around the doorway. 3 men. One was carrying a man over his shoulder. Fuck. They had a victim. Fine. I just wouldn't shoot at that one. I adjusted my aim. And pulled the trigger. You know, in the game the HMG was used every once in a while. It was an okay thing. A heavy weapon you could pick up and carry around for a bit until it ran out of ammo, or you had to do anything else. It was okay. Not great. Not amazing. Just okay. Fun though. This wasn't a video game. This was a fucking HMG fired from the hip by a 14-year-old unaugmented girl. I only weighed a tad over 100 pounds. Did I forget my broken left arm? Yes, I did forget my broken left arm. That is until about half a second after I started firing. Then I remembered it. Oh, did I remember it? So yeah. Firing the HMG instantly fucked me up, kicking me back and forcing me to push myself into a wall to keep from falling on my ass. Too bad for the poor Skav that I had been aiming at though. He turned into fucking hamburger. Turns out these HMGs fired explosive rounds. 500 XP gained. The other 2 leapt for cover, which didn't help when I manhandled the HMG arcing over towards the Skav that wasn't carrying an innocent. Explosive ammunition doesn't care about light cover. I kept firing. The wall I was pushing the gun against to find any sort of stabilization practically crumbled from the treatment, but it did let me arc the fire straight through the second Skav attempt to hide behind an overturned table. 500 XP gained. I dropped the HMG. I couldn't shoot the third Skav without hitting the victim, and I didn't think I could have held it for much longer anyways. I drew my unity with my good arm and rushed him. The Skav was still screaming something in Russian as I leapt over the couch he had been hiding behind. The poor victim looked like shit on the floor beside him, obviously having been dropped like a sack when the firing started. But the Skav? He was cowering. 4 rounds into him before he realized I was there and he stopped moving. 500 XP gained. I breathed. Just breathed, catching my breath before I rolled forward and grabbed my arm. Fuadash. The victim was still unconscious. I checked them out and they didn't have any shards in their system or anything. Probably just drugged or beaten unconscious. So I hauled them up and put them on one of the newly destroyed couches before settling in myself. My arm twinged a bit whenever I moved it. I think I broke it. I needed a nap, but needed to get the crates full of cyberware out first. I sighed, hoping Hiromi hurried up. The bodies were starting to smell. Worse than the room already smelled. While I waited, I checked over my stats since I had nothing else to do. Considering how much shooting I had just done, I wasn't surprised to see my stats had gone up. A lot. Annihilation skill level up. Annihilation skill level up. 1 perk point gained. Annihilation skill level up. I blinked at that one. Guess firing an HMG had leveled me up quick. I stopped to check out the perks for a moment. This time there was a pretty quick delineation between shotgun perks and machine gun perks. Luckily just a few options from the top was what I wanted. I picked it immediately. Recoil reduction. Know how to best reduce the effect of recoil on aim and your body. That would hopefully mean when I shot the barrier my arm stopped breaking. I would have to test that though. I winced at that idea. So I moved on. Reflex leveled up. This was a relief. Reflex was so determined by my skills since I didn't have a direct way to level it. Now I was at Reflex 4. That meant I had even more reflex skills to level. Well, those that hadn't already. Blade skill level up. Handgun skill level up. Assault skill level up. Handguns was once more maxed out at Handguns 4. Blades was at 3, and Assault 3. So I still had some grinding to do with those. Then I looked down a bit more on the list. Cool leveled up. Cool leveled up. Cool 6. I guess killing all these scavs was pretty cool. I sighed. No wonder I was still calm and collected. Sitting around the dead bodies of the scavs wasn't even ruffling me. I shook that away looking at the last 2 skills. Ninjutsu skill level up. 1 perk point gained. I had only gained 1 level of ninjutsu. I guess cool had leveled up once early on when I was still sneaking around, but since I had stopped using stealth mid-fight it didn't have a chance to level along with cool. Cold blood though? Cold blood skill level up. Cold blood skill level up. Cold blood skill level up. 1 perk point gained. Cold blood skill level up. 4 levels. Cold blood 6. It was now my highest stat and skill. I rubbed my eyes a bit before opening the perks menu. Ninjutsu first. The list hadn't changed much. 1 or 2 additional perks that seemed to have unlocked due to other skill trees. Scrolling through the list I ended up finally deciding to keep focusing on the stealth aspect of ninjutsu instead of the combat angle. Which is why I kept circling around to this perk. Cyber Ninja. After breaching a system automatically upload a demon that makes you more difficult to see for members of the network. Increases based on skill level of breaching. A combo perk. Breach and ninjutsu. A perk I hadn't had before. Being able to sneak past people after using breach on them? That was already something I wanted to do. But it also meant I really needed to level my breach and quick hack. So I could hack and breach on the run. I looked around at the room full of cyberware. I wondered if they had anything here I could use? But I shook that off to refocus. Because I still had 1 more perk to choose. Cold blood. I started looking down the list. It didn't take me long to find what I wanted. Fearless chill. Fear is a powerful enemy. Good thing your enemies realize you have none. Fear is your ally. From the description it read more like a diplomacy skill. If while under cold blood people realized I wasn't afraid, that might be a pretty strong advantage. Fearless people were scary after all. You never knew what they would be willing to do. I picked it. I had already taken a perk to keep my body calm in terrible situations, maybe one to keep my mind calm would be a good combination too. I looked at my skill points. The desire to spend them was there. But I held off for now. After this I would probably do some normal grinding for a while. I might even have the eddies to try working on my technical skill. That would be a nice thing to level. So I would hold off for a bit, figure out what I wanted to raise. Intelligence, or maybe more cool and stealth. Ringing. I smiled as Hiromi finally called me back. Asterisk Hiromi. You here, asterisk. Asterisk well I'm at the ground floor in the garage. You said the south side right, asterisk. Asterisk yeah the south elevator. You near it, asterisk. It's right here, but the damn thing is broken, chum. Asterisk yeah they had it locked down. Give me a minute, should be able to send it down from here, asterisk I quickly rose, noticing the victim was still out. And hurried to the elevator. Just like I expected, the control panel on the elevator was completely destroyed having been pulled off and modified. An absolute mess of wires and connections. Unfortunately my tech knowledge was zilch. It was the back of an elevator control panel. I had no idea how or what they had done. It took a minute of going over the wires trying to find what everything was connected to. Crafting experience gained. Skill not unlocked, no XP gained. Crafting unlocked. I blinked midway through as I got the alert. Nice but useless right now. I muttered as I continued following the wires until I finally found something strange. A box that wasn't supposed to be there. It even had buttons. I pushed one of them and nothing happened. Then the other. The elevator started going down. Finally. I grunted as I waited for it to hit the bottom. Ringing, Hiromi was calling again. Asterisk hey chum. You sent it down, asterisk. Yeah go ahead and get on, and let me know when you are ready I can bring it up. Asterisk ha. Our own personal elevator. Hear that itchy? We got our own ride. What? No shut up Malcolm you gonk, asterisk. The call turned into arguing for a minute before I sighed. You ready for a lift Hiromi? Asterisk huh? Oh yeah we are all on asterisk. I rolled my eyes as I ended the call and pushed the other button, feeling the elevator start traveling upwards right after. I stepped back as I waited, before quickly looking myself over. I was mostly clean of blood, and the bullet holes in my Netrunner leotard hopefully wouldn't draw too much attention. I wiped a hand through my purple hair one last time, before standing casually putting on a bit of coolness as the elevator finally made it to the top. Hi. Hiromi called as the elevator opened looking around at the destroyed section of the building. I imagine it looked like one hell of a scene. Garbage barriers. Holes in the walls. Lights flickering in and out. I realized then that there were some bloody footprints from my surprise attack on the second group of scavs walking away from the hole in the wall and then back into the apartment. I must have stepped into a bloody pool when I ran. Just fly casual Motoko. Glad you all could make it. I could use the extra hands. I offered as I flicked my head back towards the apartment. What the hell did I just walk into? Omida asked, looking very uncomfortable as he looked over the area. He was even fingering his pistol on his hip as he looked around. Don't worry. There are no more threats here. It's safe. I told him directly, trying to sound reassuring. I don't think it was though. Motoko. Choomer. Kamiist? What's going on? Hiromi asked, looking around nervously as well. Scavden. I answered back. You are the cleanup team. I told her, which to my surprise caused all four of them to tense up and draw their weapons like scavs were going to come out of the walls. Fuck Motoko, you can't ask us to his Scavden without letting us know first. Ichi hissed with a whisper as he started checking the corners nervously. And even Hiromi was looking a little freaked out. Clean up. Not extermination. I said after a few moments trying to cut through their freakout. Place is already cleared. Just needed some hands to move the loot. I explain, and while that at least causes them to stop freaking out so much, they were still looking around. Who helped you clean the place out, Motoko? Ichi asked, and even Hiromi jumped on me after resheathing her katana that she had drawn. Yeah, I thought we were a crew. You went and got some other mercs to help out? Or did you join a new crew? You can't betray us like that, Motoko. Hiromi whined. It was just me though. I answered calmly. That's why I called you all in, I needed help looting everything. I told them as I gestured down the hall. Come on, stop playing around. I said calmly as I turned and walked down the hall. The door was already open as I entered, ignoring the first Ripper room with the dead woman still on the table. Once we were out of here I would alert the NCPD. I don't know if they would actually do anything or not, but maybe they would. Either way I had no idea what to do with a body. I could hear gasps of shock at the sight and whispers breaking out among the group as they noticed the already dead woman. I wondered what they would think when they saw the main room. I walked in and looked around. It was a bit of a mess. The three dead scavs were one thing, well they weren't one thing anymore, more a few different chunks. Anyway, you could see the other two in the computer room from where I stopped too. I turned around only to blink. No one was there. I looked down at the victim who was still unconscious. My chums are a bit unreliable. I admitted to him before turning around and going back into the Ripper room. The crew was all looking around the room in horror. Guys? The stuff is in here. I pointed out my reappearance, causing Malcolm to jerk back from the woman's corpse that he had been morbidly looking into her open chest. This is crazy. He muttered, but he finally followed me and everyone else put down whatever junk they were playing with. Seriously, Ichi, I don't think we need a pair of surgical clamps. The group followed me into the main room and instantly I could hear Malcolm start cussing. Son of a bitch. That's a dead scav. He called out, hurrying over to the legs of the scav I had caught with the HMG. Only to stutter to a quick stop. I mean, it's half a dead scav. The other half of him is over there. I pointed to the other side of the couch they were standing next to. Also, Omida, don't touch that. It's mine. I tell him, looking over my shoulder to see Omida checking out my HMG. That was going with me. Omida looked up, his hand inches from touching the gun before back to the gun and back to me before raising his hands off it and standing up. Wait. Is this one alive? Hiromi asked, having been looking around as well. Yeah, that was a victim. They were carrying him up. I think he is drugged up. When we get out of here we need to call the NCPD, let them take care of it. Damn, Motoko. You seriously assaulted a Scavden and took out 3 scavs? You got lucky there weren't any more. Ichi mentioned, having looked over the couch to see the second scav I had mowed down with the HMG. There were more than 3. 1 in the first Ripper room. 2 in this room, along with a Borg. 1 in the last room I think was their boss. The 2 that were in the other Ripper room. Then these 3 showed up after. I think that's it? Oh no, wait, the 2 gonks that were scrolling a BD. 1 in the front, and another down that way. I told them, counting on my fingers as I tried to remember all of them. I had been more focused on making sure I got them all at the time than counting. Besides, they were scavs. It took me a moment to actually remember all of them. The room was quiet as I looked up from my fingers and noticed everyone staring at me. What? They all jerked like they had stuck a fork in a power socket. Nothing. Yeah, is cool is all. Preem. Hiromi offered with a big smile that looked a little off. I gave them all a flat look, but I could see Ichi's group kind of closing off as they stepped away a bit and clumped together. I could hear them whispering to themselves for a while, but I gave them their space. I did sort of drag them into a charnel house. They deserved a few minutes to sort things out. Hiromi was also distracted, poking her head around a bit, checking the room over, looking through some of the crates with a wrinkled nose. Finally I noticed they were all splitting up a bit to look around and I called out. Anyways, let's move these crates first. I don't want something to happen like the NCPD showing up and not letting us loot them. Crates first. And then we can go around at our leisure to see if there is anything you want. Should be lots of weapons and stuff lying around. I told the group as I walked over to the crate nearest me. That caused everyone to gather back up, and Ichi's crew seemed more at ease. What's in the crates? Malcolm asked, curious, and I could tell the others had probably a good idea already, but I shrugged and lifted the lid. Oh, that's a lot of legs. The crates are full of the scavs loot. We are taking it for ourselves. I tell them. Thankfully it wasn't like full hacked off legs, but all the interior cyberware packaged in plastic ready for resale. Oh, that's why you said bring vehicles with space. Malcolm responded. I'm surprised you even brought us in. This is a huge payday, chum. My arm is a little messed up, so I can't really move the crates myself. I told him, causing Hiromi to squawk as she ran over to me, looking me over as if she could see the injury. What happened? Did the gonks shoot you or something? She talked quickly, looking me over, but I just raised my left arm. I had to shoot my barrier to flatline their Borg. It messed up my arm. It's fine, just stings. Which was the truth from a certain point of view. Barrier? She asked suddenly. What's a barrier and why would it mess up your arm? Geez, Muto, you are a worse storyteller than Ichi. Hey, barrier is a pistol, Hiromi. It has a strong kick. Feels like it's breaking my arm every time I shoot it, but it's good for killing Borgs. It punches right through their armor. I explained simply as I finally pushed her hands from my arm to the crate. Let's get this stuff moved, okay? I really don't want to lose all this chrome. Some of it might be usable by us. Wait. You mean we can use this? Malcolm asked, suddenly perking up from where he had been poking around in another crate, his face split into an eager look towards me. Help me get it out of here and secured, and we can figure it out. I'll get first dibs, but otherwise I don't mind. Just don't go crazy. I told him, and suddenly the three boys looked a lot more eager. Not just Eddie's on the mind but chrome. PSHH, most of this is junk. I doubt we will want any of this chrome. Hiromi muttered, but I shrugged. Still worth Eddie's somewhere. Maybe? What's the best way to sell chrome like this? I asked Hiromi quietly, who looked at me like. Well, like I was a gonk. Wait, you cleared this den and you wanted us to grab all this junk, and you have no idea what to do with it. I hadn't thought that far ahead. Yet. I'm thinking about it now though. You are such a gonk. She scoffed. I have some ideas. Let's talk to Ichi, though he has more connections that might help than I do. Cool. Wanna help move the crates? Nah. I'll stick with you, let the boys earn their eddies. Hiromi offered me with a fox grin that I couldn't help but chuckle at. We both took a moment watching the boys, who were already grabbing crates and hauling them over to the elevator. The three were practically drooling at all the chrome. But Hiromi stopped paying attention to them once they were far enough away. Hiromi? I asked as she turned to look at me with a serious face. Motoko, what happened here? Did you take a job to hunt the scavs? Who even gave you the information? They were probably sending you to die, you know? No one. It wasn't a gig, Hiromi. I just learned there were some scavs here, and came to clear them out. That is crazy, she said slowly before going silent as she looked like she was trying to figure out what to say. Doing something like this is real edge runner stuff, Motoko. It's stuff people do that don't care if they die or not. You aren't. You've never been able to do something like this. I know you've been practicing with your guns a lot, but this is on a different level than going to the shooting range a couple times. Hiromi. She was super serious. Looking honestly concerned about what I had done. I knew I could do it. So I did. June has been doing crazy stuff, so I knew I needed more. More experience, more chrome, more eddies. I need to be strong enough to help him when he finally bites off more than he can handle. I answered truthfully. That's what the other tiger claws are for, Motoko. It's what Ichi and his crew are useful for. It's what I am for. That is what chums do. They do crazy dangerous things together. You shouldn't be rushing into something like this. Especially not alone. She shook her head, looking so confused. Why are you making me be the voice of reason? I'm supposed to be the rich girl slumming it, she said, almost growling at the end as she poked my side a bit. But I wasn't ticklish. Instead, I just huffed a bit at her probing finger. I don't trust them to keep June safe, over whatever goal they have. To the tiger claws, June is just muscle. To me, June is my irreplaceable brother. I owe him a lot. You have to be alive to pay him back, Hiromi retorted, looking at the corpses in the room. Even if you are somehow really good at this. She looked around, seeing the one scav that was literally in two pieces from being cut in half by the HMG. Seriously good. I'll be careful. More careful. I quickly changed what I said as Hiromi looked like she was going to argue. I still don't understand how you did this, she muttered, and I didn't shrug or make any notice. I couldn't explain, so instead I just stayed quiet, face firm. Hey, you gonna help or what? Malcolm called out suddenly, pulling us from our conversation as we looked. He was looking at Hiromi, irritated. Come on Hiromi, help out. This thing is heavy. Just move it yourself. Don't worry if you break your back, we will just give you a chrome one. Hiromi called out, joking, earning a rude gesture from the boy as he tugged and pulled the heavy crate across the floor. This was gonna take a while. I looked around myself, seeing the scavs on the ground, and the idea did reach my brain, but I shivered and put it away. Stripping bodies for chrome was a step too far. When we loaded up the elevator with all the crates, and after everyone had searched through the scav den for extra loot, all the boys now had a new weapon of some sort. Ichi even claiming the DB2 Satara. I was tempted to claim it myself. I had enough equipment, I didn't really need it. Plus Ichi looked so happy when he pulled it out from underneath a table. We were ready to go. I had taken a few minutes with Omida's help to breach the scav's computer security as well. The other netrunner had looked pretty irritated with my assistance in pulling the data, but after a quick discussion, he was going to sell the data off to another netrunner he knew who would be interested, as long as any data on other scav locations went to me. Sure, I could have pulled it as well, and I likely would have just sold it to Wakako, but Omida was Ichi's netrunner. If I was going to keep using Ichi's crew, I needed to keep them happy. Although potentially the only reason Omida had agreed was because of the looks the crew had given me when they came across the Borg's body. It was back to that fearful side glances. I used to bury a guys. Stop acting like it's weird. Anyone can kill a Borged out scav with a hand cannon. We took the elevator down, and finally I got to see what the crew had gathered up. Omida had his van, which ended up being mostly useless as the boy had the back filled with scrap already, which seemed to piss him off when he realized he wouldn't be able to take a crate. Malcolm had a car, an old beat-up Thornton Galena, which was basically a little hatchback. With the back seats down, and a lot of effort, Malcolm with Omida's help got a crate in the back. But Ichi was reliable. He had actually done as asked. A Villefort Columbus. It was basically a modern moving van, and the back was empty. I called in a favor with one of Shobo-sama's lieutenants. I did a job for him that saved his hide a few months back. I asked him for something I could move a lot of stuff around with, and he gave me the key shard for this. Just don't scratch the paint, or ding it up, okay? He muttered to everyone. Sure Ichi. We will be careful. Oh look, it even has a little ramp. That's useful. I called out, showing everyone my discovery, and with that we were able to load up the 5 crates of chrome into the cars. I think that's everything, Hiromi called out, wiping her brow. Despite the fact she hadn't really done anything but supervise the loading. Oh, 1 second. There is something I can't forget, I called out as I headed back up the elevator. A minute later, with a bit of effort, I came back down, struggling to hold my new baby with one arm. Motoko, Ichi sighed, looking at me as I struggled to carry my new HMG to the van. She is very important, Ichi. I tell him firmly as he sighs and helps me load her up. Then we all climbed in, and realized we had no idea where to go. Who buys a bunch of chrome? I asked Hiromi and Ichi from the back seat of his truck as they clambered in. Ripper Docks. We could head back to the Ho-Oh Club as well. I bet Shobo-sama would buy the chrome off you. Or a fixer. But make sure to call them first. Never a good idea to drop off a job in a fixer's lap without asking first, Ichi replied, his experience on the streets revealing themselves. Ripper Docks. Actually, that gives me an idea, and a chance to meet someone I wanted to have a future relationship with, I told Ichi and pulled up my map system. I ended up unable to find directions to where I wanted to go, but I did find the next best thing. Sending you the deets, Ichi. Misty's Esoterica? He asked as I sent him the text. Not exactly. It's the Ripper Dock behind the shop that I am interested in, I tell him with a small smile. Trust me. I was forced to add at the confused and unsure look I was getting. Alright. Your gig. You're the boss. He said with a shrug, and I could see his eyes flash gold as he must have called Omida and Malcolm to follow him. While that happened, I went ahead and called the NCPD line and gave them the information about the SCOV den cleared out and the bodies, along with the victim still alive but drugged. It was really strange because the bored-sounding woman on the line took all the information without showing any actual enthusiasm and then thanked me for the information. I don't think she actually meant that. Still, I turned my attention back to what lay at my feet. I had so many plans for this baby. This is it? Itchy asked as we parked. Right in front of Misty's Esoterica. Yeah. Have everyone sit tight. I need to go around the back and talk to the Ripper. Keep an eye on the trucks. I shouldn't take too long. I asked Itchy and he nodded. Hiromi, of course, was already out of the truck waiting for me. I stepped out and looked at the entrance to Misty's Esoterica with smile. Like walking into a dream. It looked the same. Hello? A quiet voice called out as a woman straight from Blade Runner walked around the corner from the back of her shop. Oh, I was right, I did hear someone. Welcome to my Esoterica. How can I help you today? She asked, looking Hiromi and I over as I smiled at her gently. Sorry, I actually have other business. Is Dr. Vector in? I asked and Misty almost pouted for a second. He is. Yours isn't a face I know. She mentioned as she blinked slowly at me. No. This is my first time. I'm a new client, I guess you could say. Motoko. Misty, as you might have guessed. Alright, come on, I'll show you the way. She offered with a smile as she guided us through the back and then into an alley. I could see Hiromi starting to frown a bit, but I knew that Victor was one of the best Ripper docs in the city. Definitely the best in this area at least. More importantly, he wasn't the type to rip out a kid's spine without anesthesia and chip them with a Sandivistan only to not give them the meds they would need. No, Vic was honorable. In a city almost completely devoid of it. There was a reason that I had instantly thought of him. Misty guided us to a set of stairs leading downward lit by a small green light, and I could feel Hiromi tensing up as she drew close to me. Door opening showed just a dark space with some junk on the floor. The fact she had her sword on her and was gripping it told me she was feeling particularly uncomfortable being led into a dark hole. I just smiled because I was completely comfortable. We hit the bottom of the stairs and Misty called out. Vic? You got a new client. She said as she looked through the protective door blocking the way. Is that so? A voice called out and the gate opened as Misty waved us in. Inside was a small Ripper doc office. It wasn't perfectly clean and tidy, but there was a sense at least that it wasn't a back alley Ripper, despite Victor being just that. The man was sitting at a desk as we walked in. Hiromi was looking around like she expected an ambush. Victor, though, seeing the two of us, smiled gently and rose up. Vector. Nice to meet you. He offered, offering a hand even if it was covered in Ripper mods. I took it casually to make sure I wasn't pricked. Motoko Kusanagi, and this is my chum Hiromi. Nice to meet you, Dr. Vector. Oh please, call me Vic, or Victor, if you must. Vic then. I agreed, easily earning a smile. Even Hiromi was calming down. Now how can I help you? Need something installed, or just a checkup? Neither, both? It's complicated. I have a business proposition for you. I'm hoping you'll be willing to help me out. I heard good things about you, so I am hoping the rumor was true. The man blinked a bit behind his glasses. Well, I doubt I have too many rumors about me anymore. I keep pretty quiet. It was about how you were a good guy. Don't rip people off, or install hacked Chrome. I tell him, which for a moment he actually seems a little proud of that. Well, I try to live up to that. What can I help you with? Right. Let me be blunt then. I'm a merc, and I just cleared a SCOV den. I heard Misty do a little gasp beside us as she had settled onto the table to watch our meeting take place. Vic, though, I watched as his eyebrows snapped together. I have 5 crates of Chrome. All sorts of stuff. From bargain bin junk, to, well, I don't know. I'm not really a Chrome merchant. I say, rubbing the back of my head a bit. I'll continue to be blunt. Most of it is stuff I won't get much from. Even if I tried to find people that would pay in eddies, most of the Chrome isn't great. It's why I came to you. I want to trust you. To believe your rumors, that you are a good guy, so here is the deal. I give you the crates. All of them. Everything in there except maybe some good stuff if me or my chums can use it. You can do whatever you want with it. Help people that need it. Sell it if that's what you want. But in exchange, I could use a Ripper I can actually trust. And maybe some advice on if any of the pieces are worth chipping in. I finished talking and let the room take in what I had just said. I could feel Hiromi tensing up next to me, probably wondering what the hell drug I was on. Giving stuff away in Night City? To someone that isn't even your chum? Vic was looking me over with a strong stare. The boxer that he used to be seemed to be looking me over, trying to figure out the angle of my punch. There wasn't one though. I just trusted Vic, and considering what he was like in the game, if I gave him a bunch of cheap chrome, I expected a lot of people struggling without, or with failing limbs, might find cheap to free chances to get new limbs soon. At least that was the hope. A guy willing to ignore a 20k debt from a merc. That was the sort of kindness you didn't see in Night City often. I wanted it for myself. That sounded kinda selfish, but it was true. If I could become someone Vic likes, then I could have a really good relationship with one of the best. Didn't wake up today expecting something like this. Alright. You want to know what kind of chrome you have, and if there is anything worth anything? Let's take a look. Great. The trucks are outside Misty's. What's the best way to bring the crates down? Let's back them up to the gate, I can open it up. Try to keep some eyes off, he chuckled as he rose up and actually sort of shooed us out of his clinic. I could hear Misty whispering something, and Vic chuckling a bit as he patted the girl on her shoulder. We all walked up and out. Hiromi sending me looks the whole time, but I threw her a simple thumbs up which made her roll her eyes at me before huffing a bit. We pulled the boys into helping, and 10 minutes later we had all 5 crates lined up against the inside of Vic's clinic. Misty was still hanging around as well, and now the boys were here. Looking around the place as Vic popped the lid on the first crate. I could hear his soft intake of breath as he looked over the many limbs laying in the crate. Yeah, fuck scavs. I said simply from beside him. There were at least 20 pairs of limbs in this crate alone. That's 20 people dead. No, it was more. Because not all the limbs were paired. Yeah. Vic grumbled a bit with a hint of a growl in his throat before he sighed and rubbed his eyes a bit. You sure about this, kid? This is a lot of chrome, even with its origins. It's because of its origins that I brought it to you. Might be able to help some people at least. Maybe. Most of this is mid-range stuff. He whispered looking through the pile. Got a few high-end pieces. Nothing I can see that is combat rated, but, he pulled out an arm that instead of the chrome lines, had a black lacquer. This an Arasaka piece. The sort of thing they hand out to low-level corporate. It's quality work. But not combat rated? No, it's a show piece. Lots of bells and whistles, but no good if you want to hit someone with it. He hummed, taking a moment to settle on the right word. Is there anything in there that would be useful to a merc? Not this crate. But there is more than enough chrome in here to buy something high-end. I can't pay for all this. You sure you don't want to sell it to someone else? I'm sure. I answered simply, which did cause the little huddle around Hiromi as the crew were obviously arguing about the lack of a payday. Idiots. Setting up a connection to a really good ripper doc, one that uses anesthesia when operating and knows what he is doing. Worth more than a few eddies. Plus Vic was cool. He started going through the crates, and there weren't any combat limbs. There was a few things that caught the boys' ears. Smart link system here. Solid one too. Militech. He called out, pulling out the, well, it was plastic bag with the palm of a hand inside it. Thankfully there wasn't any meat attached. I shivered. Fucking scavs. Victor just kept going through cataloging what we had brought him. The fact that he had found something everyone could use had the whole crew breaking away from their complaining huddle to come see. Like a pile of puppies when food is put out. I smirked a little at the thought. In the end, there wasn't much we could end up using. My hopes for the optics. Yeah, let's go with that. Saying ice makes it a little too much. The optics ended up being about on par with the stuff I already had. Sorry. Vic offered in the end, looking actually apologetic. Scavs don't tend to go for people who can fight back. They usually scan their target, make sure they are unarmed. Someone with combat-rated cyberware, or mantis blades or something they won't even approach. Yeah, that's why I figured you would get more use out of it than I would. I told him. Yeah, listen. I can't take all of this. Vic said. You're a bunch of kids. Taking on scavs. You probably risked your lives. I don't have the cash to come close to all of this chrome. Your skills as a ripper are worth more than some eddies. I tell him with a shrug. If you feel really bad. I think one of the boys wants that smart link. Maybe give us a discount on the chip, and we call it square. Heh, you're a weird one. Motoko, wasn't it? He asked, looking me over for a moment as if he was memorizing my face. That's right. All right. Considering how much stock you just dropped off in my lap, I don't mind chipping that in for free, But I can't accept all of this for nothing either. His eyes went blue and a moment later I had a deposit. That's too much. I couldn't help but argue instantly, only to get laughed at by the doc. I'm basically scamming you, kid, even with that. Take it. He refused, adjusting his glasses as he grabbed the smart link. Hand. Let me do a few scans on this, make sure it doesn't have any malware or anything, and whoever wants it? Me. Malcolm called out instantly, earning looks from the rest of the crew. Motoko. Hiromi whined to me, but I put up both hands. Don't look at me. Decide amongst yourselves who gets it. Oh, also. Here is the pay for the job. I tell them as my eyes turn blue. Vic had dropped 10 grand on my lap. So I passed 2 grand to everyone. I was now 2 grand richer. You should get it, Motoko. Ichi said even as Malcolm looked like a kicked puppy. No thanks. I tell them with a shrug. I don't use smart weapons. So it isn't really necessary to me, and there is some work I was thinking about doing on my arms first anyways. So might as well wait. Despite Hiromi looking like she wanted to argue with me, the crew huddled back together and after a minute there was a general grudging agreement. Malcolm was pushed towards the dock. Alright. Got my patient then. Hop on up. Let's get you chipped. I smiled at the eager look on Malcolm's face as we all settled in. The actual Chrome was a bit of a bust, but Vic was good people. Plus I bet if I asked him to keep an eye out for some Chrome he would be able to help out. We all waited around as Malcolm got his first piece of real Chrome. Not that it really would do much for him, I mean he had optics, everyone did. But they weren't combat optics. Regardless, after Vic finished chipping Malcolm, and gave him some drugs to take to help adjust to the new hand, we all left after I got Vic's number and he mine. I still can't believe we had all that Chrome, and you just gave it away. Surprisingly, Ichi had started complaining to me as soon as we hopped into his truck. I didn't give it away. I paid a Ripper doc a bunch of Chrome to have a solid rep with him. If I ever drag myself into his shop bleeding from a few holes he will patch me up. Rippers do that anyways. Ichi argued. Yeah. I agree with Ichi on this one, Motoko. I don't get it. Hiromi argued and I sighed. Just trust me. Having Vic on our side is going to pay dividends. He's good people. That should reassure them. It did not reassure them. Good people. Ugh, Motoko. Hiromi whined, putting her head in her hands. Why did we let her decide anything? She still has amnesia brain. And probably worse since she attacked a Skov Den solo. It was her gig. Ichi replied, sounding strained just to say it. Not happy about how it went, but we also didn't put in any risk. I've been paid less for moving crates before. Yeah, but this could have been a big break. Hiromi whined, looking back at me. I'm removing your gig choosing privileges. You can't. I argue back, rolling my eyes at her. I'll tell June what you did. I would tell June what I did, if I ever see him. I told her. It sounded a little petulant even to my ears. That quieted the argument for a minute. Sorry, Motoko. I know June has been difficult. Yeah. I agree before sighing. I was quiet on the rest of the way back. Ichi pulling up in front of the apartment, which I was grateful for. My arm still hurt. I ignored the looks I was getting as I pulled my new baby out of the truck. The HMG really was a monster. I could barely get it around with only one good arm. I waved off Hiromi's help as I hefted the HMG in my arms and hauled it into the apartment, getting plenty of looks as I stepped into the elevator. An HMG, 2 K-Eddies, a pile of other weapons that I had stuffed in a bag I found, and a relationship with Victor. All for the low price of murdering a group of people and almost dying a few times. I walked inside. Once again June wasn't home. I dropped the HMG on the living room table, kinda liking how it looked sitting there. Then I flopped on the couch. My arm still hurt. I laid down and went to sleep. Wait. Fuck. I cursed as I jumped back to my feet. Fuck. I cursed myself. I was a moron. I forgot to check if they had any cars parked in the garage. I could have stolen a new ride. Fuck. I was practically humming when I went for my jog the next day. I had some more eddies in my pocket. I had leveled up, and had a stat and skill point I needed to figure out, and my arm didn't hurt anymore. I definitely didn't make any massive blunders like not searching for new wheels. Nope. That was some other Motoko. Definitely. Knocking over the Skov Den was in every respect a good thing. My morals hiding in the corner after I beat them like a red-headed stepchild aside. Scavs were monsters. So even that didn't bother me too much. Walk through a Skov Den and see the dead, ripped apart bodies of the people inside, and you won't have much difficulties committing murder as well. Now I just needed to find more Scavs. I jogged down the block as I plotted. I had unfortunately run through my knowledge of SCOV locations. I considered going to Wakako to ask if she had any info, but it was probably best if I relax and let myself decompress. I did just murder a lot of people. It was probably bad for my mental health to instantly look for more people to kill. So instead I jogged around the block going slow on my way to the gym. Every device I walked past I tried quick hacking with ping. Time to train. Even if I couldn't level quick hacking itself yet, I still needed to grind intelligence. Plus after an hour of slowly making my way to the gym, I would have some time to hammer at a sandbag. Back at home after a shower. I still had a smile on my face because of my level up at the gym. Street Brawler skill level up. Level 4 felt great. Combined with grapple, I felt actually pretty confident in a brawl. I mean not against a gorilla arms Borg or something, but if a SCOV grabbed me, I think I'll survive. When I settled onto the couch I looked first at my baby, the HMG, and then at the radio. Intelligence. I reminded myself. As fun as playing with the HMG would be, I really needed to get to the point where I could actually do some net running stuff. Intelligence. I got XP for it whenever I trained breach or quick hack. Which was the most consistent method I had figured out, but it was slow. I needed to raise net running. I could have handled the fight with the Borg a lot easier if I could hack his optics, or just shut his cyberware down. So I headed out into the city, pinging and breaching every vending machine I could find again. That night I gained 4 intelligence XP alerts. But not a level. It was just on the edge of being too mindless for me to enjoy the grind. But every time I got the alert it made me feel better. Plus since I was literally breaking into every vending machine I walked past, I did get myself some treats from time to time. Over the next 2 days I really didn't do much more than grind. I had even taken to trying to sneak around while breaching. Training myself on how best to move while hacking to keep myself out of sight. I hadn't earned anything for ninjutsu yet, but considering I was pretty visibly walking down the street and pretending to sneak around, I just did my best to pretend no one could see me acting like a massive dork. It even let me work some athletics training in, as I was jogging around the city. But grinding can't go on forever. I was mid-breach on a vending machine when it happened. I got a text. Asterisk Wakako, come to my parlor. We need to talk asterisk. That was it. Not a woman of many words Wakako. I shrugged, finished up my breach and rose up from where I had been crouching behind a trash can. Ignored the old guy next to me that was fencing stolen clothes by the looks of it, pretended he didn't exist as I walked casually down the sidewalk. I was pretty far from home, would have to take a train on the way back. But I wondered what Wakako wanted. A short train ride back to my area I walked down Jig Jig Street, bypassed the dolls, and ignored the lecherous looks from the gonks, walked into Wakako's parlor. Good you're here. Come in, stop wasting time. Wakako called out before I could even walk up to her receptionist. Shrugging, I passed through Wakako's bead door. To my surprise though, Wakako wasn't alone. A man was lounging in the chair in front of Wakako, looking bored. Although as he looked over his shoulder his eyes shot up. You're kidding. She's a kid. I am not. Wakako said bluntly. You wanted a gun for hire. Here she is. Wakako answered as she pointed a well-manicured finger at me. Meet Motoko Kusanagi. 14. 3 days ago she raided a SCOV den. Alone. I verified this myself. No footage unfortunately, but 11 scavs were recovered from the site. 12. I couldn't help but admit after Wakako finished. She looked at me suddenly, eyes hard. Stashed one in a fridge. They probably just thought he was a victim. Wakako nodded in acceptance of my words and turned back to the man. The man hummed a little but shook his head. That's great, impressive and all. I don't work with kids. He answered flatly, pointing at me. I don't even know what is going on. I interrupted again, looking to Wakako. Can I get brought in on the sitch? This is Scorpion, a nomad. Due to some circumstances he came to me for help on a gig. Wakako said simply waving at me. You don't have time to overly argue about what help you can get. You wanted someone that could watch your back for the eddies you offered? Out of my pool of talent few would even hear you out at the price you offer. The girl has proven herself that I am recommending her for your job. Here is my offer. Take it or leave it. What's the gig? I interrupt again. Before he hems and haws about it, maybe I should find out if I'm even willing to take it? I turn to look at the man. No offense. None taken. He grumbled looking to Wakako and she once again pointed to me. Fine. Here are the deets. I got a deal going on. Gotta keep it. Low. The family wouldn't like it. Basically got a Raffin Shiv that owes me a favor. Saved his life a year back. Despite all the bad blood, he used to be an Aldecaldos. Knew him as a kid. Little snot-nosed brat. The man sighed, rubbing at his bald head. I get it. I prompted, and the man got himself back together. Yeah, well, I saved his ass during a storm. We talked some shit. He won't be welcome back, but he got in contact with me a week ago. Said the Raffin found something preem. Something I would very much like. Now it's not that I trust him. I don't, but I don't think he is trying to ambush me either. He has something I want, I have some eddies and, well, family stuff. Anyway, I'll need someone to watch my back. Just in case, we are going to Raffin territory after all. So since you can't bring the Aldecaldos into it, considering you came to Wakako to hire a gun, I confirmed. About sums it up. What's the pay? Not really sure it matters. You need someone you can trust at your back in a potential firefight. I might be a street kid, but I'm a professional. I'll fight to get us both out of there if something goes bad. I answered simply. That of course depends on the pay. I add in at the end with a shrug. 2 thou. He offered, but I sensed it immediately. We were haggling. 3. You are putting me in the path of the Raffin. I added. The fucking Skav nomads. Or better, they were crazy Mad Max villains traveling the dusty roads and thieving, murdering and raping their way through the desert. 2. Good chance it will just be a long quiet drive and a nice paycheck. 2. And I'll not ask you for ammo pay. I countered. He was quiet for a minute before he sighed. 2. Agreeing to bring me along. Excellent. Now both of you. Get out. Wakako ordered with the irritation only an old woman can give when forced to stay around younger people. Thanks. Scorpion offered with a roll of his eyes at her, but his eyes went blue a moment later and Wakako nodded. Seemed she got her payment. I followed Scorpion out of the parlor before he turned on me. Listen. It's against my better judgment to bring you on. I don't. The nomads don't bring kids into dangerous situations like this. I've gone solo into a Skav den. It's not my first gig. Right. Alright, listen, it's already late, and I'm not looking to have to camp out in the desert. So we will head out tomorrow morning. Sounds good? Yeah, it sounds fine. We flashed each other our contact information. A weird feeling that I was starting to get used to. Perfect. He grumbled as he headed out into the darkness of Jig Jig Street. Raffin huh. Fucking scavs. I whispered, thinking about this gig. The Solos guide said I should determine what level of violence to bring to a table for every gig. And prepare to kill if necessary. Yeah, I think I was ready to kill in this case. I went home and sent June a text asking if he would be home tonight. I never did get a response. The next morning Scorpion and I confirmed after a quick back and forth how our meetup was gonna go. He was not pleased that I didn't have a ride, and he had to come pick me up. Nomads. Practically married to their rides and expect everyone else to be too. Of course I got to see his irritation at waiting out on the sidewalk for me disappear into a sort of odd shock. Because I was bringing my new baby. With 2 arms it wasn't too bad to walk out of the apartment, much to the fearful gaze of all the people I walked past as I carried my HMG at my side. SMG around my chest, all fully loaded and ready for war. Honestly, I think cold blood was active, because I felt completely calm as I walked around Scorpion's cute little hatchback car. It was a Thornton Galena according to the information that I had picked up from living in the city, but it was heavily modified. Obviously. Damn. Scorpion muttered, looking me over, as I settled my baby in the back seat. Before pulling the seat back in place. I like to be prepared. Just be happy you aren't paying for ammo. I told him as I settled into the seat. It was then I noticed. He had his jacket hood up. I shrugged. If he liked driving around with a hood over his head, I wasn't going to comment. Alright then. He uttered, actually sounding a little impressed. Well, get comfortable, it'll be about 4 hours for us to hit the meeting site. And it might be a while before he shows up. So I hope you ate. I sighed at his words and gave him an apologetic smile. We stopped at a diner before leaving the city limits. Other than needling each other about our choice in music stations, it was a quiet drive. Scorpion was obviously used to driving alone. So I kept that in mind. Besides, even if this was the easy part, I was on a job. I kept my eyes out on the world around us and myself prepared for a battle. I had thought keeping focused for so long would be difficult, or draining, but it wasn't. I simply felt that coolness in my mind that made it so easy to stay focused and alert. I had a feeling I wouldn't be able to stay cool forever. Yet. But it would last more than long enough for this gig. I would relax more on the way back. Eventually, a few hours into the drive as we drove through long desert roads, Scorpion broke the silence. So what made you into a merc? Not a normal job for a kid your age. A couple things I guess, but really it just felt right. I have some skill, and I wanted to do something with it. I offered with a shrug. Better than sitting around doing nothing, I guess. Crazy. Mercs die, you know? Everyone dies. I countered, looking over to him. I don't go out to die, but I know it can happen. Honestly, I was more afraid of killing someone else than dying myself at first. Or having someone I care about die. So that's what drives me. If I can get better, get good equipment, get good cyberware, I'm more likely to be able to save my friends and family when something goes wrong. You sound like a nomad. He offered with a chuckle. Nah. I like putting my feet up in my air-conditioned apartment too much for that. Low blow about the AC. He said quietly a moment later, and I couldn't help but chuckle. I guess hanging out in the California desert every day could get a bit warm sometimes. Sorry. Nah, it's alright. He chuckled and we fell back into listening to the radio as we drove through the dust. Scorpion, Driss Mariana. Alright. I called Connor, should show up in about an hour. He isn't happy about how late I am, but... Scorpion shrugged, it didn't matter. Connor would get over it. She gave a single nod after hearing him before continuing her walk around. Scorpion had to admit. The girl was professional. They had stopped off at a pretty common halfway house. A place to hide out in a storm if necessary. She had immediately cleared it and then began walking a perimeter, checking over the area. Scorpion had to admit, it was nice to know she was at least reliable. Then again, he wouldn't really know how reliable she truly was until the bullets started flying. No, shook his head, throwing away the thought. If the bullets started flying, he trusted Connor not to betray him here. Not when he was also carrying letters and pictures from home along with his eddies. It would be the first pictures Connor would see of his niece. The girl his merc, which still embarrassed him to have actually brought along, was doing a solid job of looking around. She moved. She moved like she had military experience. He would know. The Unification War had left its marks on many of the Aldecaldos, himself included. He still sometimes woke up in the middle of the night reaching for the controls of his tank. It would usually take a few minutes of holding onto the steering wheel of his gecko before he could relax. But this girl was way too young to have been in the war. What did Wakako say? 14? She would have been 9 then. Far too young for even the Corps to draft her. Although there were 100 other options that could cause her to move like a trained soldier, Scorpion decided to push it out of his mind. Wakako had recommended her, and he hired her. He settled onto the hood of his gecko to wait, watching as the girl finished her perimeter check before she actually climbed up the side of the way house, settling in next to a piece of the wayhouse AC unit that caused her to practically disappear from view. Damn. He shrugged it off and waited. Time ticked down as he simply enjoyed the peace of the desert. Unfortunately, as always, things can't go easy. Before he saw Connor, he saw the storm. Hey, storm's coming in. If he doesn't make it before it hits, we will need to get inside. He called out as he noticed the dust cloud building up from the south. Wouldn't be long. Fortunately, only a minute after that he heard wheels. He knew the sound of every engine in the desert. Which is why he relaxed a Thornton Colby, Connor's ride. He settled in, signaling the girl with a thumbs up. Which he saw she returned, poking up from the roof. Damn, she was hard to see. Connor's ride pulled up. And Scorpion had to wince. The Raffin symbols and alterations covered the older Aldecaldo's images. You could barely see them. The younger man that slipped out was just a teenager. Barely 18 really. Scorpion sighed. Connor. Driss. Good to see you, you old Scorpion. He offered with a smile that didn't quite meet his eyes. You got it? Scorpion asked, looking at the little trailer that Connor was pulling. Course. He said, popping the hatch and showing off the Preem Brennan Apollo. A motorcycle that Driss had been trying to get a hold of for a while. He always wanted a bike. All right. He pulled out the shard from his pocket. Letters, pictures, videos, everything. Your mom forced me to tell you this. Make sure you take care of yourself. Driss added as he handed over the shard. Yeah, she would say that. Connor added, sounding quiet as his shoulders slumped. Getting expelled from the family never came easy. Sometimes it was a relief to the family. Sometimes kids did stupid shit. Thanks, Driss. All right. Give me the eddies and this thing is yours. Connor added quickly. I want to get out of here before anyone notices. You threw off my schedule. We were supposed to meet up yesterday. Sorry, I had to run to Night City. Wanted to. It doesn't matter. He shrugged. His eyes shifted to blue as he transferred the eddies. Cool. Connor said with a sigh of relief as they both hurried over to the trailer, pulling it off Connor's pickup and wheeling it over to Scorpion's gecko. The storm was getting close. Might have to camp out. Driss offered, seeing that the storm was getting close. Nah. I need to hurry back. Hopefully no one will even notice I was gone. You don't. Well, you kinda know, but you don't really know what the Raffen are. You hear that? Connor offered, turning as his face went white. Engines. Scorpion agreed. Looking concerned himself. That's the same direction you came from. I recognize that engine. Fuck. They followed me. Connor said, suddenly rushing to his ride. Get out of here. I was never here. He yelled out quickly as he jumped into his truck and took off. Fuck. Driss cursed. He was still holding the trailer, not even finished attaching it to his gecko. But suddenly another pair of hands were there. Leave it. We need to go. 5 vehicles. The girl said as she appeared beside him. Her voice was completely calm, as if talking about the weather. Pushing the trailer hitch off the gecko and leaving them free to run. Damn it, you're right. He growled, dropping it and rushing to the driver's seat. He slipped in, seeing the girl pushing the passenger seat forward and was maneuvering her big-ass machine gun. I guess it was a good thing you brought that after all. We'll see. She said calmly, as if everything that was happening didn't concern her in the slightest. They peeled out. Scorpion flooring it to get out of here. But it was too late. By the time they heard the vehicles, they were too close. They see us. She said as she was looking out the back window. Yeah. Hold on. I'm aiming for the storm. Hopefully we can lose them in the dust. He called out, swerving off the road, heading towards the wall of dust coming closer and closer. She didn't say anything after that, and Scorpion focused on driving. Ramping off dunes, dodging dips, he used every ounce of skill he had to try and lose them. But the Raffen were just as good. They were just as used to the desert as he was. They even had 2 bikes with them. The sound of their engines growing closer and closer. I'm rolling down the window. She said suddenly, and he looked over as she poked her head out, and suddenly her SMG went off. A few moments later, he could hear the sound of one of the bikes crashing into a wreck. She jerked back into the vehicle as he heard bullets start arcing up the back of his car. Damn it, they are shooting at my baby. They are shooting at us too. She muttered flatly before peeking out again, and another rapid-fire exchange. The second motorcycle peeled off to Scorpion's relief, but suddenly he jerked. His gecko started dragging through the sand instead of skimming over it. They shot your tire. She said flatly as she slipped back into the back seat. Her SMG dropped onto the floor as she grabbed the HMG in the back. It took her a moment as she looked around, trying to figure out the best way to do it, but then she grabbed a seatbelt. A few moments she had it wrapped around her right arm as she held the HMG on her left. Then she opened the passenger door. The wind nearly slammed it shut, but she pushed it back open with the butt of the machine gun. She damn near stepped out of the car while he was going through dunes, and Scorpion was sure this merc was insane, but she sidled out carrying the HMG. And then she started firing. He winced. The sound was thunderous, and he could see the way she was resting the guns back against his passenger door. He could see the bolts holding the door together strain as she allowed it to handle some of the recoil. Damn it. But a moment later, in his rearview mirror, he saw one of the Raffen trucks, with its entire front covered in bullet holes, slide sideways and start crashing. She kept firing. Damn. He was gonna have to thank Wakako for introducing him to the only merc in the city that walked around with an HMG, wasn't he? Unfortunately, his luck didn't hold out. His tire must have finally finished shredding itself apart as his gecko bucked at just the wrong time. Instead of sliding over dune, he smashed into it. The loss of the tire, the fact he was gunning it to try and escape. Too late. The gecko flipped. He lost track of everything as the car started rolling. Eventually everything stopped. He was dizzy and forced to blink the growing dust out of his eyes as he looked around. He was alone in the car. Girl and her HMG were gone. He reached down, up, and slowly popped his seatbelt off, grunting as he fell onto the roof of his baby. He winced at the glass that was coating his landing pad. He reached down to pull his gun as he tried the door. It was jammed. With a grunt he slipped out of windshield, forcing himself to move, because he knew what came next. Unfortunately, by the time he crawled out of the car, there was already a shotgun pressed against the back of his head. He dropped his pistol. He knew this was over. His gun was slipped from the sand and he was forced to roll over, wincing as he was pretty sure one of his ribs were broken. He looked up into the gas mask and goggles of someone he didn't want to see. How's it going, Frank? Well well. Look who I finally caught. Scorpion, you son of a bitch. I'm going to enjoy bartering you back to your family. Get him up. Frank ordered, and Scorpion sighed as his arms were grabbed and he was hauled up. Suddenly shots rang out. Bullets started flying and the Raffen moved as one, grabbing weapons and firing into the dust. It took them a moment to find their shooter. The girl. She was on her belly, face covered in blood, a pistol in one hand as she looked like she had crawled over to start firing. He tried to call out. To tell the Raffen to leave her alone, but it wasn't going to happen. A few rounds shot back at her, but eventually they all heard it, even over the sound of the storm kicking up. Her gun clicked as it was out of ammo. Immediately one of the Raffen charged, as he watched her struggle to reload. Seeing the man approaching, she hefted herself up on her knees as she rose to meet him. The man going to knock her out found a knife instead as she whipped it free and stabbed him in the leg. His scream was loud, and it cut off a few moments later as she seemed to crawl over, stabbing as she went, and then sliced his throat. She was grabbing the Raffen's rifle when a shot rang out. A small cloud of blood burst from her back as she fell backwards, rolling into the sand and down the dune. Scorpion looked away. Frank had grabbed his own rifle and taken a shot, blowing a hole through her chest. Get him up. I've lost enough people over this shit. Frank grunted, sounding not at all pleased with the situation. Sorry, kid. Scorpion whispered. All he could do for her. He now had his own problems. Itchy knows. The night after the Skavden raid, Itchy was drinking. What else could he do? He just made more eddies in a few hours of work than he had in any span of days working for Shobo-sama. But he knew he couldn't do the same job that Motoko had done. He talked to the older Tiger Claws when he was playing Gopher or doing odd jobs for them. They often liked to talk about previous gigs they had done, of the firefights they had been in. So he knew exactly how dangerous it was to hit a Skavden. Sure, if you were properly borged out, you could do it. Scavs often weren't the best fighters or the best equipped, but they were all armed, all ready to murder you. Gunfights sounded cool until you were in one and the other guy was firing back. What's up, kid? You've been glaring at the bottom of your drink since you got back. One of the very same older Tiger Claws asked as he plopped his can of Asahi on the table beside Itchy. Seriously, you look like you're going to kill your beer. Hataki. I took a gig from a friend today. You lost someone? Went bad? No, the opposite. It was over before I even got there. I was just the cleanup crew. Nothing more. Huh. So you made some easy eddies. What's got you down? The friend that called me into the job. She's. Ugh. It sounds so stupid. I'm jealous. She went from being in the hospital to running jobs that I couldn't pull off. She is younger than me. How does a 14-year-old clear an entire Skavden by herself? I don't get it. By herself? You sure? Yeah, I'm sure. She didn't even call us in until it was all over. We are supposed to be her chums. I mean, if she said she was going to try and hit a Skavden, I would have had Hiromi sit on her, because it's dumb. I get it. She did something impossible. Something beyond what you think you could do. Yeah. He grumbled, glaring at his beer. Well, kid. I'll be honest. A kid your age? A 14-year-old able to do a job like that? That ain't normal. She's an edge runner for sure. I know. My goal was to be an edge runner, not her. Motoko never wanted that before, and now? She is already doing it. Don't be stupid, kid. You don't want to be an edge runner. They burn bright, but only a quarter as long. Your chum? She'll be dead before she's 20. Hell, if she is already doing this shit? Before 16. Don't live your life like that, Itchy. Burn slower and longer. Trust me. As a guy in his 40s. I've seen a lot of chums, men and women better than me at fighting, but also better than me at dying. Hataki offered, taking a swig of his beer. I don't think I can help it. Feeling jealous. Yeah, well. Just remember, becoming an edge runner has a cost. That level of skill. That willingness to put your life on the line? Hataki shook his head. If she is your chum, then do your best to help out, but make sure you know the line. Edge runners don't always realize what is dangerous for normal people. The closest I ever got to getting flatlined was when I backed up an edge runner chum. Got shot up for my trouble. What if I want to do that? Become an edge runner. Make it big, and prove that I'm not just a gopher? Hataki sort of nodded his head for a moment before sighing. Then be ready to be used up, kid. Used like a tool. Used as a weapon. Being a gopher ain't bad. At least you know you'll come back home after a day's work. Instead of being thrown into the trash because it's convenient. Hataki sounded like this advice was personal. That this advice came from experience. Ichi wasn't sure if he could accept it though. To give up on his dream of making it big. Of becoming more. I grunted as I heard the trucks drive off. This storm was starting to piss me off. With shaky hands I reached into one of my thigh pouches and pulled out a Mac stock. I had found a few of them in the Skov den, and since I now knew how useful they were standard kit. I huffed it and a moment later my body didn't feel like I was dying. I grunted as I sat up, crawling over to a nice rock that I could rest against as I caught my breath. Getting thrown from a fast-moving car into the desert? Not fun. Smashing into a rock on the way? Ow. Getting shot again? Double ow. I winced as I reached behind me and felt the hole in my net suit. Yeah, the bullet had gone right through. Fuck. I was gonna have to start crafting soon just to repair my clothes. Why did people keep shooting me? I sighed, coughing a bit at just how much dust was swirling around me. I could barely see through how thick it was getting. And it was starting to get hard to breathe. I rose up unsteadily, and then even less steadily as I nearly fell. My leg wasn't great. I messed it up when I went flying from the car. Worse, the wind was getting strong. I fought against it as I climbed back up the hill towards Scorpion's car. Might be able to take shelter inside until this storm was over. I clambered up the hill and just at the top I tripped. Coughing a bit I pulled myself up and realized I had tripped on a corpse. Oh yeah, the guy I stabbed. Instantly I noticed something I needed. Rising up and heading back to grab the goggles from his head. After a minute of struggling to get them clear enough of dust to see I put them on, and while it wasn't great, at least I could open my eyes. Then I grabbed the guy's dust mask. It was gross. But as I put it on, I could breathe a lot easier. I continued searching him, gotta get loot after all. I smiled as I found my knife. That went into my sheath. A little more digging I did find my pistol as well. I was honestly super relieved. That had been a gift from June. I didn't want to lose it. Okay. I could see, breath, and I had a weapon. Let's get to work. Scorpion's car was a wreck. Even if I did have the key shard I wouldn't get it moving. I sighed. As I looked outwards. I knew the general path. My eyes' GPS meant I knew exactly the direction to get back to the wayhouse. So since I didn't find anything of value, I started walking, trudging through the desert. First I would get to the wayhouse. Then I would start searching for the Raffen base. I had considered just sitting tight, hitchhiking back to the city. But I had been hired for a job. The Solos guide had mentioned that some gigs would blow up in your face. That you would have to make a decision about what kind of solo you wanted to be. The sort that once the job gets out of control walks away. The ones that lived long lives, but were never respected. Or the one that when shit blew up they stood up and got to work. Considering how pissed I was? Yeah. I think I'm the kind that got to work. It took almost an hour to reach the wayhouse. Trudging against dust and sand up and over dunes. I noticed that the trailer with the motorcycle that was what caused all of this was gone. Connor was going to be answering some questions next time I saw him. I hauled myself inside, taking a moment to pull off the dust mask and the goggles. I headed into the bathroom and found a sink. Running water. Thank God. I washed my face, allowing my eyes to stop aching from all the dust for the first time in over an hour. Then I washed the goggles and the dust mask as best I could, drying them a bit. I wiped them down and put them back on. I felt like I could actually fight now. I did throw a bandage that I ripped out of an old sheet around my shoulder. Didn't want people to see the hole that was still there even if it was mostly closed after the Mac stock. Ow. I was just getting ready to head back into the storm, to stumble around in the direction of where I had seen the sand trails the Raffen vehicles had left as they chased us, but I heard it over the howl of the wind. A car. I slipped into a dark corner, behind the door, Unity ready. The engine cut off, and I could hear cursing, but I didn't hear the engine start again. Instead I heard it. Someone coming up to the door. Someone opening the door. Someone stumbling inside. Someone familiar. Fucking Storm. Fucking Frank. My bike. Bastard clept my bike. He moaned as the door closed behind him as he took off a mask and goggles like the set I had, and spat dust out of his mouth. I struck, a kick right to the back of his knee, arm hooked around his own. Ow. My shoulder wasn't happy with the movement. But it worked, sending him slamming into the floor on his back. I settled on his chest. With my Unity pressed against his mouth. What the fuck? He squealed when the barrel of my Unity slipped past his teeth. No talking. I said simply as he stilled. Feeling my gun in his mouth did a great job shutting him up. I have 2 questions for you, Connor. You are going to answer them very clearly. Because otherwise you get to repaint the floor. Did you set up Scorpion? I asked as I gently pulled my gun out from his mouth. No. I told him. I told him he was late. If he had shown up at the time I told him it would have been fine. He was supposed to be here yesterday. Frank and the others were busy, there was a boxing match everyone was watching. But Scorpion was late. Alright. I'll give you a pass on that. Next question. Where did they take Scorpion? It's an old gas station nearby. Here. I can send you the location. Just don't kill me. My eyes flashed as I received the text with the GPS coordinates. He was right. It was close. Now get ready, you are giving me a ride. No, he squeaked out. I pushed the barrel of my Unity just a tad deeper against his face. No? I can't. They'll know if I get close. They have sensors all over the desert looking for vehicles. If I bring you close they'll kill us. Both of us. I already need to get out of here. He whined pathetically at me. I sighed. Fine. I stood up and stepped back into the storm, leaving Connor on the floor to his fate. Sure, I could have waited. I could take a nap and get my leg back into shape, but I wasn't sure how long Scorpion had before the Raffen killed him. I don't remember super well the Raffen missions from the game, but I do remember they weren't gentle on their captured people. I didn't have time to take a nap. So I pointed myself towards the GPS marker I set up and started trudging. Hopefully I would actually find them and not just be led into a trap. I was in luck. The little setup that looked like it used to be a gas station with a few little stores all around it was now covered in Raffen Shiv markings. Mostly Wraith graffitied over the old concrete that I only could barely make out in the storm. I settled against the wall, letting myself think this through. I found them. Scorpion was inside, along with a small army of Raffen. Since I was here, alone, with someone I needed to rescue, I had to do this right. The Wraith that I had killed before, both the one on the bike that I had blow apart with my baby, which was now long gone. Dang. I just realized my poor HMG was somewhere in the desert. Damn it. I shook it off, focusing back on my current issue. Between the biker and the Wraith I had stabbed to death I had leveled up. That meant I had 2 stat and skill points. So I spent them. Cool 8, and Ninjutsu 7. I had been planning on spending my points on intelligence and breach, but in this case, I once more needed stealth on my side. So I dropped both points. I shivered a bit as it felt like my mind grew a little bit colder. No more like I was just that much more capable of ignoring anything but my objective. Pain, emotions, fear. All of it simply frozen solid. I rose up to my feet, ignoring the limp I had been battling with the whole way as I walked around the edge of the brick wall covered in graffiti. I slipped into the compound like a ghost. It was almost startling how simple it all felt. To move without making a sound. The storm which I had been fighting through the entire path was simply accepted. Instead of fighting it, I let it flow through me, helping instead of hindering. My senses felt sharp as I started hunting. I had no idea how many wraiths there were in the compound, so I would simply have to clear them out, one at a time. The first thing I found wasn't a victim. The feeling of my danger sense was what alerted me, told me I was about to be seen. I slipped backwards, instantly looking around the corner of the building I had just walked out from. It was a camera, set up in the ceiling looking out over the center of the little bundle of buildings. I smiled as my eyes shifted to gold. I started breaching. It took a few minutes, but when it was done, I was through. Then I sent my ping quick hack. My eyes shone as I got small little alerts over my HUD telling me general where everyone was. It wasn't like in the game. I wasn't seeing people through walls. Instead, it was like a little icon showing me generally where they were. But it didn't matter. I saw enough. The wraiths were all connected to the security system. I could see the few wandering around, but most were bunkered up to wait out the storm. My first victim was quickly chosen. A tarp covering a door to keep the dust out of a smaller room that had their security systems. I peeked in through the window, knowing exactly where to best do so to remain unseen. There was one man inside, grumbling to himself about the dust as he watched some TV on one of the monitors. The rest showed only dust. I crawled in without even ruffling the tarp. With Ninjutsu 7, I no longer felt like a kid playing hide and seek. No, I had training. Years of reflexes and instincts, muscle memory and not quite memory, but just an understanding of what to do. The man was eating some instant noodles. I let him finish slurping his last bite, chewing it and swallowing before my knife slipped through his throat. He gurgled weakly for a moment, his arm trying to reach for an alert, or trying to save himself. I didn't let him. 100 ninjutsu XP gained. 500 XP gained. Blade skill level up. Blade 4. Nice. I reached behind my neck and grabbed my connection port. Pulling the cord free, I clicked it into the computer system. Breaching the system directly. It was harder. Breaching a single camera's security was easy. Breaching into an actual security setup? If I hadn't just murdered their security guy, I had a feeling I might not have even succeeded. I could see the computer sending an alert pop-up about an intrusion, even as I worked. Luckily, there was no one to see the alert. And after a few minutes I was in. Their system was completely under my control. More importantly, I finally got the alert I had been waiting for. Intelligence leveled up. Intelligence 3. Yes. Instantly a demon was uploaded. Something I hadn't even thought of, just an instinctual reflex. It was sent out to all the Wraith attacking their network. Their optics would suddenly have difficulty spotting me as the demon would try to blur me out of their sight. There. I breathed out as I slipped back into the storm. Time to ghost this gig. Frank Elder. Raph and Shiv, Wraith. This show was dumb. Frank decided as he flicked off the channel. With the storm going on, he had come down to his little underground home away from home. Well, it was just his home now. He stretched. He could hear the storm finally letting up. Might actually be able to get something done today. He rose up from the old beat-up couch that he probably would need to get replaced soon. The blood stains were getting a little much. Scorpion was still hanging around. He smiled, looking towards the man. He was hanging from his wrists by a set of chains. Hang in there, Scorp. We'll think about reaching out to the Aldecaldos in a few hours. Maybe. He laughed at his joke as he walked past the man. The glare he was getting for his words caused him to alter his path. A heavy fist into Scorpion's stomach reminded the man that he was a prisoner. Scorpion's heavy cough told him he would need to let up soon. Didn't want to kill the guy. He was a chance for a payday after all. Well, didn't want to kill him yet. If he could work it out, he would get the eddies and kill old Scorpion as well. That would be a nice bonus. There. A reminder of where you are. He told Scorpion, reaching up and slapping his cheeks a bit, laughing as the nomad moaned at Frank's roughness on his bruised face. Feeling a little upbeat at the situation, he walked up the stairs. Sure, Connor had turned out to be a bitch. Dealing with his old family was a big no-no. Especially since he hadn't told Frank. If he had, they could have ambushed Scorpion. Instead, they had to chase him down. Losing people, equipment. It was a mess. Ah well. They would get a nice paycheck for ransom, and Connor. Well, he had nowhere to go now. The Aldecaldos wouldn't harbor him, and now the Wraiths would know he was weak. Frank smiled. He would quite enjoy ripping the boy apart. It would be a good way to remind the others not to go against his will. He walked into the upper floor and was surprised no one was around. Harold. Where you at? I want that windshield fixed on that Revenant. Harold. He looked around confused. The garage was empty. Harold. He walked out of the building looking around the courtyard. Where the hell is everybody? Hey, I want everyone back to work. These cars are still full of holes. He roared. But other than the wind. No response came back. He drew his overture. The big revolver was a good weapon. The noise and power gave him a certain respect whenever he had to shoot someone acting up. Someone better be on the cameras. He growled, rushing across the dusty courtyard to the security room. He walked in and stopped. David? He called, noticing the body slumped over. He rushed up and saw it. Throat was slit. Fuck. He reached over and hit the alarm button. Instantly a noise echoed through the area. It lasted for a few seconds, more than long enough to alert everyone. But as Frank headed back into the courtyard, nothing happened. He looked around waiting for his men to show up. Slowly he realized there weren't the usual hoots and hollers of his men. No gunfire. Not the sound of engines starting up, or even boots rushing around. It was a ghost town. He jerked around searching for anything. Not a thing moved but the dust. He moved. Rushing into the barracks. The boys would be fucking around on some BD again. Surely that was it. He entered into a charnel house. The floor practically pools of blood as 4 of his boys lay dead. Henry was in his bed, BD wreath still active even with his throat opened. Kengo was slumped in his big-ass chair. It was comfortable, and Kengo had hauled it across the entire desert on top of his little packrat of a car. Someone had stuffed a screwdriver into his ear. It was still quietly dripping blood down the handle into the growing puddle. The other 2 were slumped over the back of the couch. He didn't need to look any further. He knew they were dead. Who the fuck was doing this? Sure, the Wraiths made enemies, but this was crazy. No one in this desert had this kind of skill. No one took out a room with 4 men without setting off an alarm. That was corpo intelligence type shit. He left the room in a hurry, searching. Every room he came across that was supposed to be occupied was now only occupied by the dead. Boomer. The crazy bastard who had been with Frank since the beginning. A friend from his old nomad family that had left right alongside him, and to this day still carried far too many grenades, had his head caved in by the looks of it. A fucking carpenter's hammer stuck in the back of his head. His body slumped over his workbench. His empty workbench. Frank swallowed as he looked around. No one. Who had done this? He was losing his cool. He knew it. His gun was starting to get a little twitchy as he held it out in front of him. Then he came to a decision. Fuck this. He was going to get to his car and floor it. He would join the other Wraith group at the cement factory. Sure, he would have to shut up and take it from that asshole Hook. But fuck it. Better to lick boots than get murdered by some Arasaka ninja. They hadn't even hit an Arasaka shipment. He slipped into the garage, breathing out a sigh of relief that his Reaver was still where it should be. His baby was fast. It would get him out of here in a hurry. He was done with this shit show. He made it 3 steps before suddenly gunfire erupted around him. He cursed, ducking down, and was only saved because of the subdermal armor he had chipped in a year back. The bullet that just knocked into his back would have been it. He fired blindly towards where he thought the gunfire came from, his overture barking as he ducked behind the cars deeper into the garage. I don't know who you are. He yelled out as he kept moving. He just needed to get to his car. But I don't want any of it. Whatever you want. Just take it. He crouched down. Not a sound reached him. Fuck, whoever sent some sort of corpo assassin after his gang. Who the fuck did he kill to deserve this? He couldn't think of anything that would bring this level of heat down on him. He slowly snuck around his Reaver. If he could just get in the door. But as he was reaching for the door, a gunshot's bark echoed through the garage. The noise made his overture sound like a puppy. He had noticed it. The gunman, a blur in the corner of his eye, and dropped, which was the only reason he was still alive. Boomer's van now had a hole in it that looked like someone shot a sniper rifle at him. Fuck, was that a barrier? He reached up and fired twice in the direction that he had seen the blur and rushed out of the garage as fast as he could. No way he could get in his Reaver and start it up without that hand cannon blowing a hole through him. He dashed into the rec room. The stupid arcade games giving him a bit of cover as he poked his gun back around wall and fired his last 2 rounds. Quickly reloading as he listened for any noise. But there was nothing. Not a sound other than the electronic noises of the arcade machines. Reloaded. Frank stood up and moved towards the window, peeking out through the metal shutters. Nothing. No movement. No sound. He shivered. He just had to draw them away and double back to the car. If he couldn't get out of here, he was dead. He moved out through the building, glad that they had made paths through the stupid shops that used to be here before they took it over. Let them move around without having to go outside during a dust storm. Now it may be saving his life. As he thought that, he heard it. A noise behind him. He turned and fired. Every round slamming through the thin walls towards the arcade room. He had definitely heard something. He once more reloaded, grumbling to himself. Reloading a revolver in the middle of this shit was stupid. He would get a smaller gun when this was over. Ducking through to another shop, he continued moving. Hopefully whoever this cocksucker chasing him down was, they would lose track of him. Although the fact he hadn't even gotten eyes on them yet? Fuck. He crept up to a window to take another peek. But again his dusty little former gas station was quiet. Not a thing moved. And not a soul other than him and this ninja was alive. He hunkered down for a minute, simply staring out the window. Come on, where are they? They had to be somewhere. But Frank couldn't see anything, nothing moved. Then suddenly that roar echoed out. And he yelped. The wall he had been standing against now had a hole in it, and it had nearly blown a hole through him. He started moving again. Fuck. They were definitely tracking him. Probably high-powered optics. Which meant he wasn't going to be able to sneak away. Fine. He called up his Reaver's auto-drive system, and ordered it towards the entrance of their little setup. He was near there now. He would rush into the car and speed off. It had to work. He heard the engine start up with a roar and it started moving, driving out of the garage towards the entrance. Come on, faster. Fucking auto-drive. Then he heard it. Beep. That means the door was open and it was waiting. He moved. Jumping out a window and rolling just to keep his momentum. He had to be a small target just to survive. He leapt into his car, practically jumping into the passenger seat. He was so desperate. His hands fumbled to push him into the driver's seat. He dropped his revolver just to grab the wheel, but then, to his horror, the passenger door slid open. Standing there was a girl? A child? But no, not just a child, because that was a big fucking gun. Wait. Why dash? The sound deafened him as much as it blew him out of his own car. He came to weakly coughing up blood and he realized he had a hole in his chest. Foo dash, he couldn't even curse, blood flowed out from his lungs. You just had to try to run. Note to self: Motoko. Kill them all without letting them realize what's happening, it makes this job so much easier. He heard the soft voice of the girl as she walked around the back of his ride. His attempts to talk were met with failure as he coughed blood that just didn't seem to stop. I was trying to find your rifle, you know? You shot me earlier with a rifle, and I wanted to repay the favor, but then I couldn't find it. It took so long you ended up realizing what was going on. My mistake. I don't like playing with my prey, she said as she knelt beside him. She wasn't just holding a barrier, she had his overture. Alright. You've made me shoot this stupid thing enough, my arms are hurting. Well, I'm not one for letting someone suffer. Even a scav. Wraith. Same thing really. She commented simply as she raised his revolver. Oh. Shit. Stupid. Almost forgot. Stupid Motoko. She lowered his revolver, which made him want to gasp in relief, even if he realized he was dying. Too far for a hospital. No medical attention, and no one to do it anyways. She reached behind his neck and started forcing shards out of him manually. Foo dash, he gurgled again, wanting to tell this kid to fuck off. How did he get killed by a kid? He murdered girls like her before breakfast. There we go. She muttered, pulling out. That was his ride's key shard. I've been without wheels of my own for long enough, don't you think? She asked, waving it around before slotting it in. Instantly she raised his overture once again. Now I don't have to worry about damaging the shard. Goodbye. 750 XP gained. I nodded as I turned away from the corpse. I slipped into the Quadra Type 66. The Reaver variant. It was a design that altered practically everything to make it a vehicle that can survive in the desert. But then again, it was still basically a muscle car. It looked, well, the base model was awesome, but this one looked a little worn. I shrugged. Still a car. Still cool. I quickly took control and reversed it back towards the gas station that had the underground basement. What kind of gas station had a basement? I had been looking for 20 minutes for Scorpion, only to find out there was a basement when the gonk I just flatlined had come up, probably looking for a snack or something. I was lucky I had been able to jump behind a cabinet as my danger sense alerted me to him coming up. Then of course he had subdermal armor, which made my Unity nothing but a pea shooter against him. Ugh. I was really getting tired of dealing with people in armor. My wrist hurt. It wasn't broken, not this time at least. I could actually fire the barrier without breaking my arm thanks to recoil reduction, giving me some serious tips on saving my bones. But it still hurt. I shook my irritation away. Pulling up to the building, I jumped out and rushed downstairs. My limp was starting up again now that I wasn't in combat, and the adrenaline and coolness flowed away. I was going home, taking a shower, and taking a nap. Right after I rescued Scorpion, I walked down the steps into the little basement section I hadn't known existed. I winced as I saw him. Scorpion looked bad. Hanging from the ceiling by his wrists, and it looked like they had worked him over bad. His face was a mess. Fuck, Scorpion. They really took you apart. I told him as I approached, looking for the controls to drop him down. Wast? He jerked awake a bit, looking up through only one eye that wasn't swollen shut, and I saw as he realized who was there, could see the shock in his eyes. Motko? Nice to see you survived as well, chum. Come on, let's get you out of here. I don't suppose you know where the Aldecaldos are camped? You're gonna need some medical attention. I told him as I finally found the release for the chains and grunted as I did my best to slowly lower him, but it wasn't easy. He weighed a lot more than I did. Finally he was on the ground and he was looking at me like he had seen a ghost. Come on now, Scorpion, no time for naps. Here, huff this. I pushed a max stock I had found in the camp into his mouth, and after that at least he seemed more alert, even if it was obvious I was now on a time limit. He was bleeding bad. Let's get you moving. I told him as I did my best to heft an arm over my shoulder. Only to wince as he brushed against the gunshot wound. Yep, that was still there. UG shot. Just a flesh wound. I assured him as I hauled him up and started dragging his weakly working legs. It was a struggle up the stairs, but I got him in the passenger seat and settled in myself. Now, Scorpion, where do I take you? A few moments later his eyes shifted yellow, and I got a text. Coordinates I could use in my GPS. Cool. And with a nice purr that I could get used to, my new car rumbled to life and I hit the gas. Seriously, Scorpion needed a doctor. He looked like shit. He passed out on me during the drive even as he moaned in his sleep at the rough terrain. Nothing I could do about that. The roads out here were more suggestions than anything. Still, having a GPS meant I could zone out and focus on everything that had happened. I had killed a lot of wraiths in that camp. 8 men had died without any alarm being sent. 8 men that I had murdered as quickly and completely as I could. My knife had seen a lot of work, but so had anything I could get my hands on. I was kinda proud, in a horrible way, of the screwdriver kill. That had been a tricky set of movements that I only barely managed to get through without anyone screaming. I looked through the stack of alerts and sighed. Street Brawler skill level up. 1 perk point gained. I guess the improvised weapon counted as brawling, and now I was at Street Brawling 5. Reflex leveled up. This must have happened early, because now that Reflex was at 5, my reflex skills got room to advance. Blades skill level up. 1 perk point gained. Blades had maxed out at 5 as well. I guess it made sense considering how many throats I had slit. But killing had repercussions. I had gained 4750 XP for killing everyone in the compound. Level up achieved. 1 stat point gained. 1 skill point gained. And now I was level 5. I shivered a bit as I thought about what that meant, but also how awesome it felt. Gamer Brain loved leveling. Motoko loved leveling too. I sighed. I liked murder. It was fun, challenging, thrilling. I pushed away the stat menu to focus on the road. Fine. I liked murder. I liked killing. But I liked killing bad people. That was the part that I could accept. I wasn't killing innocent people, and I wouldn't. I killed the worst sorts. The ones that prey on others. Just because I enjoyed it. Doesn't make me a bad person. It didn't. Pulling up to the Aldecaldos camp in a Raffen Wraith marked car might have been a bit. Well, I could have done it better. I had just been in a rush. But now I had an army of angry nomads all pointing rifles at my car as it came to a stop inside their camp. Probably should have stopped outside. But then again, Scorpion looked really bad. I turned off the engine, letting the nomads hear it die out as I popped open the door and slowly revealed my glove-clad hands. Showing I didn't have a weapon in them. Not that it mattered. Quickdraw could handle that easily enough. Scorpion is in the passenger seat. He needs some medical attention. I called out once I was out of the car and the nomads could see me. It took a moment, but someone came up behind me putting a gun against my back as they peeked into the car. Fuck. Get that door open. Scorpion needs help. A gravely voice called out behind me and I just waited as a few nomads rushed up and opened the door and quickly started hauling their family member out of the car. You gave us all a scare, girl. The voice behind me said, although not unkindly. Yes, sorry. Was in a bit of a rush. Scorpion passed out on the way over and it worried me. I could feel the gun removed from my back then and most of the nomads lowered their weapons as well, although a few kept their guns aimed. I turned around to see a cowboy. Look, he had an overture and a cowboy hat. He was a cowboy. Motoko Kusanagi. Merc. I introduced myself as I slowly lowered my arms. Cassidy Nomad. Thanks for bringing Scorpion in, what happened? He asked in a drawl that I couldn't help but pay attention to. He had a nice voice. I sighed. Long story. I'm a merc, that Scorpion. Well, I'll let him tell that part. We got noticed by some Raffen and chased down. They caused us to crash, and well, I couldn't kill all of them before they put a bullet in me. I gestured to my shoulder, which had the bandage bleed through a bit with all the work I had been doing. Need a ripper, least we could do for bringing back our boy? He asked, but was already sort of trying to guide me over. Guess looking like a kid did have some advantages. No thank you. I'll head back to the city. I have my own doc I trust. I countered instantly. I didn't want to get into that rabbit hole. It would just be easier to heal after a nap. Anyway, they left me for dead and took Scorpion. I bet you would have heard from them sometime soon asking for a ransom. Yep, likely. He said simply, although I could see he wanted to argue with me still, but I continued my story. Anyway, I tracked them down, took them out, and pulled Scorpion out. He gave me the cords for your camp. Here we are. I answered, of course, instantly glossing over everything that I had done. Which Cassidy obviously noted. Well, thank you for pulling Scorpion out of a bad situation. We won't forget it. He said with a tip of his hat, and I shrugged. I was hired and contracted to be his security. It was my failure that left him captured in the first place. I waved off any appreciation for what I had done. Fuckers deserved it. I noticed, but didn't pay any attention to the man's raised eyebrow. Oh here. I looked to him and felt my eyes go gold as I sent him a text. That's the camp I cleared. Might be useful to grab some stuff yourself. I know there were more vehicles parked in their garage, and I didn't get a chance to loot much once I noticed that Scorpion was in bad shape. I offered after the message went through. Mighty kind of ya. Cassidy agreed, looking me over again. You sure you don't want to see our doc? We don't have the best gear, but he is competent. It's a long drive back to the city. Nah, other than the flesh wound I'm fine. I told him, gesturing at the bloody hole in my shoulder. I could see that there were plenty of nomads listening in as we talked, and since I had passed on everything I felt like sharing, I gave him a final nod. Well, that's my job done. I'm outta here. I told Cassidy as I moved to slide back into my ride. Cassidy moved to stop me but didn't quite finish the action. You're an odd one, since you ain't accepting any help. Drive safely. The Aldecaldos will remember what you did for them today. He offered as he bent down to talk to me as I belted myself into the driver's seat. Thanks Cassidy, but I just did a job. Nothing more. I answered as my new car came alive in a rumble. Cassidy pulled back and gave me room as I pulled out of the nomad camp. Too bad I hadn't seen Panem, she was cool. And I hadn't managed to loot the Raffin camp. I sighed, saving Scorpion was more important. And I was at least an hour away from the camp now. Might as well just drive home. Recover. Besides, I revved the engine a bit as I put my foot down. I got a nice bit of loot. I drove fast on my way home. The long roads let me absolutely gun my new car. Which is how I learned I got more driver experience driving fast. Which was cool. Halfway back to the city I got a driving level up, putting me at driver 3. Which was pretty helpful, because future cars were not the same thing as cars I am used to. At all. At least it was fast. I sailed over the dunes and into the city without any trouble as I pulled into the daily grind in the city. I got some looks as I drove through the streets. The side of the car was painted with wraiths after all. But as long as I wasn't pulled over I didn't care. I had sand in places I didn't want to have sand. Shower first. I pulled into the parking garage near our home and paid out a bit for a permit to actually park there. I took a moment once the car was off to just sigh and breath. I was home. Not dead. Job done. I rose and headed into the apartment, stopping to grab a snack from Mystery Meat Stick Guy as I headed inside. I knew I was getting looks. Sure, I had washed my face in the way house. But I still had blood caked to the side of my head, and I looked like I got in a fight with a dust devil. And lost. Everything was going to need to be washed after this. That and repaired. My poor Netrunner leotard was getting a little rough. I felt that small surge of hope as I entered the apartment looking around for June, only to find out once again he wasn't here. I sighed and walked into the bathroom. The first blast of water came off red and brown, and it took a minute before it started showing at least mostly clear. I checked out the bullet hole that went through my shoulder and winced. Yeah, that was bad. I was really glad I could recover with a nap. Otherwise I probably would have died. I can just imagine how much dust and grit got in the wound over the hour's trip through the dust storm. I shook it away. Nap first. Deal with my situation after. I woke up hungry. Made sense. I barely ate the day before and I had gone through some shit. I stretched as I slipped out of bed and groaned pleasantly when nothing ached. My leg was fine. My shoulder was spotless. I grabbed some clothes, wincing at how dusty my jacket was. I decided to leave that on the floor until I could give it a deeper clean. Instead, I was wearing some older clothes as I slipped out of the apartment. I wanted ramen. I walked over to Cherry Blossom Market. Down the stairs and slipped into a chair at the counter, ordering what sounded best as I settled in for lunch. Figuring I might as well, I sent a text to Scorpion. *, hope you're still alive. I did see the trailer with your bike at the Wraith compound. So if your people went and picked the area clean, you should at least have your preem ride, *. I was just stuffing some noodles into my mouth when I got a return text. Scorpion, still alive. Bike was secured. Bit of an awkward explanation about everything. Heard from Cassidy you left before you got patched up. You already get looked at, *. I'm preem. Gonna spend a bit of time taking it easy. Eating ramen right now. After I think I'll go home, put my feet up and enjoy the AC, *. Scorpion, you just had to say it. Joking aside, glad you're okay. Thank you. Really. Not a lot of people, mercs or not, would have come back to pull my ass out of that. I've seen the pictures of the Wraith camp. Wakako undersold you. If you ever need backup, call me. I owe you, asterisk. Just doin' my job. Asterisk Scorpion, I'm alive. Not many Aldecaldos get to say that after getting captured by the Raffen. So again, thanks. I'll message Wakako that the gig is over. Also Saul wants to thank you. I passed him your number, so you might hear from him soon. Take it easy Motoko, asterisk. Anytime. I left my last message back short as I slurped the last of my ramen. Dropped a little tip to the chef which earned me a bow as I headed back out. As much as I wanted to go do some more netrunning grinding, there was something I really couldn't put off anymore. Excuse me. Do you know where I could pick up some clothes patches and tools? And maybe some advice for fixing bullet holes? I asked one of the ladies selling self-adjusted clothes in the market, earning an odd look before I explained I was a merc. After that I got some brief explanations, and after a small loss of eddies I had everything I needed to do it myself. The lady even sat me down and started me on how to do it on some scrap cloth she had. I definitely overpaid for the equipment she gave me, but the instructions sped things up. It was definitely worth it when after a few minutes I got an alert. 100 crafting XP gained. I couldn't help but laugh, forcing myself to wave away the lady who had been helping me learn. I was in a cyberpunk world, but I was gonna get my first level because of sewing? Hilarious. I smiled as my attention refocused. Let's see what I could do once I get to crafting one. I didn't quite make it. Practicing with old cloth and making stitches meant I wasn't getting alerts super fast. But the lady kept helping me out until she decided it was late and time to close up. I was only one more alert away. I sighed, thanked her and took my new tools back home. I had plenty of old clothes to mess with after all. Wakako Okada. Wakako had been a fixer in Night City for decades. She had seen it all. She had seen the fall of Arasaka Tower. Had been alive before the data crash. So when she sent out a young girl with a bit of potential out on a gig it was mostly because Wakako needed someone rookie enough to handle a bodyguard job for low pay. Edge runners didn't take bodyguard gigs for low pay. Bodyguard was one of the hardest jobs to do. Especially when your client was running straight towards danger. Wakako hadn't lied when she said Motoko was her suggestion to take along. She just hadn't informed the man she was his only option. A rookie like her could do well on a job like this, long travel times, low pay, high risk. It was the perfect chance to teach the girl not to jump on every gig offered, and learn when to say no. Wakako wouldn't ever feel a connection with the girl. Wakako and Natasha's friction made that impossible. But Wakako was old. She wouldn't hold her mother against the girl. But this was out of her expectations. First came a text from Scorpion long after she should have gotten an update on the gig. Asterisk gig is finished. Here is the final pay. Wakako. Thank you. Motoko saved my life out there, and I know if you had sent me anyone else they wouldn't have bothered coming to my rescue. Make sure your girl is taken care of. Not many people would have walked into a Raffen shiv camp alone to save someone. Asterisk. Wakako was a woman that knew things. It was half the job of a fixer. A good one anyways. So this created questions needing answers. Asterisk explanation is requested. Motoko hasn't contacted me yet. Asterisk. It took a while and this time Wakako was tapping her fingernails along her desk. She was not used to being kept waiting, and even less used to waiting for something that actually sparked her interest. Then a bigger message came through. Full of images, but not just images. It looks like the Aldecaldos had looted the place to the bedrock, but also had poked into everything doing the same thing Wakako was. Trying to figure out what had happened. Scorpion had even added in a file that he must have made after Wakako asked about what happened a text document recounting his experience. To her amusement it read like an army report. She read it all, Scorpion's account. The images, the Aldecaldo scouts looking over the absolute carnage a Raffen shiv camp had been left in. Wakako had to admit the sight of a man with a screwdriver in his ear in a room full of dead bodies gave her a feeling she didn't often have. She was impressed. Motoko had run into the sort of luck most solos pray never to find a mission going completely out of control. Yet the girl hadn't bailed out. Hadn't given up, or even called in reinforcements, or even Wakako herself to update. She had just gotten up after being shot and hunted down a pack of Raffen scum. Motoko's first mission had given Wakako reason to give her some minor tasks. Going through a Skav hideout had opened the girl up for more dangerous moves. This job had been a test, to see if she was worth giving any trust. A fixer needed to trust a solo can do the job. A solo needed to trust the fixer not to screw them over. It was a relationship, and it was important. Wakako had been throwing the girl a bone with barely any attention, because she didn't expect anything from her. She had seen 1,000 Motoko Kuzanagis. 1,000 young men or women that came to her looking for work. Some even with a modicum of skill or potential. But this altered Wakako's entire understanding of Motoko Kuzanagi. That was unacceptable. Wakako prided herself on knowing who she had working for her. So she sent out a message. Gig closed. Confirmation from the client they are very happy. I have questions. Come to my office. So I was heading into Wakako's office wearing a new bandage that I had bled on a bit from the inside to pretend to still be injured. Damn it, I hadn't expected Wakako to want a face-to-face. I slipped into her office making sure to keep my arm rigid as I had it in a homemade sling. Wakako. Motoko. Sit. The older woman demanded as she looked me over with sharp eyes. I've heard about your gig from everyone but you. Explain. Sorry, I was taking a nap after getting checked out. I got shot, you know? I offered, trying to defend myself. I am aware. Next time message me when a gig is finished regardless. It was foolish to go back after him. You do realize that, don't you? Wakako asked me as she put out a cigarette into an ashtray. No. I see that you don't. Taking a mission for 2,000 eddies isn't the sort of job you should be risking your life on. I was hired to protect him. So I did. I mumbled a bit. Not sure what else to say. I had a job to do, so I did it. I see, you will end up used up until you die then. That is your future if you keep going down that path, but you are your own person. Do as you like. Until you end up dead in some blaze of glory though, I will use you. Congratulations, Motoko Kuzanagi. You are no longer someone I consider a minor agent. I will have work for you. Dangerous work. But work that will leave you with more than 2,000 eddies for risking your life. Oh, thanks? The older woman chuffed at my response as she looked me over. One last thing, I need to know what you can do if I am going to set you up on jobs. You've used stealth to your advantage. The scavs, and now the Raffen. If I asked you to sneak into a highly secure building, could you do it? I don't know. Maybe. I guess it depends on how fast you need it done. She waves me off. It's not a real gig. But I need to know if your talents lay in espionage more than combat. You hacked into the Raffen's security. Uploaded a demon. A nasty one too from my reports. I hesitated, not sure how to explain how a rookie netrunner like me has something so good. Demons were weird. No, don't explain, you don't have to. From everything I have heard, you made it through the whole camp without alerting anyone until the end. Could you do that with a corporate factory? An office? An apartment building? I realized Wakako wasn't asking for details. She wasn't asking for my stats. She was asking if I had faith in my own abilities. Yes. I am confident in my stealth. I'm good at it. I assured her, showing every ounce of confidence I could convey. I'll keep an eye out for a job for someone with those skills. If you can accomplish it. I don't have anyone with that skill set under my employ currently. Prove you have what it takes and I will have more work than you can ever accomplish for you. I will. Good. Rest. Recover. I will be in touch soon. She offered before waving me away. I slipped out of the chair and left feeling pretty good. Stealth missions could be fun. I decided to spend the next few days quietly. No jobs. No running around with Hiromi, although she was at school for the next few days anyways. I was still sort of coming to terms with my own ability in murder, and I thought some time away from missions where I had a gun in my hand was needed to sort myself out. The plan was simple. Stay out of trouble and pretend to recover from the gig, so I would mostly stay out of sight of anyone that knows me. Lots of things kept me occupied though. Crafting for one. The gig I had just accomplished. Everything in between. Plus it didn't help that I had a lot of time on my hands as I drove back out into the desert. Part of the desire was pure XP grind. Being able to really gun the engine on my Quadra Type 66 was amazing, leaving me giggling at points as I caught some air, or came around a corner of a dune a little too fast and drifting a little. Little XP alerts came in, but it wasn't a lot. I wasn't doing anything truly crazy. But I was on my way to get something I had left behind. I soon came up to the location, slowing down as I came up to the wreck of Scorpion's ride. Or at least pieces of it. The Aldecaldos must have already come by from the look of it. The car itself was gone, but I could see bits and pieces of metal left behind. Plus the GPS told me this was it. I came to a stop and started searching. The desert didn't like giving back what it had taken, and after a long hour or searching that area of the desert I finally found it. Like hell I was going to leave behind my HMG. I love that thing. I shot it out of a moving car. It's like I was in an action movie. Its barrel was all I could see as I was sticking out of the desert, and as I slowly dug it out I winced. Poor girl. I could instantly tell how bad of a condition it was in. You see, I had a very special alert from the night before. With a grin I once again looked at my menu. Crafting skill level up. I managed to get crafting 1 from sewing that last night. Although I had stabbed my finger more times than I really wanted to admit. I remember thinking that breach was the most information-dense of any of the skills I had taken so far. I was wrong. Crafting made breach seem like elementary school math compared to calculus. It was so dense, with little bits of knowledge in how to craft tons of things. Explosives, weapons, clothes, armor, vehicles, everything. Plus tool knowledge for tons of pieces of equipment, and the instincts on everything from making something to unmaking it. I could also feel a big blackness in the knowledge, like it was reaching for knowledge that wasn't there at points. Knowledge I already knew would be engineering. 2 sides of the same side. Crafting was doing it by hand. Engineering was closer to design work or maybe understanding more complicated crafting. I guess I would find out when I unlocked it. Even without the knowledge though, I could feel the sort of impact it will have on my understanding of tech. It was kinda exciting. I realized quickly last night that sewing wasn't going to give me much experience, even if it was really useful. I still needed to figure out a way of making patches for my leotard. I might need to buy a new one, or just buy a netrunner suit to cannibalize. Still I had a feeling I would know a good way to do it once I explored crafting a bit more. But between crafting and gun nut, I had a solid understanding as I pulled my HMG free of the desert. I knew she was dead. When she had been thrown from the car, she had hit something solid, a rock probably. There was a good chunk of her receiver smashed in. Her barrel didn't look too bad, visually, but gun nut told me it wasn't straight anymore. The pieces that let the barrel slide back after firing and be pushed forward with a spring were wrecked. I sighed as I held her up. Coming all this way only to find out she had died. It was sad. Not a waste, but just sad. She had really done work against the wraiths, and we would have chewed them up if not for the car crashing. I hefted her up and felt the sand pour out of her. I had come all this way. It would be wrong to just leave her though. I nodded. I wouldn't just leave her. I'll fix you someday. Who knows? Maybe I'll even be able to give you a nice upgrade. I told the gun as I shook her out a bit. Bitches do love cannons after all. I muttered, giggling a little at myself as I carried her back to the car. She would sit in my passenger seat while I drove home. Well, not quite home. I had learned more than just how to craft from my level up. In fact, I learned what was probably the most important part of crafting: deconstruction. I now knew how to take something apart to get at the useful bits. Which gave me an idea. Especially since I now had wheels. In the morning I had gone down to the market to the same repair lady that had once basically called me an idiot for not knowing about the map function in my eyes. She was kinda a bitch, but she was close by. Tools? She asked, looking up from. Oh, I recognized it now. It was an internet port for home use. Hook your TV or other devices into it to watch TV or get local web. Yeah. I'm looking to get into scrapping, repair, and maybe some tinkering. Best place to get tools for it? I asked, earning an odd look from the lady. Thankfully I guess getting my hair cut and colored made me look different enough. She was willing to talk. I'll give you a kit, sure, 1,000 eddies. She offered brazenly as if it was just a thing. That's robbery for a tool kit. But I'll tell you what. I'll pay 1,000 if it's a complete kit. If everything I'll need is inside it. If it isn't, well, I know where you work. I said, trying to put on my coolest stare. Don't go trying to threaten me, kid. Market security will be more than happy to have you thrown out. Something about the way I spoke seemed to work, as the woman sounded a little spooked despite her tough words to the contrary. But after a moment she nodded. But yeah. I'll make sure it's a complete kit. 1,000 eddies. A minute later I watched as she started putting a variety of tools from kits that she was selling into a single box. Although a few of the electronics she placed inside looked like personal equipment, something she looked at, shrugged, and threw it in. I really couldn't tell now if she was scamming me. But, well, better to just get what I need and lose some eddies than have to spend a few days going to different stores trying to find the basics. Besides, if I found out later she scammed me, I did know where she worked. Here. This is everything someone doing some scraping, salvage, or repair needs. I'm not here to teach you, so if you don't know what something does, that's on you, she offered, handing me the toolbox. Thank you. I agreed, my eyes going blue as I transferred the funds. $1,000 seems like a lot, but tools are always expensive. I had hurried home, and after opening the box and poking around, it took me a while to check over everything, but my Crafting 1 knowledge dump did give me an idea of how almost everything works. Some of the stuff was esoteric. With that done and a firm understanding of what tools and things I had, I was actually pretty sure the lady hadn't screwed me over. Overcharged me? Sure, but she had put in just about everything I would need. With that, I went into my room and put on some older clothes, things I wouldn't mind ruined. I found an old pair of gloves that I think once belonged to June, and an older pair of boots. The glitzy ugly things I had no problem with ruining. Then I took my toolbox out to my new car. I had headed out to scrounge over the battle site. Not much had been left, and I was lucky to find my HMG still left over, but not my SMG. That was a pain. So instead of wasting more time, I settled my HMG in the seat, walked around to the driver's side, patted my car's hood, and started up her engine with a roar. Let's go to the dump. Oh God, it stinks. I whined as I climbed another pile of trash looking for electronics, or anything else I could take apart. Seriously, why did I come here? Who was the idiot that said I should come to the dump? I'll kill them. No, wait, Motoko murder was still wrong against anyone, not a scav, or a wraith, or a bad guy in general. Was telling someone go to the dump an evil act? As I almost slipped and felt my foot fall into something wet and gooey, I decided yes. Yes, it was. Too bad the evil person was me. I did this to myself. Puking a little in my mouth, I continued to work. If nothing else, there was a lot of stuff here to scavenge. I had already found a ton of stuff to work with. I didn't have any grand plans, honestly. I was mostly looking for stuff I would definitely be able to fix, or at least take apart for parts to fix something else. Grinding my crafting skill was less about making something useful right now, and more about making something at all. Really, my big goal was just not to spend any money on this. Well, any more money. Eventually I could even make grenades and such. I did have a bunch of them from that wraith guy I killed. Crazy bastard was practically covered in them. I had clept them all, and there were even some parts to make more. I just wasn't going to try until I was sure I wasn't going to blow my face off. But until then I was looking for good scrap. And trying not to puke. I grunted as I slowly came back down the side of a trash pile with an old laptop in my arms. It had a bullet hole, sure, but I could get a ton of stuff out of it. Which is when I looked to my left and stopped. No, it couldn't be. I looked around and I realized this area did look familiar. I dropped the broken laptop, focusing instead on what I was looking at. A fridge. A very familiar fridge. I walked over and with a hesitant hand I lifted the lid. Immediately I closed it, ran a few feet away and lost my lunch. Oh God, that smell. Yep. That was a decaying rake Bart moss. As I heaved out my guts, my brain was processing what I had just found. V had found him in 2077. But it was still 2075. Had no one found him in 2 years? Really? I finished clearing my mouth and hurried back. This time I opened the fridge without breathing. I reached in and grabbed his net deck. Quickly took a picture of the inside of the fridge and slammed it shut. Then I ran away, gasping a dozen feet away as I tried to breathe without smelling rotting corpse. The net deck still smelled too though. I shivered, hurried back to the car. I was gonna stuff this in the trunk and not open it again until I had a plastic bag or something to seal it in. Fuck. I had found Rake Bart Moss. So I now had a plastic bag with Rake Bar Moss's net deck sealed inside, hidden in my room. That was gonna be something I deal with later. No way I had the ability to check the insides without having my brain melted. And honestly, I didn't trust Nyx. In the game you take it to the afterlife where a netrunner called Nyx hacks into it. He nearly gets brain fried, but you rescue him. Afterwards he tells V there wasn't really anything interesting inside, gives you some special quick hacks and sends V away right after. Rake Bart Moss basically created net running. He was the greatest. Period. I always got suspicious in the game dealing with Nyx. He always treated V like an amateur even after saving his life. So I was going to skip that entire thing. I'll grind up my skills and crack the net deck myself someday. Until then? Well, I thought about talking to Wakako about the fridge, but it will keep. Literally. If no one would have found it in 2 years, I think it's safe where it is. Especially since I already took the valuable bit. So I pulled out my haul from the dump and grabbed my toolbox. Time to get to work. First my HMG was settled onto the living room table to get a good cleaning and going over. Once it was at least clean, I set her in my room for now. Then, considering that leveling technical attribute was just as slow as intelligence, I decided to combine them. While I was slowly taking apart the old electronics and other toys I had found, I was also listening to my mother's net running guide and hacking the radio. 100 technical attribute XP gained. While grinding hacking was kinda boring in a way, since for the most part it was just going through code as you tried to slip through the security. Grinding crafting was more interesting. Like, sure, it was slow, but you were getting more than just the XP. Every time I took apart something I was getting equipment for more stuff in the future. I was finding neat little surprises inside expensive pieces of equipment that still worked despite the ruined exterior. So it kept my interest a lot longer. Although even so I did get bored eventually. Stretching, I decided to stretch my legs and grab a meal. Besides, it had been a few days of playing around with tech. I hadn't really talked to anyone since I got back from the Badlands. So I started sending off everyone I knew a text. Asterisk, hey Hiromi, still in school? Is it at least interesting? Asterisk. Asterisk, itchy, how's work? Are you still stuck at the club for extra protection? Asterisk. Asterisk, Dr. Vic. It's Motoko, haven't had a chance to talk to you since we met up. I hope the Chrome has been useful. I've actually been looking for some stuff. I was wondering if you could help? I need to update my optics. I'm thinking Kiroshi. Let me know if you have any deets on where I could get a set. Thanks Vic, asterisk. With that I felt at least that I wasn't hiding away from the world entirely. Even if I did, things kept changing. The Klostrom gang war had been expanding. Mostly I'd been kept up to date on the news, which I would let play while I was taking stuff apart. The war had spread. It was becoming a full-out gang war. Because when you are shooting people on the streets sometimes you get some collateral. Right now the Valentinos were shooting both sides whenever they came into their territory. Turns out someone well loved in the Tinos had been killed in the crossfire between Strom and Claus. Tinos were pissed. 6th Street were also shooting on sight, but purely to keep Claus or Strom from moving into their territory. This of course meant the Moxes were started to buckle down as well. The Claus getting hit hard, which made them hyper-aggressive. Mox girls and boys were paying for it. So they were arming up as well. The entire north side of the city was turning into a war zone. Damn. I was firmly staying out of it. Other than June, I had no connection to the entire trouble. Which reminded me. I sent out one more text message. Asterisk, June. Please still be alive, asterisk. I hadn't heard from June in a while. Once again he was not responding to texts or calls. So with that done I headed outside. I was just buying my routine mystery meat skewer when I got a text in return. Asterisk, Hiromi, I'm free bitch. We going partying, asterisk. Asterisk, sorry Hiromi. I'm not really up to a party tonight. Glad you are free though, asterisk. Hiromi, you are the boringest crazy person I have ever met. Hey, I'm not crazy. Hiromi, Skov Den solo. Asterisk, which I did fully trusting that I could do it and survive. Mostly, asterisk. Asterisk Hiromi, hence the crazy. Any news about June, asterisk. Nothing, I sighed as I walked around the block, mostly just to do something other than stand around as I got some fresh air. Asterisk Hiromi, I'll ask around some of the claws I know. I know the war is getting pretty bad, so he's probably just busy, asterisk. Asterisk, I hope he's just busy. I really do, asterisk. Asterisk Hiromi, alright, enough about bad stuff. What have you been doing? I talked to Ichi and he has been jobless since his glorious Shobo-sama is keeping everyone close to the club. So I know you haven't done any jobs with Ichi. No more Skov Dens, right, asterisk. I didn't know how to respond. Technically I hadn't hit a Skov Den. Technically. Hiromi, right? Asterisk, not a Skov Den. I did some work for Wakako involving a nomad. It kinda blew up, asterisk. Asterisk Hiromi, what the fuck Motoko? I'm coming over, asterisk. Okay, I'm just walking the block. I laughed a little. It was nice to talk to Hiromi even if she was very. Hiromi. She was my best chum after all. I ended up getting back to the apartment and camping out waiting at the entrance for Hiromi to show up. The roar of her Kusanagi was something I could hear long before I saw her, and I was groaning because I could tell she was speeding like crazy. Hiromi. Slow down you gonk. I grumbled as I waited for her to come around the corner, nearly drive into a lamppost, miss it by a bit and skid up onto the sidewalk in front of the apartment. Motoko. Hello Hiromi. Do we need to talk about speed laws? I asked, but she ignored me as she jumped off her bike and started looking me over. her hands poking and prodding. I'm fine, I told her, earning a glare from Hiromi. You did something stupid again. It was a gig. An official gig. It went bad when the Raffen shift showed up. But it turned out all right. I told her with a shrug. Well, except my new baby got destroyed. They got pissed when I was firing the HMG out the side of the car and we ended up flipping. My HMG died, Hiromi. I'm sad. I whined a bit at her. What the fuck, Motoko? You. That's fucking Nova. You fired that big-ass thing out the side of a car? A moving car? She asked, suddenly perking up as I gave her a tidbit about the story. Oh, it was way more Nova than that. They were behind us, so I opened the passenger door, rested the gun against the door and was firing backwards halfway out the car. That is the preemest shit I ever heard. You crazy girl. She pulled me into a massive hug, squeezing as hard as she could. I'm gonna have to stick to you from now on, 'cause you're gonna get flatlined doing such preem shit. It wasn't that bad. Come on, let's park your bike in the garage. I want to show you something. I grinned as I urged her back to the bike and hopped on, patting the seat in front of me so Hiromi would get on. She did, looking like she wanted to keep hugging me or lock me away in a dungeon so I could stop doing preem shit and get killed. When we pulled into the garage, Hiromi parking right next to my car, which was in June's spot. Hiromi was actually grumbling about it as she parked next to his spot. Who's in June's spot? She grumbled to me, and it was only by pulling her back that I stopped her from kicking my car as she got off her bike. I am. I told her once I pulled her back as I walked up and opened the driver's door. Want to go for a drive? I teased her as I slipped inside. Bullshit. This is a Wraith car, it even has their markings on it. Yeah, I need to get it repainted. The previous owner won't mind. I hinted as I cocked my head to the passenger door. Wait, you're being serious? She asked, suddenly looking from me to the car. Which is when I started it up. It roared to life. Hiromi happily jumped into the passenger seat a moment later, looking around as I closed my door and pulled out. Of course, unlike Hiromi, I wasn't crazy. I followed all the traffic laws. Ugh, why are you the most boring crazy person ever? Hiromi whined at me as I pulled out onto the street, going a normal speed as I started driving around. Mostly just enjoying driving my new car with my best chum riding with me. We should stop by the club. Ichi will lose it when he sees your new ride. Really? Why? He already has a car. Oh my god, Motoko. You are such a gonk. This is a Quadra Type 66. It's a preem ride. Well, I mean not this one exactly. The Wraiths did a hack job on it, but it still is a monster. What's the top speed on this thing? Don't know. I muttered, although I was shifting a little as I lied. I didn't know the exact top speed, but there was nothing but open roads on the drive into the city. Did my cautious driver Motoko drive fast? Only out in the Badlands. How fast did you get? No, don't give me that flat look, tell me ee. Fine. I hit about 180 before I let off the gas and coasted back. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This thing can go. Come on, hit it. Hell no, Hiromi, I'm on a road with traffic. Fuck not a chance, chum. Ugh, boring. But we can stop by the Ho-Oh Club and show off to Ichi. Yees. Hiromi said, breaking into giggles as I maneuvered to hit the freeway connecting Little Chinatown and Kabuki. I smiled as I got a little alert for driving XP. I was smiling as we stopped out on the road to the Ho-Oh Club. They had actually blocked off the little alley entrance which led to the club. Instantly as well, I could see Tiger Claws looking alert and concerned. Wraiths weren't often seen in the city. But it's not like anyone living in the city wouldn't have heard of them. Thankfully, as usual, Hiromi took care of that, popping out of the car and waving around and acting like all the Tiger Claws knew who she was. Hey, where is Ichi? He has to see this. She called out, practically dancing towards the entrance to the club. I stepped out and settled against the car. Ichi would be out soon, and I didn't want to leave my new car alone in the middle of a Tiger Claw club. I got some odd looks from a few of the people hovering around. Obviously they were guards. Looks like the club really had pulled in more people to guard it. Shoba either was paying the Claws to do it, or his club was more important than I expected since there was a gang war going on. I was distracted from waiting when I got a text. Vic, hey kid. Sorry it took so long, I decided to check in on your request. Took a bit, but I found what you were looking for. Come on by. But I need to say this. The chrome you dropped off has been going to a good use. I have to admit I kept expecting some kind of trick in the days after, like you would show up to try and force me to pay more or set me up against a gang, but I was wrong. Listen kid. You did a solid good deed. I'll send some pictures just so your good deed doesn't just disappear into the wind, asterisk. I blinked in surprise at the heartfelt message. Then I started getting pictures. Little kids with new chrome. Chrome I recognized. Little kids that looked poor, but now had legs. Where in the picture before they had none? A boy who was showing off his arm to his mom. His obviously full prosthetic arm. And they kept coming. I had been right. When it came down to it. Vic was the sort of guy that did real honest good, in a city that had almost no one doing that. Damn. I wasn't crying. You're crying. See Itchy. Look at Motoko's new ride. I told you it was Preem, sh Motoko. Wha? Oh. Geez Hiromi, you startled me. I snorted, trying to keep my nose from running. Why are you crying? Was someone mean? What happened? June? She asked quietly as she hurried up close to me. No. I waved my hands as I wiped my eyes. Stupid sudden rain showers getting my eyes wet. How rude. I just got a message from Vic. It's good news. Who? Hiromi asked, and it took Itchy a minute to remember. Wait, that weird Ripper? He isn't that weird. I grumbled at them, my eyes turned yellow as I forwarded the pictures to both of them, bombarding them with tons of pics. Hiromi went silent for a bit as she looked through them. Itchy just seemed to glance over them confused. Okay. Those are the people that we helped by handing over the chrome we didn't need. I informed him, but he just seemed to shrug. It was your chrome. I still would have preferred selling it. Huh. I didn't expect this. Hiromi said after a bit, looking me over as if she had never seen me before. I honestly never took you for someone that would do something like that. Or get tearful about it. You've changed so much, Motoko. Sometimes I forget, then moments like this happen. She snorted a bit before waving it off. So Itchy, what do you think of Motoko's wheels? Preem. I'm jealous. I'd ask where you got the money for it, but considering I don't think you paid for it. Not an any. I offered with a smile. He snorted. You hit a Wraith driver? He hit me first, I hit him last. I said a little darkly before shrugging a bit. It's a long story. I was on a job for Wakako. I was an extra to cover my client's back. Things got a little out of control. She fired that HMG she found out the car while running away from Wraiths. Hiromi added. She's been quiet about the rest though. She is terrible at telling stories. Really? That's Nova. Itchy offered, blinking as his eyes went a little distant, imagining. I've been stuck here. You really got a job from Wakako? The Wakako? Yeah. It wasn't that hard. I walked in and asked if she had any work that needed doing. Then I had to break into a Tino chop shop and steal an info shard. It got a little out of control? No, I kept control, just complicated. I can't say much, but let's just say another fixer was involved. Ouch. Hiromi winced at that. Probably imagining way worse than it was. It was okay. I got in and out without any trouble, and Wakako was impressed. Damn. Itchy whispered, his voice sounding a little rough as he seemed to shake it off. So you're gonna let me drive this thing, right? Ha ha ha. No. I deadpanned, which he'd get at. Damn. I mean, you are a better driver than Hiromi. Hey. Nah. Hiromi is better than me, you just have to get her drunk first. Itchy said, and it took me a second before I realized he was actually being serious. Being drunk doesn't make you a better driver. After we hung out with Itchy for a while, we split up. Itchy was still on the clock in a way, and Hiromi and I now had an appointment. No way am I letting some back alley Ripper work on you and not be there to keep an eye out. Hiromi argued as she refused to let me drop her off back home once I told her what Vic had told me through text. Vic isn't like that. He's good people. And a good Ripper. I'll be fine. You aren't going without me. Besides, we are almost there, so stop arguing. Gonk. She pointed out as I sighed and nodded, simply driving quietly through the city towards Misty's Esoterica. We pulled up out front and Hiromi and I headed in. Before we slipped through the back gate though, I wandered into Misty's shop. Hi Misty. Oh Motoko. Anne. Hiromi? She hesitated as she tried to remember Hiromi's name. Yeah, you got it. Hiromi confirmed, although she was still not being friendly. Hey Misty, I'm going down to see Vic, but can you keep an eye on my car? It has a bunch of gang ink? She asked with a kinda stilted smile. Yeah, so can you make sure no one damages it? I really need to find someone to repaint it. Or do it myself. Misty looked a little conflicted before she nodded. I'll try to warn anyone away. Might be a good idea to get it painted though. You're not a wraith. Are you? No way. Almost shouted, waving my hands a bit. I was on a job working for a nomad, and we got jumped by the wraiths. Its previous owner doesn't need it anymore. Misty nodded, releasing a sigh of relief. I'm glad. You kinda scared me for a minute. She smiled at me as she waved me towards the back. Go on. I'll make sure everyone knows you clept it from a wraith if they come around. Thanks Misty, you're preem. Hiromi followed me as I practically hopped along, finally going to get a good set of eyes. I was gonna be able to see through walls. And my hacking would be so much easier. My current set of some no-name company eyes or whatever were okay. For civilians. They had the basic stuff and even let me do the calling thing without needing a phone. June must have splurged to make sure I could do that. My guess was that my old ones before the scavs had the same functionality and June wanted to make sure I could still do it. Anyways, Kiroshi were the top of the line optics. There simply wasn't much better than a set. Scanning mode. Near instant netcode connection. Hookup for smart weapons. Color options. My current eyes couldn't change the eye color. They were the color June must have chosen for me when he bought them. A sort of blue. Maybe it was my natural eye color? Or maybe June thought I would like the color. Anyways. I couldn't actually change the color of this set. I would have to go to a ripper and have them take them out to change the color. They were cheap optics. Like the bargain bin phone at a phone store. Sure it might be a smartphone, but it had none of the options a real smartphone would have. I hurried down the steps to the clinic, kind of excited. Sure having my cyber deck installed had been awesome as well, but it was like, it barely made any impact. I just had a little port hidden on the back of my head now. This was new eyeballs. Not just new ones, but some of the best I could get. A real serious upgrade. My first step on a path that I was going to have to come to accept. Transhumanism. It made me want to ask a question that many Motoko before me had asked. I had a ghost. Right? No matter how much of myself I carved away, my soul would still be there. A human had a ghost, a sentience, that couldn't be removed by simply stripping the body away piece by piece. It was the very essence of what made Motoko special? Well, special-ish. She wasn't alone in being a nearly complete cyborg. It was her talent that pushed her to be amazing. But it was her ghost. The question if she had one, if she was really the same Motoko as she had been born as that made her compelling. Motoko? Hiromi asked. I had stopped before I entered the bottom of the steps. I had gotten lost. Did I have a ghost? I shook my head. This wasn't even the ghost in the Shell universe. So in the end. Who knows? Nothing. Come on Hiromi. I take the last step down the stairs. Vic? Are you in? Oh? Motoko. I was wondering when I would see you. His security door opened and I walked in smiling as he gave me a nod of his head. Come take a look. The small thermos-like object held a set of eyes. Not that I could see it as it was sealed until they were installed. Kiroshi Optics. MK1 so don't fall totally in love. I'm not a miracle worker. He chuckled. As I looked the thermos over. No way. This is a miracle for sure. Thank you Vic. I honestly wasn't expecting you to have them so soon. Well I owed you one. He offered simply before pointing me at the chair. So ready to get chipped? I took a deep breath and released it. Yeah I am. I slowly came to as I blinked my eyes. You might feel a little discomfort at first. Blurred vision, low contrast, glitches. Alerts were popping up in my mind as my eyes were connected, but I didn't really have any issues as Vic finally pulled back. I slowly looked around. Everything was so clear. Well, how's it look? Feel alright to you? Vic asked as he seemed to look me over. Feels alright. No pain or anything. I answered, sounding a little distant. I was distracted. Imagine living your life seeing in 720p, and suddenly you were in 4K. Everything. I could see everything. Darkness barely stopped me. I could see the dust in the corner from across the room. You doin' okay Motoko? Hiromi asked as she walked up. She was still looking a little skeeved out about the back alley ripper. Yeah. Sorry, I just can see everything now. It's kinda distracting. Yeah, your new eyes are on another level. I didn't know you were using a set of Arasaka Rainbow with a name like that. You expect a lot, but these were bad long before they ever came out. Hiromi mentioned as she looked me over. I blinked. My old eyes were Arasaka make? Huh. Yeah. I guess I hadn't really considered it. I mean they were my eyes. Vic gave off a chuckle as he nodded, taking the pair of my old eyes to put into another thermos. Waste not want not I suppose. Weird. It was kinda weird to know that he was walking away with something I had considered a part of me. Then again they weren't my Ganek eyes anyways. It still felt weird. So, what color are you gonna go with? I still think neon green would suit you. Hiromi offered as she came up close to check my new eyes out. I'm not copying your hair, Hiromi. I'm thinking a reddish purple color. Yeah, I have the exact color I want in mind, I said, smiling as I imagined the major and her eye color. Man, I was getting pretty close to her in looks now. Just needed the fully bored body. Well, alright. I'll admit. This guy isn't as much of a back alley ripper as I expected. He was competent. Hiromi whispered as she kept close. How did you even find this guy anyways? Vic is kinda a legend, Hiromi. I whisper back, although I was still kinda distracted because I could see Hiromi's pores crystal clear. Seriously, supervision was kinda distracting. Also, it was weird, blinking felt weird. Hey Vic. It feels kinda weird when I blink. Yeah, that's normal. Kiroshi have a water protective layer on top of the eyes. On one hand, it means your tears won't lubricate your new eyes, makes them feel a little smooth when blinking. On the other hand, in serious situations you don't have to blink. He offered as he wheeled back over. Now let's make sure everything is as it should be. Go ahead and try the scanner. He asked as he seemed to settle in front of me. I blinked and my eyes just did it. A flick of a thought and my vision went red, and everything became so much more. I looked around, sweeping my eyes over Vic's clinic. Almost everything highlighted at first, but as I ignored pieces of his equipment I didn't need to know about, or Vic's TV on the desk it unhighlighted. It might take a few seconds to adjust, but first time is rarely the charm. He stopped whatever spiel he was about to say as he seemed to look at me and Hiromi, before shaking his head. Never mind. Scanners should eventually sync with your thought processes and read your intentions. As I looked around I caught sight of Hiromi, and instantly I realized I could send a quick hack at her. No messing around waiting for my eyes to get her net code. The scan was nearly instant. Man, I had forgotten how much easier quick hacking was in the game, but really it was just because of these eyes. A second glance and I had Hiromi's information ready and able to send a quick hack her way. What? She asked as I shook my head. Nothing, just amazed at how quickly it pulled up your information. Speaking of, I'm injecting an NCPD file search. He mentioned as my eyes suddenly showed an install bar as something updated. Run into any or do wells, you'll know exactly what they any or did well. He said, almost laughing a bit at the end, an often used joke I think. Hiromi was fake gagging behind his head. Thanks. That will help me collect bounties. I muttered, the idea wasn't bad. I could get around the city and start taking out anyone with a price on their head. Vic was looking a little pale as I said that. Maybe, just use it to run away from the bad guys. Kids should know how to use a gun, sure, but best to avoid trouble. He offered, and I didn't argue despite the fact we both knew I wasn't going to do what he said. Thanks Vic. For everything. Now don't say it like that. You'll make me feel like that's a goodbye. Sides still need to cover a few things about your new MK1. You've already been introduced to your new scanner, but the MK1 also has a built-in external lens disruptor. In layman's terms, any surveillance cam will catch your face as a blur. Just remember, your body'll show up crystal clear. Really? I didn't know that. I muttered, was that a thing they did? I don't remember that ever being mentioned in the game. Then again, cameras were more alarm systems in the moment, rather than something that bites you a day after you got spotted. Cool. Hiromi offered, grinning a little widely. I got a few ideas for where that will come in handy. She practically purred as she looked like a cat that caught a canary. I instantly put my hand up. Not a chance. I'm not a thief, Hiromi. Unless I'm stealing for a fixer, I guess. Does looting count as stealing? I asked her, and I could hear Vic do an aborted chuckle beside me as he was checking some diagnostic on his screen. Course not. Klepping is only klepping if they are still alive. The moment they flatline, it's not klepping. Hiromi answered simply. Right. I chuckled a bit at Hiromi's blunt explanation. Also here. Vic handed me a Max Doc, or at least something similar. Take 2 whiffs now, and another 2 in an hour. He urged me on until I took my whiff. Good. Don't forget. I won't. I'll even set an alarm. I assure him, doing just that with my new Kiroshis. Man, that was kinda cool. Preem, we done? Hiromi asked, sounding a little bored now that the fun stuff was over. Yep, I'm finished, unless you want something else chipped in, but I would say wait. No. That's what I wanted today. I'll get used to these before I start messing around. Excellent. Good call. Now last thing, and probably the most important. I told Vic, getting an interested look. How much do I owe you? I can't believe you paid him full price. Hiromi grumbled at me as I walked. Course I did. Vic does good work. He owes you thousands of eddies from that scav loot. Hiromi reminded me as we passed through the alley towards my car. No, he got that for a low price, but that loot was for rep. Ugh, you are the worst. Hiromi whined at me as we climbed into my Reaver, giving Misty a wave as I did, which she returned. Looks like she had done a good job keeping the car unbothered. It's good business. Besides, I got Kiroshi optics. I reminded her as I set out. Driving was kind of wild. Everything was so clear, but it was more than that. I could literally tell how fast a car was going compared to me. It just popped into my mind with a glance. As I maneuvered through the city, I actually felt really comfortable behind the wheel. So much so that I was even driving a bit faster than normal. I suppose it was inevitable that I got an alert. Driving skill level up. I smiled. Driving 4. I wonder what perk I would get next level? What's got you so happy? Nothing. Just enjoying my new optics. Is cute, you being all over the moon for some chrome. You used to be way worse before. Course you never had anything as high-end as Kiroshi. Oh? Was I big into chrome? Of course. Why do you think you got? Let's talk about something else. Think I got targeted by the scavs? I asked, and Hiromi looked away from me instead of answering. We can drop it. I assure her, not bothered in the least. I wasn't exactly afraid of scavs. Not with how many of them I had already murdered. Good. So where are we going? She finally asked, and I just shrugged. I'm honestly just driving around enjoying hanging out with my chum. I told her as I decided to slip onto the freeway towards home. You're such a gonk. I know you don't want to hit a party, so let's head back to your place. Food and a movie sounds good. Sure. That sounds fun. I can show you what I've been messing with in the last couple days. What? Well, I decided I wanted to try doing some tech stuff. I want to try making some gadgets for when I'm on a gig. Plus I want to be able to keep my guns ready to go. And maybe mod them out a bit. Huh? Playing techie, huh? Alright, cool. You will have to show me what you have so far. Not much. I hit the dump yesterday to find some stuff to take apart. You gross Motoko. If you want tech stuff, just hit up a shop or something. But it's cheaper to do it myself. But it's cheaper. She mocked back at me. Coming from the girl who just gave a ripper money when he was planning on chipping you for free. I owed Vic for his services. He is super talented. Okay, Motoko. Do you, like, have a crush on the guy or something? Is that your type? You know, old Hiromi. I screeched, actually feeling my face flush. I do not have a crush on Vic. He's old. Yeah, I know, which is why I'm a skin dash. Nope. We are done with this topic. We are driving home and watching a movie. I do not have a crush on a guy old enough to be my grandfather. I'm not sure exactly how old he is, but he isn't young. Pfft. Oh man, I am going to tell everyone. She drawled it out slowly as she continued to tease. Don't make me kill you. They will never find the body. I glared at her, earning a smirk which slowly disappeared as I kept my unblinking stare on her as I drove. I had wider vision with my Kiroshi, so it was safe. Hiromi coughed a bit. Alright, you win. After spending a night watching terrible movies, Hiromi left in the morning. Unfortunately, her parents wanted her home. So I settled in for some more tech work. First thing first, I noticed I had an odd bit next to my stats. Technical attribute 1, 5. Crafting 1. It was the first thing I noticed when I opened my stat page. I decided to check through my alerts, because I had gotten a few when Vic installed my new optics. Asterisk, due to cyberization, maximum value has increased by 4. Technical attribute asterisk. I blinked. What did maximum value mean? I had no idea. I continued through the alerts. Most of them were simply describing the uninstallation of my old optics, and installation of my new ones. Except for one message. Adaptation Kiroshi MK10/2. What the hell was adaptation? I checked my stats page and it did have a cyberware section. Under it I had 2 options currently. Although I did have plenty of minor bits and bobs that everyone tended toward. I guess like the gamer only tracked the bigger stuff. Militech Paraline adaptation Militech Paraline 0/0. Kiroshi MK1 adaptation Kiroshi MK10/2. Okay, so what was adaptation? And why did the Paraline Cyber deck have a 0/0? I tried clicking on it and to my happiness I got something, if not a complete answer. Spend 1 stat point to improve adaptation? No. I pulled back. I needed my stat points. And for now I had no idea what adaptation meant. I mean, I could guess. Adapting my cyberware? But I already had it installed. It was working as it should. I shrugged. I would mess with it another time. At least I had one question answered. Ish. Then I moved back to the stat page. Why does my tech have a number next to it? I honestly couldn't get an answer. There wasn't a damn options menu or a player's guide with this gamer system. So I shrugged it off. It had something to do with my eyes, and bigger numbers were better. So I would just accept it was a good thing and move on. But I did notice one last thing since I was playing with my stat sheet. I still had a perk to choose. Well, two actually. Blades and Street Brawler. Both were easy choices. Parry, with a blade in hand, deflect attacks. Honestly, there was only one reason to pick this perk. Eventually I could parry bullets. Listen, if anyone ever says they don't think cutting a bullet out of the air with a katana is cool, they are lying. Sure, it would cost me a few perks, but I didn't really plan on running around with a katana very often, and defense was always super important. Then there was Street Brawler, which I also already had my path picked out. Improvised weapons. Sometimes in a brawl anything you can grab needs to be used. Know the best way to fight with day-to-day items. One more perk in that tree away from Gunfu. Instantly though my mind was a whirl. I looked around at all the tech stuff I had been planning on tinkering with and I kinda cringed at just how deadly everything around me could be. That could both come in handy, and be a little distracting, if everything I looked at was processed as a weapon first. I shook it away. First I needed to continue disassembling all this tech. I smiled as I familiarized myself with old junk and slowly I got more and more alerts. Until finally, the sun setting long ago I got the alert I wanted. Technical attribute leveled up. Tech 2? Yes. Now I could level crafting more. I yawned despite myself and looked around, realizing I had barely eaten all day. I stretched and groaned a bit as my spine popped as I decided to grab some chow before I hit the hay. I was glaring. My hands were completely calm despite my constant desire to start throwing stuff. June, I'm alive. That's it. After so long? After not knowing if June was dead in a maelstrom base somewhere? He just sends I'm alive? And he refused to respond to any messages back either. I was gripping my soldering iron a little too tightly as I slowly turned it off and set it down. I needed to go kill something. No. I shook that thought away. I was not going to turn to murder for stress relief. That is absolutely where I draw the line. I took a deep breath and let it out, deciding to grab something to eat instead. As I was getting dressed I considered it. June was alive. That was good. But he was withdrawing, and I had no idea what the claws were doing to him or making him do. Considering June's personality? I had no doubt that next time I see him, he will have a lot more chrome. If that was the case, next time, would I be dealing with June as he lost himself? Cyberpsychosis? If the tiger claws don't take care of June, I will end them. I whispered to myself, unable to stop the words slipping from my mouth. I honestly wasn't a fan of the claws in general. The whole sex work thing tends to piss me off. Even if Judy's plan in the game was destined for failure, mine wouldn't. I wouldn't go after their business. I would just kill them until they stopped existing if they let June get hurt. I sighed, pushing myself away from the table to head to the bathroom. I was getting worked up. So I walked in and turned on the tap. I washed my face a bit and looked into the mirror, almost flinching as reddish-purple eyes stared back. I had forgotten for a second that I changed my eye color last night. It wasn't hard, Kiroshi was top of the line. Of course they would have an option to adjust color. They still felt weird. I realized it was that little thing in the back of your mind, an irritation that told you something wasn't quite right. Like something is in your eye but doesn't hurt, but you still know something is wrong. I suppose that was how I would process cyberware. A slight discomfort. I think I had figured out what adaptation was. I closed my eyes, letting myself breathe for a minute. It wasn't bad. Just different. I'd live. I stepped away, turning back to my table. There was a part of me begging to go outside with a gun in hand. To go find some more scavs, or take a job. I shook that part away. Settled down on my couch. I had taken apart most of the scrap I had gathered by now. Learning a ton as I did. Or rather learning as the XP continued to flow. I had a few ideas of neat toys that could help me out on jobs, but all of the actually useful stuff was way outside of my skill level, much less a price range. But I now had parts. So I took a laptop, broken and stripped for now, and started putting it together. Simple really. I had scrapped multiple of them from the dump, so I had all the parts one needed, and as I worked, the XP, both tech and crafting, flowed in. I guess my system liked me actually making something rather than just disassembling. It took me a bit, but when I was done, I turned it on, and the OS actually started. I was using the hard drive that was in one of the laptops and it started up, asking for a password. Half a second later I pulled out my Connect cord from my neck and plugged it in. A moment to breach it and I was in. There wasn't anything interesting. This laptop belonged to some woman, a nobody. I mean, there was literally nothing but crappy games, useless stuff like that. I restarted the system and started wiping the data. Who knows, maybe I'll just sell the laptop. Could make some eddies. When it was done I nodded and put it to the side. Now what else can I fix? I had a fan now. It buzzed merrily away next to the radio, and I basically just controlled it by hacking it every time I wanted to change its settings. It was cool. Heh. But more importantly, putting junk together gave me that sweet XP alerts. So much so that crafting had leveled up. Crafting skill level up. 1 perk point gained. I was giggly because perks let me hyper-focus, or gain stuff that my normal skill didn't cover. In this case the options were crazy. Crafting was so wide. There was perks that spread out into tons of stuff. Salvager. Get an eye for locating scrap. Enduring builds. You can make it stronger. Tougher. The tricks of the trade to make your product rough and tumble. And so much more. There were a lot of perks I wanted in crafting, but I would have to pick what I thought would be the most useful. Which is why as I browsed through the lists I came across the one thing that had me grinning. Robotics wizard. Others make machines. You make life. I knew it was premature. I didn't have the skill to be making robots. But at the same time, there had been an idea I had that I couldn't just ignore. It was possible. Dangerous. Stupid maybe, but possible. I even had an idea on how to solve the whole lack of processing power that would have made my idea impossible. So I picked it. Worse comes to worse, I end up not using it much. Instantly though my mind was full of knowledge. This time it was kinda weird. Not just how to make robots, because part of that was covered under base crafting. But how to make them better. Heh. I could probably sign on as an engineer at a corporation and design cyber limbs. And it was true. Sure, I couldn't use most of the higher-end stuff from the perk, but it still gave me an eye and experience in smoothing robotic designs that would make me a very useful cog in a corpo machine. Oh well. I shrugged, settling back onto the couch. Looking up to hack into the TV to change the channel to something mindless so I could go back to work tinkering when I got an alert. Breach protocol skill level up. Breach 3, huh? That was lucky. Bitch. I cursed as I waved my finger. I had just zapped my finger like a gonk. Idiot. Moron. Don't touch the fucking active electric wire, you. I cursed as I danced around the room. Fuck, was I electro boom now? Okay, I need a break. Also stop talking to myself. I rumbled as I walked over and powered everything down. I had been tinkering all day. Mostly just grinding out technical attributes since I was maxed in crafting. It was slow. Sometimes painful work. With a thought I activated but I was close to another level, so it was all worth it. I opened up my contacts. Unfortunately Hiromi was locked down again. Her parents were worried about her running around with the active and escalating gang war burning down the city every day, so she was stuck in school. Ichi was still working for Shobo. And June wasn't responding. I didn't really have anyone else. That thought made me sad. For about 5 seconds. I wasn't going to let that get me down. So I decided to wander out into the city. I had stats to grind. Things to improve at. I wasn't going to let myself get worn down by June being a massive pain in the ass. As I headed out I started quick hacking stuff again. Pinging every device I could find, mostly just for something to do. It was sorta relaxing in a way, to just interface with everything around me. Even if all I was doing was sending a ping through the system, it felt like I was a piece of the network. It was nice. Of course the actual quick hack XP was a little slow. So I started pinging people as I jogged past. Enjoying the small web of lights my Kiroshis displayed across my vision as I pinged more and more systems around me. Soon it felt like I was jogging through a spider web, seeing how so many things were connected. Really. A lot of stuff was connected. Vending machines were a dizzying maze of connections between them. I stopped and just watched for a minute. Intelligence leveled up. I stopped double-checking that alert. Intelligence 4? Already? How did intelligence level up so quickly? I hadn't even gotten a quick hack level. I went back through my alerts, and yeah, I got a pretty nice little surge of intelligence XP as I was jogging. But why? Sure, I was pinging people as well as electronics I could see, but that doesn't explain the sudden surge. What did I know about the intelligence stat? Well, not much. In the game it was the control stat for hacking. It also gave you more RAM for every point. No wait, I remember reading the actual stat description in the game. Determines net running proficiency. I muttered, thinking back to all the stats in Cyberpunk. Intelligence wasn't. Well, intelligence, or how smart you were exactly. It was processing speed. But more. It was understanding. I realized everything was connected. If almost everything is connected, even through different internets, then that opens a lot of possibilities, doesn't it? I muttered, looking up as I got an alert. 100 intelligence XP gained. I guess I'm on the right track. So I had been thinking of intelligence wrong from the start. I was thinking it was how smart I am, but that isn't right at all. It's more about net running, understanding, processing power. All of that fell under intelligence. After all, I remember a lot of skills I would normally think of falling under intelligence fell under tech in Cyberpunk. I looked over at a vending machine, following its network connection to the roof of a nearby building. That was the network node then, where a lot of the vending machines were connected through. I instantly found a way up using a nearby fence, and grabbing onto the edge of the building I clambered up. Settling next to the node, I pulled out the cord from my neck and clicked it into place. Security blocked me out, but I wasn't exactly hacking into Arasaka Tower. A few minutes of slowly peeling through the ICE, I breached in. There wasn't much there, internet traffic mostly sending and receiving data from the vending machines, nothing I was too interested in. No, I was more focused on the connections themselves. I stood and pinged the node, with the security already punched through it activated instantly. A spiderweb erupted from the satellite dish it was connected to, reaching out from it in all directions. I looked around, staring at the connections, just taking in the sight of something so ethereal. I looked at the web and decided to try out an idea. I was already at its central node, where everything connected through, so I should be able to. I closed my eyes. I hadn't actually done this yet, letting myself enter the net in a way. Actual net running. I closed my eyes and let myself fall through the cord. Suddenly I was in a world of light, of data. My body wasn't even there, instead I was just an awareness. My connection was not good enough to form an actual digital avatar. Still I was there. In the net. Connected. I can't even describe where I was. Nothing was solid. Just lights, and data transferring on connections, making bridges, a web streaking out into pure darkness, but I could move through them. I accessed one of the connections, letting me move from the node I was out to one of the peripheries. A vending machine from the data I was able to access with a mental touch. It wasn't unusual to have gunfire going through the city, but for it to be close enough that I actually woke up? I was glad I wasn't injured, so when I startled awake in the middle of the night, I was able to move instantly. Grabbing my Unity from my belt hanging on the desk chair in my room, I snagged an extra magazine as I hurried to the window to peek out from the armored shutters. There was a war going on outside my apartment. I could recognize Tiger Claw Kusanagis and a Maelstrom truck as the two forces went at each other. At first I wasn't sure what to do. Did I even want to get involved in this? I didn't see June, but he could be down there fighting. Then one of the Stromborgs fired a damn rocket out of his arm, and it slammed into my apartment building. The building shook and I had a moment looking around, wondering if my apartment was about to collapse. Thankfully it didn't. But I could hear screams from below. There were people in this building. I rushed out. Rushing downstairs, and while the security gate normally would have stopped me from going to a floor below, it wasn't like I hadn't already breached the security of the entire building. It opened for me, and I rushed to the apartment that had just been hit. I hammered on the door for a moment, but I couldn't hear anything over the gunfire. So I looked at the door a bit harder and it popped open. Surely it must be from all the explosions. I would never break into everyone's security systems. That would be wrong. So I had broken into her security before, and since wall breaking was a great perk, I already had a backdoor. The door opened into a war zone. The window, normally covered in security blinds, was destroyed, metal shards and bits of brick laying across the apartment. More importantly, was the injured older woman laying across the floor covered in rubble. She had probably been doing the same thing I had. Peeping out the window to see what was going on, I ran forward, doing my best to stay low so I wouldn't be spotted through the hole, and landed next to her. She was breathing. Barely. I didn't have my med supplies on me either. Glaring at myself for not grabbing any more of my gear, I ducked as a spray of bullets came through the hole. It wasn't even at me, just the general mayhem outside. I couldn't stay here, and neither could she. Moving someone injured like this was a bad idea, but hell, if her spine was broken she could buy a new one. I heaved up her arms and dragged her through the apartment back out into the hallway. Then through the security gate. The stairwell was the most armored part of the building, she should be safe here. I checked her pulse again and she was breathing, but I wasn't a doctor. I rushed back upstairs, grabbing a bounce back out of my supplies. I would have to buy more med supplies soon. I had only gotten so much from the scavs. Back into the stairwell I could hear people from the building freaking out. I ignored it as I rushed back down the stairs. As I reached her, I popped the lid off the bounce back and jabbed it into her chest, pressing down on the button. She gasped and shook a bit, but her breath evened out and sounded fuller. Bounce back was awesome like that. Whatever science magic was inside would hopefully keep her alive. But I still had some things to take care of. I rushed back into the lady's apartment and took a moment to look out the massive hole. Tiger claws on bikes and a maelstrom kill truck. The damn thing was more like an armored carrier than a truck. I wasn't sure who had hit who, but considering I could see the mangled wreck of a Kusanagi under the wheels of the truck I could guess. Fine. At a glance parkour told me everything I needed to know. 3 stories up? No problem. I jumped. Instant coolness washing over me as I fell. There were plenty of things to leap down from as I moved. Each floor had AC units or just jutting ledges. It was easy. 3 hops and I was in the air falling through the sky. I landed feet first into the back of one of the Borgs. It was the surprise that knocked him off his feet more than anything. No one expects the second floor double drop kick. I had picked this Borg specifically out of all of them. My Unity wouldn't do shit against them. The Tiger's pistols were bouncing rounds already. So I slipped my Unity into the back of my pants, making sure it was safe. Didn't want to blow my own ass off. I had picked one of the Borgs that had a weapon I could use. As I slammed into him I reached out, grabbing the end of his gun. As he fell he automatically let go. Everyone does. They reach out to halt their fall, it's instinct, even for a Borg. Unfortunately that meant I was able to spin his Carnage shotgun into my arms as I literally stood on his back. He was cursing, climbing up to his knees when he must have felt the shotgun press against the back of his head. I pulled the trigger and it was only thanks to recoil control that I didn't get knocked right off him. But I didn't. Instead his head disappeared, and I was now standing in the middle of a gunfight. 1000 XP gained. But now the Strom were on the back foot. The Tiger claws now, no longer completely on defense. I moved, leaping off the Borg as I pumped the shotgun, the noise monstrously loud to my ears as I ducked and rolled under the Maelstrom truck. Disappearing just in time as suddenly one of the Borgs opened up with a machine gun where I had been standing, tearing up the asphalt. Mostly concealed, I brought the shotgun up and fired, shooting another Borg in the leg. Although it didn't do what I wanted and blow his leg off, he still fell to the ground screaming, as I pumped the shotgun again. From the weight of the gun I knew I only had one more round. Gun nut once again helping me out. I continued rolling, moving out from under the truck, but now on the opposite side. They had lost sight of me. That would cost them. Especially since the door to their truck was still open. I slipped in, unseen by both groups as they continued to fire on each other. The inside of the truck stunk of drugs and blood. Charming. I slipped over to the driver's side, easily taking over the truck. The morons had hit the claws, jumped out and started gunning them down. But now I had their wheels. I floored it. Turning the wheel as I did so I smashed into the surprised face of a Maelstrom Borg, the truck rocking as I hit him, and kept going. We stared at each other. My purplish eyes meeting his red glowing optics as he hung onto the front of the truck as I continued to floor it. I could see him gathering his wits, pulling out a pistol. He must have been confused though, as he watched me reach behind me, and even as I accelerated I threw the seatbelt over my chest. A moment after we slammed into a brick wall. Everything was chaos for a moment as I was jerked around and smashed against the driver's seat. But I had a seatbelt on. The car quieted a few moments later and I glanced up, ignoring the feeling of blood rolling down the side of my head after I had bashed my head against the door. I looked into the glowing red eyes of the Borg. Still alive, huh? I asked, my voice sounding a little distant. Probably a concussion. Bitch. He gasped out in a statusy pained voice. I reached over and grabbed the shotgun. What? I did not wait. I pointed and fired. 1000 XP gained. No, I answered only after I was sure he wasn't a threat. Seriously, only idiots stop to talk and monologue during a gunfight. Shoot first, then say the witty one-liner. Wasn't like you were saying the one-liner for them anyways. I pulled the seatbelt off with a groan. My body was not happy with me. as I pushed the driver's door. No give. I ended up having to crawl out through the broken windshield, hissing a bit at the cuts on my hands and feet. Should have put on my boots. I grumbled as I stepped out of the truck. I turned to look at the firefight, but it was wrapping up. Maelstrom had more people at first, and they got the drop on the claws, but we were in claw territory. Where at first there had only been 5 claws fighting against about that number in Borgs, now there was 3 times the amount of claws pulling up on their bikes and firing into the 3 Borgs that now had no way to escape. The gunfire stopped not long after, when a Borged-out tiger claw pulled out a set of mantis blades and went in. Bloody work. I started walking up and I winced. There hadn't been just 5 claws at first. Looks like 7. A pair of bodies were being looked over. But with just a flash scan I could tell they weren't breathing. That's a shame. I walked into the group of claws that were all talking and shouting amongst themselves, ignoring them entirely as I walked to the Borg I had killed. He should have some more ammo for this thing, and I was growing kind of fond of the carnage. I totally get why Rebecca liked it now. Sure, it was ugly, and a little smashed together, but it shot good. I liked it. As I knelt down and started searching through his dirty coat, I was unfortunately noticed. The fuck is this? A loud voice called out, and then a blur of Japanese that I only recognized as a lot of cursing. But the Bosuzoka brat was also pointing a katana at me. Was I gonna have to flatline this kid? Oh. This Borg had a shotgun shell bandolier. Okay, I have to admit, that's pretty fucking preem. I quickly unlatched it and with a bit of effort I yanked it off him and whipped it up and over my shoulder. Mine now. Always wanted one of these. Who the hell are you? Nobody important. I offered as I rose up. The guy's katana was drawing a little too close for my comfort. Chill out, Higa. This girl is crazy, came in and flatlined that Strom literally dropped on him from above. A girl said as she hurried over. Put your katana away, the Maelstrom are already dead. As he looked away I idly swiped a shell from the bandolier and slipped it into the shotgun. Just in case. Then since he was just that distracted despite standing close to me, I went ahead and loaded a few more. This guy was kinda blind. I don't know this bitch. She is standing in the middle of our battle. Looting. Enough. A voice said from beside me, and I blinked. I hadn't noticed. Not a sound had come from the guy until that moment. Sneaky. I looked over and the Tiger Claw Borg was standing beside me. Don't. Although he wasn't looking at the kid. He was looking at me. So I was looking at him. If he thought he was going to win a staring contest, joke's on him. I didn't need to blink anymore. Our eyes met, and I could tell he was figuring out the fastest way to kill me. I could just tell. Maybe a ninjutsu thing. His eyes were neon, I noticed. Changing colors along with his tats that shifted and looked like the animals were readying to attack. Yeah. It was just in case. I finally waved him off. As I stopped readying to pop the katana kid. Instead I turned back to checking the Borg's pockets. Unfortunately, other than a credit shard which I happily clept, he only had drugs. A lot of drugs. I sighed and left them. Not my style. Fucking you just gonna let her? It was her kill. The Borg offered with a shrug. She can take what she kills. He said simply. Tisk, fine whatever. He grumbled as his katana lowered. You happen to know Jun? Janikura Kusanagi? I asked as I looked the Borg over. The man was silent as he took in my question before slowly nodding. I know of him. He's my brother. You haven't seen him in the last week or so, have you? He's been out of contact. No, he said simply, and I noticed the way he said it. Yeah, this guy was suffering from cyberpsychosis. I just felt it. The man was struggling to care about anyone around him, the social apathy, and worse. The sociopathy. He was still considering how to kill me. I could see it, the way his hands were flexing, the joints of his mantis blades popping just a tiny bit. Yep. I'm out of here. CYA around Tiger Claws. Try not to get killed on my street next time. I called out to the group as I turned and headed back to the apartment. Ignoring the bloody footprints I was leaving behind. Stupid glass. Oh well, I got a new gun, and getting new guns did make me happy. I might even try to mod it a bit. I bet I could do something similar to Rebecca's guts. Absolutely max out the recoil and firepower. Could be fun. All I would really need is to double check the barrel and receiver to make sure it can handle a stronger load. I couldn't help but start whistling a bit as I made it to the apartment. Taking the elevator up to my floor, I was about to enter the apartment before I stopped. I turned peeking down the stairs and I sighed. The woman I had left there was gone. I headed down looking around. I really hoped someone hadn't grabbed her while she was unconscious. But as I came down the floor, the apartment door was open and I could see her standing there just looking at her apartment. "You okay?" I asked, and she jumped, wincing as she clutched her head, but she turned to look at me. "Yes, she didn't look okay. You're bleeding. Just a flesh wound. You should see the other guy." I couldn't help but add, "Really, you gonna be okay? I pulled you out of there and gave you a bounce back, but that isn't a miracle. You need a hospital?" The older woman sort of blinked as she looked at me as if my words were just incomprehensible. "Who are you?" she finally asked, and I simply stared at her for a minute. "Motoko, I'm your neighbor," I finally decided on as I pointed upwards. "All right, well, I tried. I'm going to sleep. Have a good night," I told her as I stepped back and then up the stairs. She was looking at me like I was gonna attack her or something. Weird. So I entered my apartment, sighed as I realized I would need to check my foot and probably take one of my last Max docs before I tried to sleep, otherwise I would bleed all over my bed. So I headed into the bathroom, cleaning my feet and my head wound, and finding I did have a piece of glass still stuck in my foot. Ow. A Max doc stopped my bleeding, and I then sighed again as I had to get a bucket and clean up the floor. Bloody footprints marched across the ground. With a sigh, I finished cleaning up and settled on the couch. Was I forgetting something? I felt like I was. So I settled onto the couch and decided I would enjoy a good 8 hours of shut-eye. The NCPD lights just now starting to play across my apartment's wall. Guess they finally showed up to cart away the corpses. I woke up mid-afternoon the next day, and as I was rubbing the sleep out of my eyes and stretching, I finally realized what I had forgotten. "June!" I cursed as I hurriedly pulled up my phone system and sent him a text. There was a storm attack on the street outside the apartment. I'm fine, no injuries. Apartment below us had some damage. Just wanted you to know I was okay so you wouldn't freak. Haven't heard from you in a while. I sat down on the couch and just kinda waited for a bit, hoping that June would at least respond back. Then I realized I was being stupid. June was still a teenage boy and was definitely out all night hunting Maelstrom. He was 100% still asleep. It wasn't even noon yet. So I shook that away and looked at my alerts. Body leveled up. Annihilation skill level up. Body 6, and Annihilation 4. Finally I had gotten body to level up again. I guess all the shotgun shooting had finally gained the last bits of XP I needed. Driving skill level up. 1 perk point gained. I pointedly ignored that one since literally all I did was crash a truck. On purpose. I crashed a truck on purpose. That was the plan. Okay, I would look at perks later. But I took a moment to look over my body. The increase to body had some effects. I looked muscular. I had actual biceps when I flexed. Motoko strong. I giggled as I did a few stretches, enjoying the feeling of my stronger muscles. I decided to get some exercise in while I got breakfast. Slipping out of the apartment, I jogged around the block picking up some food at my favorite little street vendors. Yet even as I did, I could tell that things were changing. The gang war was getting bad. People were more skittish than usual, which is saying something in Night City. People. I could see the damage from the attack still on the street outside the apartment. I pointedly didn't look at the brick wall I had smashed through with the truck. That was Maelstrom's fault, not mine. Definitely not mine. At all. But things were getting tense. After breakfast, I decided it was time to get something done I had been putting off as I threw myself into crafting. I drove out to the little netrunner's shop carrying my netsuit in hand. "That's a lot of holes," was the first thing the old Asian lady at the little shop I had bought my netrunner suit from muttered at me as I flopped the suit on the table. "Yeah, people like to shoot at me," I said as she looked over my suit. "People like to hit you too," she told me, and I shrugged. "Hazards of the job. The armor didn't do much, I see," she muttered as looked over the suit. "Noticed that. Figured I was just getting hit with something too big to stop. Might be why I'm still alive though." "No," she answered instantly, and I could hear a hint of anger in her voice. "No. Look, the interior panels. They are fake," she growled. The little old woman was practically leaking smoke as she hissed, her pipe glowing red as she sucked in the smoke. "Fake? The armor liner is supposed to have a layer of Kevlar. This isn't Kevlar." She peeled the armor apart and showed me the liner, which as she spoke she pulled apart and showed. "Cardboard? Well, probably not, but something close to it." Her fingers pulled bits apart with just that tiny effort. "This wouldn't stop a needle from poking you, much less a bullet." She looked away from the leotard, meeting my eyes. "I sold you defective goods." She growled a bit as she threw the leotard onto the table. "When I get my hands on that supplier," she growled a bit, and considering she hung out in a shop that catered to netrunners, not exactly people well known for not getting revenge, I had a feeling her supplier was about to have a really bad week. I didn't even notice. I added as I leaned down to look over the leotard, poking at the holes. My Kiroshi scans didn't notice anything out of place, which was weird. It was only when I pulled the cardboard-like inner liner out and scanned it did I get a scan of what the material was made out of. You didn't notice bullets were slipping through your armor? I had other things on my mind whenever I got shot. I joked as I looked over the gunk. How did my eyes never notice this? I've scanned my leotard before, but I guess I hadn't really been looking for anything. This was a good lesson. My Kiroshi were amazing, but they weren't magic. I still needed to pay attention. The woman was silent for a moment. Then her eyes went blue, and I blinked as a pretty hefty chunk of eddies was handed into my account. The eddies. For the trouble and as an apology. The old woman offered and I just sorta shrugged. She didn't give me the feel of someone that was lying. She seemed to be earnest about not knowing. The armor, did you use it on anyone else's gear? The woman blinked before cursing. A moment please. Her eyes went yellow, but she came back after a minute. Must have been sending a text. I can send your measurements to another I know that does modifications. She offered out of the blue, throwing me for a loop. Huh? So you can get your suit replaced? Why would I go somewhere else? I already have a shop right here. I told her with a calm face. She was probably embarrassed about this whole thing. I know I would be. You would still trust my work? Other than the armor, it was comfortable and exactly what I wanted. So let's fix that, and we are good to go. I need a couple more of them in fact, and I was gonna ask how to repair them if you could show me? I'm a bit of a techie as well, but maybe I won't have to if the new ones actually have armor? I'll show you anyway. We can use this one since it's, well, trash. Come. She ordered, hopping off a little chair and dragging me into a back room with a workbench and a bunch of equipment. Oh, the woman was less a normal seamstress and more a techie herself. Makes sense, there were a lot of components in a normal net suit. Cool. Can you teach me a bit about this? Putting together a netrunner suit, I mean? She looked me over before shrugging. I can show you the basics. Everything else I will only teach my children. You are too young for my son. She informed me flatly as she waved her pipe at a chair. Sit. I chuckled a bit as I settled in. The woman was a master, and I know I only understood bits of what she was sharing, but it was still fascinating to learn. 100 technical attribute XP gained. It took a few hours, but I walked out of the shop wearing a new leotard, and a bag with a few spares. It had also cost me way less than the first one. So that was nice. Rather than head directly home, I decided to look around, maybe stop at a cafe or something to eat something different. I didn't want to turn into June and his vendor burrito aficionado status. The thought stopped me cold for a moment before I let it go. I would always worry about June, but all I could do is keep moving forward. I ended up stopping at a nice little cafe and eating a quiet lunch. The many mocks in the area were different. Thankfully, despite being Asian, no one bothered me since I wasn't exactly looking like a normal tiger claw. So, I got to people watch all the mocks that were everywhere in the area. Pastel and neon. Weird combo, but I could respect it. The mocks were interesting. On one hand, they were still sort of at the point in a gang's life where the original idea to actually make things better was still active. But at the same time it was starting to die off. Greed changed everything. Instead of helping people like the mocks had been founded on, they were now shifting to helping the mocks and no one else. Funny how that goes. Soon it would shift more and the mocks would be like 6th Street, using force to keep their income streams safe and active. I finished up my lunch and left the little cafe, walking down the street just sort of taking in the sights of the area. Even here though it was tense. Mocks were heavily armed. People were scurrying around for the most part. Shops all had extra security either in guards or equipment. Everyone was afraid of the gangs right now. Tiger claws were being aggressive as Strom poked them with a stick, and it was having a knock-on effect. Tiger claws being angry and hyper-aggressive meant mocks were running into trouble, which was cutting off mocks' areas from other gangs. Most of the other gangs wouldn't admit it, but it was making getting BDs that the mocks sold difficult, and so that was causing tension everywhere. Crazy to think that basically lack of porn was causing an issue throughout the city, but there you go. Night City folks. I was walking down through a small park area when I heard it. A cry of pain, the sound of flesh being struck, and angry voices. I felt myself tense, a stream of instincts all coming out to play as I lowered myself down to better control my center of gravity and crept along. My boots became absolutely silent on the concrete path. Thankfully it wasn't anything serious. I turned around a bush on the path and frowned as I saw a bunch of teenagers. 3 boys all standing around a fourth who was on the ground. And bruised and beaten up. Trying to fuck us over again, huh Knox? One of the boys said as he kicked the figure on the ground. I think I'll just take what BDs you have instead. Teach you a lesson, yeah? The boy on the ground groaned and curled up around a backpack. I sighed, a teenage brawl? A sale of BDs gone wrong? Well, I didn't see any guns, or knives. So I was pretty uninterested. But it would be the right thing to do, wouldn't it? To help out the guy on the ground. I considered it. I didn't really think of myself as a hero. I was kinda too selfish for that. But I had been doing a lot of murder, even if they all deserved it. Saving someone in trouble would be a good act. My shoulders slumped. Alright, I think that's enough of that. I called out as I came around the corner. The 3 boys still standing all startled for half a second before looking between each other and me incredulously. Who the hell is this? Never seen her before, you Ian? Nope. Hey, fuck off. One of them called out, throwing me a middle finger. I looked the 3 boys over. No. Don't know what's going on, but I'm interfering. Head off, I think you've beaten the kid enough for today. Maybe I haven't, chum. Why don't you fuck off, before we take you over to those bushes and play XBD? My nose crinkled. Disgusting. Just for that. I wasn't gonna let them walk away. I sighed as I adjusted my gloves a bit, ensuring they were tight, stretching my neck a bit to make sure I was limbered up. And then, while the 3 gonks were all trying to square up and act like tough guys, I simply moved. Unfortunately, this was Night City. Teenagers knew how to fight here more often than not. They startled at my sudden aggression but didn't run, instead they attacked. I wasn't able to throw the first punch. Stupid long boy arms. But I had a few levels in street brawling. Blocking a punch was nothing fancy. I took the hit on my forearms and ducked in. A right jab into his gut caused him to burst into a wheeze as he folded over. Wow, did this kid not know how to take a punch? I barely got my arm up in time to block a punch from my right. My eyes caught where he was looking, the accuracy of my Kiroshis making it child's play to lift a leg and catch his kick on my shin. The 3rd guy was quicker than I thought. He didn't go for a punch, instead he grabbed my left arm in a harsh grip. Since I was already on one foot, he managed to move me pretty easily, almost throwing me to the ground, but I kept my feet by grabbing his wrist that was holding me. Then to my surprise I squeezed, and with a twist of my hand was able to rip his hand off my arm. Since I had him now, I pulled, tugging him into a knee that I slammed into his stomach. Turning to fight Kick Boy, I didn't quite manage to dodge a punch. I winced as his blow slammed not into me, but into the barrier holstered under my jacket. Ow! I wheezed a bit as he just punched a hunk of metal into my chest, but he was getting the worse off. As he was staggering back, cradling his hand. Time out. I managed to wheeze as I waved him off, reaching up under my jacket and wincing. He punched the barrier into my tit. Ow! I think you just broke my hand. He whined as he bent over his clutching his wristlet. Let's call it done? He asked after a minute of painful breathing as he struggled not to make too much noise. I had bent over the little stone wall that surrounded the park, clutching my chest as it throbbed in pain. Deal. Take your chums and get lost. I waved him off as I breathed, and after a few moments the 3 boys turned tail and ran. Ow. Sure, cold blood could make me not feel it, but come on, going all cold for a couple of kids seemed so pointless. But still. Ow. Hey, you alive? I asked once the 3 were gone as I walked over to the beaten boy. Huh. Beaten Mox boy. That was definitely their colors. Live. He muttered as he looked me over from a single eye, the other one already swollen shut. At some point he had stopped curling up and moved into a sitting position with his back resting against the stone wall. Good. I muttered, turning to walk away. I was so done here. Time to go check my bruised tit in my car. Even with the alerts for street brawling, I hadn't exactly been looking around for a fist fight. Also, my tit hurt. Wait. The teen gasped out as he sort of fumbled to stand. I turned and sort of stared at him, helpless to even get up, and sighed. I owe you one, let me thank you. He begged as he rose up. It was obvious he was weak, but he managed to get to his feet. As he did, he gasped as his bag was held wrong. Everything inside fell to the ground in a torrent. Condoms? No, wait. Those were BDs. They were in condom wrapping because someone had a sense of humor. Fuck. He muttered, bending down into the dirt and stuffing them back into his bag. I watched for a minute before I finally decided to speak up. You should just leave them. I think you need to get to a Ripper or something first. No. I can't. Any of the BDs I lose, I'll have to pay for. He gasped out as he was struggling to find them all. I sighed and with a single glance of my scanner I had them all. 3 of them were hidden under a bush, but after a moment and a confirmation from my scanner we had them all. Damn, are those Kiroshis? That's primware. He muttered, having noticed me looking around and scanning the ground. Thanks. I stood up having grabbed the last of the BDs and wiped my pants. I had just turned when I had a hand grab at my wrist. Hey. Wait. Hold on, I owe you one. I'm gonna go to Lizzie's to get checked out, you should come, I'm sure I can get you a reward for saving me. I don't really need a reward, thanks though. I offered but the boy wasn't letting me walk away. See come on even if you won't accept a reward, you really saved me, come by the bar, I can introduce you to Mateo, cheap drinks? I don't drink. I refused, waving my hands but again he wasn't taking no for an answer. Then at least come with, let everyone know who helped out Amox. We don't forget people who did us a favor. He begged. I was going to refuse again, but just as I was about to say it, he sort of limped and almost tripped. Fuck. He cursed wincing at his ankle which I noticed with a glance was swelling up. Looks sprained. Come on. I'll give you a ride at least. My car isn't far. I muttered. This is what I get for being the hero. A bruised tit, and having to do more work. He looked up, his face flashing into a smile. Which wasn't the best to look at with all the swelling. Yes. Hey, I'm Knox the Mox. He introduced himself. Knox the Mox? I asked as I felt my face flattening into a deadpan. Yep. I'm a seller, a good one, a catchy name means people remember you when they want something. Trust me, it sounds a bit weird, but my name alone has got me a ton of business. He practically chirped as he limped along until I helped stabilize him. Motoko. I don't run with a gang, so I guess I'm Motoko the Merc. Oh? A Merc? I guess that explains the moves and the chrome. He said adding a little karate chops to his words. Yeah, something like that. I muttered as we turned a corner and came up to my car. I could feel the moment he noticed it as he sorta pulled away a bit. Nice car. I might want to just walk. I chuckled a little at his response because I really needed to get my ride painted. Don't worry, I'm not a wraith, despite what my ride says. I had a job that took me out to the Badlands. It turned into a bit of a mess but I flatlined the previous owner, and now I have his ride. I really need to get it painted. Right. Okay sure. He muttered, sounding a little suspicious, but I shrugged and helped him into the car as I went around. With a flick of my mind I switched to map mode and made up a path to Lizzie's bar. So, a Merc huh? What's that like? Pay goes from good to complete shit usually depending on how much someone shoots you. I told him truthfully as I pulled out to the street and started driving to the bar. What's a BD salesman like? It's good eddies when I have a buyer, but it's just ennies most of the time. Nothing like Merc work. Trust me, Merc stuff can be fun, but it also has moments where you do a lot of work or get in dangerous situations and get paid close to nothing. I said, remembering a certain job with a group of teenage gangers. That had been a bit of a mess. Thankfully the bar wasn't far, and I didn't have to share more than a few more bits about jobs I had done before I pulled slowly into the parking lot of Lizzie's bar. Of course pulling up in a very obviously painted ride drew attention. I could see the bouncer Rita, if I remembered her name right, go from relaxing at the door to carrying her baseball bat with a vengeance. Still I ignored that, instead stepping out and walking over to help Knox get out of the car as he was having a bit of trouble with his foot. Once he was upright I didn't need to move anymore as Rita was there, baseball bat still held tightly in one hand as she looked over the two of us. Knox. What's going on? Rita hey. I ran into Ian's group. They, weren't happy with my price, and thought Klepping would be cheaper. He spoke before pointing at me. Motoko here saved my ass, fought them off and sent them packing, even helped me pack up my stock. The stock, that you were specifically told to stop taking out? That stock? Rita snapped, but sighed as she rubbed the bridge of her nose. Let's get you inside and cleaned up. Susie can decide what to do about you and your sticky fingers. The bouncer said as she reached over and helped Knox by grabbing his other arm. She stopped from moving though as she looks me over. We don't let wraiths into the bar. Not a wraith. Just a Merc. The previous owner of the car totaled my old one. I offered lying. I didn't have a previous car, but it made me sound more mature rather than saying I stole it because I didn't have a ride and was sick of taking the bus and train. Right. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I was just making sure Knox got somewhere for help. I'll just head out. I added, moving to walk away when a hand once again grabbed at me. No. Rita. Motoko saved me. The least we can do is invite her in, Knox asked, and I felt my shoulders slump a bit. I turned around. That really isn't necessary. I dashed. It is. You did Mox a massive favor. We don't just send people away who do that. Susie should hear. Let her decide. He begged, and I honestly didn't want to deal with this anymore, but Rita's shoulders slumped a bit as she started walking. Fine, she can come in. Just don't cause any trouble, Rita demanded, and I really considered just leaving, but Knox was throwing me a thumbs up and waving me to follow, and I sighed as I followed in after them. I didn't even like bars, much less a BD bar that was one step away from a dollhouse. I followed in after all, mostly because I was kinda curious if I would see Judy. So I walked into Lizzie's bar. We went instantly to the left and into a small side room off the entrance, where Knox was lowered onto a couch and Rita went around a bunch of lockers and grabbed a med kit. I looked around and was staring at an array of computers along the wall. Security, or was it the lights and music controls? I wasn't sure, and I wasn't about to go snooping. So I ignored it, and I watched as Rita, with surprisingly careful hands considering her arms were all chrome and covered in spikes, she slathered some goop on Knox's face and gave him a few bandages. Thanks, Rita. You are always trouble, kid. Try not to piss people off so much, she instantly retorted as she rose. I'll get Mateo to bring in something to drink and maybe something for the pain, and I'll call Susie. She is gonna deal with this from here. I need to get back outside. She stood, and as she walked past me she still and gave me a look. Don't cause any trouble. She spoke bluntly, absolutely a threat, but I just shrugged. I'm not on a job, not much of a troublemaker otherwise, I assured her, and she sorta nodded without doing so. I think she likes you, Knox offered as he lay back on the couch sort of sighing. I think you need to get your head checked, I said as I sat in the desk chair. You gonna be good? Yeah, Mateo will bring me something good for the pain and I'll be square. But soon Susie will be here and she can slip you a nice reward. I don't really need anything, a reward sounds a little silly. Nonsense. You saved a Mox, the least we should do. Besides, I haven't gotten your number yet. What do I do if I need to hire a merc if I don't get your number? He asked, flashing me a crooked smile that had nothing to do with his bruised and bloody lip. Talk to a fixer, I retorted simply, which caused his smile to twitch and deflate at my instant refusal. The noise of the club picked up suddenly as the door opened. Knox. Hey Suz. He called out, sounding cheerful even if he was only looking at her with one eye. She gave a sigh as she looked him over for a moment before seeming to decide he would live. She turned to me. Susie Q. The leader of the Mox. Also a woman that didn't seem to be happy to deal with this shit right now. You are? Motoko. Just someone that saw Knox getting in trouble and decided to help out, I offered with a shrug which didn't seem to satisfy the woman. She kept her eyes locked on me, as if trying to will me to fess up or alter my story. But I literally had no idea what she wanted. Your help is appreciated then. You helped the Mox. We will remember, she offered simply, and I shrugged. No worries. I just saw someone getting beat up and decided to step in. I turned towards the door. All right. I'm heading out. Knox, heal well. Try not to pick fights with people that are stronger than you. Or more numerous. Ah, come on Motoko, at least give me your number. I might have some jobs for you. I sighed as I moved to open the door as I bent my head over my shoulder, letting my eyes go gold. There. See ya around, I called after sending him a handshake exchange. His information and mine shared between us. Preem, he called out as I headed out, swiftly running from the bar, and the many people giving me looks. It wasn't my fault I had a race car. I mean, it was that I hadn't gotten it painted yet. Okay, fine. I guess it was my fault. I hurried to my car, noticing a Mox girl hiding by the driver's door as she dug through her bag, a clink of spray cans reaching my ears. I sighed and hurried, getting there just in time to slip the can out of her hand as she reached to start graffitiing my car. The old paint job is terrible, I know, but I already have plans to get a new one. Let's leave it at that, I tell the younger girl. She was probably 12, 13? Smaller than me, as she hastily accepted my offer of her spray can back before she took off. I just let her run off. No point in causing a scene. Even if Rita had looked like she was about to hurry over and protect the little girl. This city needed to relax a little. I slipped into the car, ignoring everything else as I slowly backed out of the spot so I wouldn't hit anyone, and sedately drove to the street access, a flip of my turn signal, and a double check to make sure I had space let me slip onto the road and slowly accelerate off the property. The next morning I was back to grinding tech. I had spent the afternoon after dealing with the Knox situation heading out to the dump to find some goodies. Thankfully it had done some good. New pieces of tech to work on had made the alerts start popping up again. I was so close to another level. I also still hadn't heard from June. But I was doing my best to ignore that. Hiromi was in class, and I really had nothing to do but just keep grinding away. I munched on mystery meat stick as I continued to tinker on getting the laptop working. My current plan was to take a few of the laptops I had managed to get working again, and try to learn how to make my own quick hacks. I hadn't gained any knowledge on them from crafting, so there must be a new skill hidden there in the system for me to learn, and I needed more numbers. Numbers for the numbers god. I took a break and stretched a long yawn pulling from my throat as I decided to get some lunch. With Hiromi in school I wouldn't be able to eat with her, but I figured I could head out and find something tasty, and after maybe I should get my car painted. Probably should do that sooner rather than later. I grumbled as I headed out. Paint first, then food. So I did eventually find a shop, and in the future of Cyberpunk it only took about 2 hours for a full paint job. But I was running into some trouble. It's not a Wraith car. It's mine. Why's it got Wraiths on it then? 'Cause it used to belong to a Wraith. Then I flatlined him. Now it's mine. I explained. Again. The man sitting behind a little desk in the office of the mechanic's shop was chewing on a cigarette as he leaned back. A mechanical leg propped up on a cushion, every bit the grungy mechanic. And what happens when they find out we painted their ride? Not looking for trouble like that. Kinda hard to find something out when you were left in the desert to die. I answered suggestively. His whole crew ended that way. Nothing to worry about. I just want people to stop trying to mess with my car when I leave it. $2,000. You have your prices listed right there. Still $2,000. I'm taking on risk. Ugh. Even if I spend an hour explaining to you that there is no risk, you aren't gonna listen, are you? Nope. $2,000. Fine. As long as it doesn't look like shit. Alright. His eyes went gold as he let his people know, and I could see my car get moved into the painting bay. The whole thing was practically automatic, and the length was really just for the paint to dry. Any good food places around here? Nope. Lovely. He was right. The food around here was terrible. I ended up with a grumbling belly as I waited for the paint job to be finished. I was sitting in an old musty chair in the office watching the TV along with the shop owner, who was completely ignoring me when it happened. This is Network News 54 interrupting our regularly scheduled program of Will It Chip, with an emergency announcement from the NCPD. The anchor appeared, interrupting the absolute mind-melting stupidity of the previous show. The NCPD are now declaring the District of Pacifica as a no-go zone. The danger has escalated from high to extreme. All travel from the district will be fired upon, and treated as a threat to the security of Night City. Gunfire continues currently in the district, and anyone who lives nearby should make sure to close their security blinds in case of stray fire. Damn. The shop owner grumbled as he heard the news. I don't get it. Don't the NCPD normally call Pacifica a no-go zone anyways? Yeah, but switching it to extreme means there is a massive problem, probably with the combat zone. I felt myself frown. The combat zone. I knew bits about it, but it wasn't something that was accessible in the game. Kids. He grumbled at me. It means they likely lost containment. The NCPD put cyber psychos inside when they can't, or don't want to deal with them any other way. I thought that was a rumor. Rumor, or truth? Who knows? All I know is that anytime something crazy happens with the combat zone, Pacifica gets locked down. But it's worse than that, kid. To put together a full blockade of Pacifica, NCPD are going to be busy on that side of the city. What do you think that means for the rest of us? With a gang war already going on? Get ready, kid. Shit in Night City is about to get wild for a while. The older man offered, sighing as he reached behind him and grabbed his tactician. The shotgun had been resting against the wall until then. Then, as if it was an everyday occurrence, he pulled out a box of shotgun shells and started loading the side saddle, making sure he would have all the ammunition he might need in case of trouble. It's gonna get that bad? I couldn't help but ask the way he was acting. Tonight's gonna be hell, kid. The gangs will know that tonight they get a free pass. NCPD will bunker down and let the rest of the city go to hell until Pacifica is taken care of. That little gang war between the Claws and Strom? Tonight we will see a real gang war. They will go all out. He sighed. Gonna tell the guys to finish up and head home. Suggest you do the same, girl. Driving my newly painted black Quadra Type 66 was nice. The fact the city was almost shockingly quiet meant I couldn't enjoy it. I had already made a few texts. Hiromi was bunkering down with her parents. Apparently school was cancelled until the state of emergency was over. Ichi said he would be working for Shobo, running supplies. He had even asked if I wanted to join him. I hadn't answered back yet. Because June. Normally with something like this I would have settled into the apartment and just ignored it. As bad as it was going to be, I wasn't a member of the Tiger Claws. I wasn't a member of the Maelstrom. Their gang war had very little to do with me directly. But June would be out there. Somewhere. Alone. Probably throwing himself into murdering Maelstrom. The temptation to join with Ichi, to maybe run into June on Ichi's resupply runs. It was tempting. So as I drove home I made a call. The same call I made every day, in hopes I would get an answer. Like always the call wasn't answered. Fine. I would just have to join Ichi and run around the city in the middle of a gang war to find my idiot brother. That would show him. I was practically gnashing my teeth as I pulled into the parking garage. Taking up my space. June's space. No, what should be our space, but wasn't. Stupid June. I stomped into the apartment suiting up in my new Edge Runner outfit. Every bit the Motoko Kusanagi that I wanted to be. I loaded up, grabbing what weapons I thought I would need. I loaded up the tactician I had grabbed from the kids so long ago, really annoyed that I had passed on the Satara that I had let Ichi have. I could have used a tech shotgun right now. Stupid Maelstrom. Stupid metal faces. I was just about to give Ichi a call to let him know I was on my way when someone called me. Ringing. I blinked, almost dropping my tactician. June. Motoko. June had actually called me. June. Where have you been? What have you been doing? Are you okay? I have a car now. If you need me to pick you up just tell me. Do you need rescuing? Tell me what strom I have to go flatline and I'll be there in a few minutes. I rambled a bit at him. Motoko. Enough. I want you to stay home tonight. Lock the door. Don't leave until I tell you. Wa, June. I know it's going to be crazy tonight, but I'm worried about you. I haven't heard from you in forever. I've been busy Motoko. Now promise me you will stay home. No. Not unless you promise me you will actually come home. June. Motoko. I don't have time to baby you. Get in the apartment and don't leave. Do as I say. He yelled, although the audio wasn't actually verbal so it couldn't really get that loud. But I got it loud and clear. June just snapped at me. June? Do it Motoko. I have to go. Wait. June. I called out but the call was over. What the fuck? I cursed as I looked around, my brain seemingly unable to process for a moment. The desire to slam a phone on the hook filled me, but was unfortunately impossible. Stupid future, where was a century-old landline when you need one? I finally heard from June only for him to basically tell me to stay out of it? Well, obviously I didn't want to get involved in this shit, but June was being stupid. I picked up my shotgun, glaring at the tactician for a moment before breathing out a breath, letting the frustration go with it. June was still alive. Obviously he wanted me to be safe. I just wanted him to be safe too. I put the shotgun on the dining room table, having to push aside all the junk I had been tinkering with. Fine. I would stay home tonight. For now. But I would be keeping an ear to the ground just in case. Ringing. Hey Ichi, I can't go tonight. June wants me to stay home, but do me a favor. Send me some updates throughout the night. If you need help, or something crazy starts happening, let me know. Yeah. Alright. I'll call you if we need an extra gun. Stay safe Motoko. Everyone is saying it's gonna get crazy for a while. You too Ichi. You'll need it more than me tonight. Angry tinkering followed. I took apart my carnage, and with the knowledge I had from Gun Nut, and a lot of extra scrap now lying around the house. Okay, so maybe it was a good thing June wasn't home. I basically started fixing the parts on the gun that often had problems. The cocking handle got stuck because they put a plastic doohickey inside a shotgun designed to be as unsmooth as possible. So I took it out and basically made my own. Using a bit of scrap metal and a handheld cutting torch that was in the toolbox, I cut out a new part. So I had to fabricate a copy of the doohickey that kept the shotgun's pump handle from just falling out of alignment and letting you actually pump the shotgun. After a few minutes of struggling to get it right, I managed to replace the plastic piece. With that while pumping the shotgun still felt like I was fighting an angry squirrel, but it would keep working for a lot longer without just breaking down, as the plastic had a tendency to just shatter with the forces the carnage put itself under. Technical attribute XP had been flowing in, as I basically just went to a weak point in the carnage and just fixed it. My anger crafting actually worked out, as when I finished installing the part 1 got the alert. Technical attribute leveled up. I blinked as I took in the new information. I looked at the toolbox. The toolbox that had tools that I hadn't used because I had no idea what they were. Still didn't know what all of them were, but I knew a little more now. Enough to know that I had a better solution than what I had just done. Angry repair shop lady's toolbox had been my source of fixing stuff so far, but I realized she really hadn't screwed me over as much as I had thought. Well, I didn't know the price of the tools yet, but I knew how useful some of them were. One was literally a miniature 3D printer of sorts. Except it could print metal. Put something that wasn't absolute top-of-the-line metals into the hopper, it would break down the metal and then print out whatever design you needed. That had potential. I picked up the device that was about as big as a loaf of bread and settled it flat onto the table. Pulling out my connector port and hooked it in, and within a few moments thanks to my Kiroshi I was able to basically upload a schematic of the doohickey I needed. I didn't have to think about dimensions or tolerances, as the Kiroshi scan of the plastic version handled almost all of that, with a bit of my own knowledge adjusting it, until I had the schematic of the doohickey I needed. I put in a bit of steel into the hopper, and watched as the device quickly began producing the part 1 needed. Future tech. I smiled as I already got another crafting alert. Doing something new earned a faster level up, I remembered. I grinned before an explosion outside dimmed my happiness. That wasn't the first explosion of the night. Nor would it be the last. I stood and peeked out the guard blinds. I couldn't see the source of the explosion, too far away, but the noise didn't end. Gunshots. Explosions. I had turned off the news when the reports started coming in. I was tempted. An urge was there to just head out into the night. There was a lot of XP I could gain out there. Stopping crimes. Killing Borgs. But I didn't. I was sneaky, but it was one thing to sneak through a den of sleepy scavs, and another to sneak up on a group ready and looking for a fight. So I stayed inside, and had to deal with the fact that I decided not to head out. If I was a hero I would go out. To save even a few people. If I was a villain, I would go out. To kill and get more loot and power. But I wasn't either of those things. I had walked past plenty of homeless people in the city before. I hadn't stopped to save them. I had killed people, but I like to believe I had done it for more than just the XP. More than just my own personal benefit. I had killed on a job, or because I wanted to stop the scavs. So I wasn't a hero or a villain. I was Motoko, and Motoko would listen to June. At least for tonight. But tomorrow? Well, that was a whole other day, and June had better be prepared. The news chattered away as I continued to tinker. Crafting had been leveling fast as I messed with my equipment. My Unity was given a going over and I even replaced some of the older parts. It had been a weapon June had got for me more for personal protection than for running through scav dens. So I did some work on it, messed with the trigger, replaced the spring, even took a few minutes to design an extended magazine and make one. I was no longer limited to 12 rounds. I now had 15. Whew. I giggled at my own pleasure at such a minor improvement overall, but it did give me a nice alert. 100 crafting XP gained. So that was nice. But while I was cozy in my apartment, the city was burning. Often literally. The news had a few reports about the Pacifica thing, and while it was obviously heavily propagandized, there was a hint that all the positive reports were bullshit. Considering the cordon was still active. So I waited. I did get messages from Ichi through the night. He was nice enough to give me little updates. Thankfully all he was really doing was transporting ammunition and staying away from the bad war zones. So he and Malcolm were tired but fine. Hiromi had taken to sending me paragraph-length texts about how bored she was. So she was fine. Nothing yet from June. So I just continued to tinker. I had plenty of parts right now. Lots of scrap to mess with, so I just went to work. I did some adjustment on my weapon sights, making sure they were more accurate. Repaired damaged parts, and cleaned all my weapons. Since I had so many now, and they were all previously owned by scavs, or RAF, and some were quite messy. And so I spent the day working with my hands and blocking out the world. Enjoying the feeling of bringing life back to my equipment. Crafting skill level up. The alert came mid-afternoon, and I sighed, crafting 3 meant I was once more at my tech attributes cap. Once again I was stuck trying to level tech rather than the skill. At least the surge of new information meant I had plenty of new things to tinker with. One of the laptops that I had found had an issue I now knew the solution for, and I was going to do that first. Just as I was soldering a new power line for the laptop, having realized the issue was the power source wasn't connecting right anymore, the door opened. I instantly reached for a gun. My carnage was closest as I went to grab it only to get tangled in the laptop and end up overbalanced. I turned it into a tumble where I landed on my back with the carnage pointed at the door. Motoko. Jun ni. I replied to his greeting as I lowered the shotgun. Welcome home. I said, unable to get my tongue to say anything else. Jun hadn't taken my advice to stop chipping in new chrome. He nodded almost coldly as he entered the apartment, looking around at my mess of guns and parts and other equipment. But I was staring at all the new pieces. His arms I had seen before. His legs were new. He was wearing pants, but they hung lower on his hips, showing the chrome peeking up from his legs. His eyes were different. He definitely had subdermal armor as well. A large chunk of his stomach was now fake. A black carbon fiber looked to his new abs that meant they were definitely chipped in. He carried a new katana on his hip. That wasn't our Otosan's katana. It was the more military style that Arasaka produced. I thought it looked cool, but it wasn't our family's weapon. The weapon Jun had carried with him religiously. Jun. Motoko. You've made a mess. Clean it up. Well, sorry, since I was the only one living here, I made it my own. I snapped at him before stopping and taking a breath. Jun, what did you do to yourself? That's way too much chrome that fast. You're gonna lose your mind. I don't need your opinion, Motoko. I didn't ask for it either. I'm here because you were going to do something stupid. Threatening to go after the maelstrom with everything going on. Are you stupid? He snapped at me, that coldness turning into Jun's normal hot-headedness. Don't tell me about stupid, Jun. How much chrome have you chipped in the last month? How many drugs do they have you on? Any? Was that chrome even good stuff, or just garbage you took from the Strom? I said I don't need your opinion. He snapped, I'm doing what I have to. He snapped at me back. But I wasn't going to let this go. Jun, you don't have to do this. Stop it. Stay home. Get your bearings again. Get used to your chrome dash. Enough. He roared and punched out. I could tell it wasn't heading for me, so I didn't move, but Jun's armored fist smashed into the kitchen divider wall, blowing a hole right through it. You never listen. I'm not going to baby you forever, Motoko. Grow up. Learn to take care of yourself for once. I flinched back at that. For the first time he actually said something that actually hurt me. Sure. I had relied on Jun to take care of me. I mean, he was one paying for the apartment. Rent, food, clothes. Anything I needed he took care of. And now he was throwing that into my face. I know I rely on you. I'm trying to move past that, but I still want you in my life. I don't want to see you dead. Jun didn't say anything. He was sort of staring past me, at the hole in the wall and then down at his shaking hands. Jun, you've pushed too far. Too hard. Why don't you sit down? We can talk this out. Just for a little while. Okay? It took a moment, but as I slowly reached out for his hand that he was staring at, he jerked away from me. Stop trying to get in my way. I have to do this. What is this? What is it that you have to do that you'll tear yourself apart to do it? I'll kill them, Motoko, all of them. I won't stop until they are all dead. Nothing can get in my way. Not even you. He pointed at me then. Stay out of it. Stop bothering me. He hissed, and it sounded more like an older brother telling his little sister to stop bothering him and his friends. That wasn't what was happening though. This was Jun trying to cut out all of his connections. No, I tell his back as he moves to walk out of the apartment only to stop. I won't stop trying to reach you. To try and make you stop. This isn't you, Jun, this doesn't have to be you. His fists clenched as he turned on me. You always get in the way. Good. I will always get in the way of you trying to kill yourself. You think you are doing this for your friend? Or to avenge them? You aren't. This is suicide. Suicide by maelstrom. I won't sit here and let you die. I won't die. Not before I kill them. He answered, and I could tell he was actually trying to sound cool. Fucking gonk, what kind of edgelord bullshit is that? I screamed at him, but he didn't stop and left the apartment. I chased after him. No way was I letting this end here. He was fast though. Stupid cyber-legged idiot. I caught him outside as he climbed onto his bike. Jun, goodbye, Motoko. he said before the engine of his bike started up, and even as I chased after trying to leap onto his bike so he couldn't escape, he was gone. Driving down the road. Away from me. Idiot. I screamed as I did my best to chase after him, but as I hit the road I had to leap back onto the sidewalk to dodge a van that was speeding down the street. By the time I turned back to June, he was gone. Fuck. I was back upstairs not long after, loading everything I would need. Why the hell would I let June race off into the sunset knowing he is going to suicide by Maelstrom Borg? It wasn't going to be easy tracking him down, but I had wheels and I could follow the gunshots. I would keep hitting every firefight between Tiger Claws and Strom until I found him. Even if I had to murder every Strom in the city first. Something about that twigged at my mind, something about that thought was hypocritical, but I shook it away. Save idiot June first. I cocked my carnage, the action much smoother than it had been before I went to work on it. Loaded and ready, I put it to the side. Already I had a bag full of weapons and gear I was going to bring with me. And a lot of ammo. I shouldered the large bag now full of weapons I had found hidden away in my closet, and after removing the weird Tiger Claw swag I had a good enough gun bag. Then I took it downstairs across the street and into the parking garage. I loaded it all up in the passenger seat of my ride. Alright Motoko. Go get suited up and let's rescue June. I whispered to myself, patting my casual clothes clear of the dust and grime they had accumulated from all my tinkering. I took 2 steps to do that when I bonked my head. Idiot. I forgot the meds. I had already been low after my desert adventure and I had bought some more in the following days. But I needed to load up more than just the emergency inhaler that was in my strap-on pockets. I was about to go on a roaring rampage of revenge. Justice. A rampage of justice. Yeah. I was definitely going to get hurt hunting June and killing Strom. I would need to load that up first, then suit up. I walked out of the garage considering if there was anything else I wanted to bring along. I already had most of my stuff stuffed into my car, so I was probably just overthinking it. As I moved to cross the street I felt it. A warning sign. Danger sense. Someone was about to spot me? I looked around, but it wasn't until I looked back towards the road I realized what danger I was in. Maelstrom. A large Maelstrom truck roared down the street along with 2 bikers as they raced down. I backed up but realized instantly that I was in trouble. They were looking at me. They were coming for me. I drew my Unity, the only weapon I had on hand, and started firing. 4 rounds into the truck's driver's side window didn't get me anything, but the bikers were more affected as I watched rounds bounce off their body, but one went through one of the biker's leg in a burst of blood. He didn't lose control, but he definitely slowed down after that. Then the other biker was on me. A pipe in his hand swung from his motorcycle. I leapt to the side, rolling away from him as his tires squealed as he turned. This was bad. I turned and ran back towards the garage. They would catch up if I went through the entrance. So I looked up. Parkour guided me, clambering up an advertisement, then leaping to the 2nd floor of the building, starting to climb up when a roar echoed out, the concrete above it exploding, sending shrapnel into my face. And I was falling. I crashed into the concrete below, just managing to roll as I hit the ground. Did cat-like just save my life? I think it did. I love cat-like. Cat-like is love. I came back up ready to fight, my hand reaching for a weapon only for nothing to be there. Not because of a lack of weapons. My Unity was back in my holster. I could feel it. But because of a lack of hand. My hand was gone. Where was my hand? There was nothing but bloody gristle and, oh, 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 oh. I felt cool rush through me, icing my veins and calming my freakout. My hand. I needed that. I did all my stuff with my hand. Coolness flushed even that thought away, calming and centering me, but it still took me a moment. I was so thrown for that moment, that I slowed just enough that the biker caught me. I raised my hands. My arms. Just in time, blocking the pipe with my forearm, and giving me a nasty crunch that sent a shock of pain up my arms as I crashed and rolled across the cement again. Before I could get up I was pinned. Bloody leg Borg grabbed my hair and smashed me into the concrete. Ow. Unfortunately for him. I still had a hand. Just the one, but it was enough. He raised me up and I slipped my knife below his armpit. I was right. He might have subdermal armor, but he didn't have it everywhere. He didn't have the armor covering his armpit. Which was really stupid. That is a nasty place to get stabbed. I twisted and pulled a jet of white Borg blood shooting out as I did. He immediately howled and started bashing my face into the concrete. Ow. 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 I could feel myself blacking out as he continued to batter me for a moment before he suddenly grew weak and fell over. 1000 XP gained. Ah good. He died. I coughed a bit, blood splattering the concrete as I tried to push myself up, only to find out it really hurts when you push a bloody stump into the ground. It knocked the wind out of me for a moment even through cold blood, as I fell back down. Damn. She got sick stroke. Fucking more dangerous than I thought, this her? Yeah, definitely the Oni's family. Sister I think. I saw them together this morning while I was tailing the Oni. Well, stop her from bleeding out and load her up. Don't want the claws to show up, do we? You got it. He chuckled as I felt hands hold me down, and a nasty piece of cloth was wrapped around my forearm. Wait. Hold her down. I don't want any more trouble. The voice called back, and a moment later I felt like a full-grown Borg was pressing down on me, holding me still as I moaned a bit out of my battered face. Then something flashed. Oh. I guess I will need a hand from now on. Because I was out of them. I don't know how long it was before I woke up, but I knew I wasn't rested. In fact, I felt pretty awful. I was hanging in the air. It took me a minute to realize I had a chain around my chest and under my arms, and I was hanging in the air as my feet waved a bit below me. All foods? I wondered as I looked around. No, I noticed as I looked around. It didn't look like a food place. Or the all foods factory. This was more. Warehouse. Oh, finally awake, huh? Good. An unfamiliar voice called out and I looked around. Suddenly I was jerked to the side and my eyes met the glowing red spider optics of a fully Borged out maelstrom. We already called the Oni out. Let him know we have his little sister. Hopefully he comes soon. I really want to rip him into pieces. Think I'll even chip in his arms. They belong to a chum I knew. Good chrome. It'll be nice to wear it. He spoke smiling with an awful smile. I could smell chemicals and death on his breath. That's right, Maelstrom liked their drugs and chrome. The fuck's an Oni? I asked. My face was puffed up and it felt like my lips were numb. Yeah, I had gotten hit pretty hard there. The Oni. Oni. The fuck are you trying to pull? He suddenly screamed at me as he shook me around. Hey Ratchet, chill out big guy. Chill here, have a hit from this, it's good shit. A new voice called out as a still Borged out Strom walked in. But at least he wasn't an imminent cyber psycho like this other guy. I hoped. He tossed the Borg an inhaler who dropped me, letting me swing a bit from the chain as he took a hit. Heh. Bad luck, girl. Oni has been chopping our kumbas up for the last month, so we are solving that today. If your brother doesn't show up in an hour, we are throwing you to the scavenging pit. You got some preem peepers. I know lots of chums that will happily carve them out of your skull. Chavming. I muttered, earring a chuckle from the man who walked up and steadied me. Sorry about the hands. But they were meat anyways. Who knows, if you kill someone in the pit we will let you take theirs. How about it? Sounds like a nice deal, right? He chuckled at me as I glared back at him. Don't be like that, I mean, it's a chance for you to survive, better than nothing, eh? He asked, then chuckled darkly. Yeah, real funny. How was I supposed to kill someone without hands? Weapons? I asked finally as he was just waiting around watching me with a sinister smile on his lips. If he thought I would cry or beg, or something, he was in for a surprise. Heh, feisty. No weapons, at least no guns. It's about chrome on chrome. But tell you what, girl. He said as he walked away towards a table. Ah, my stuff. He grinned as he pulled out my knife. Still coated in white Borg blood, he waved it around before pointing it at me. I'll let you take this into the ring, what do you say? Yes. Or no? I didn't hesitate. He was definitely trying to play me, but without that knife I was dead. Yes, he smiled and then he stabbed me. I grunted as he plowed the knife into my right forearm. I couldn't see it as my arms were stuck back behind me, but I felt it. I hung there for a moment, letting cool completely coat my mind. Not a sound escaped me. "Am gonna kill ya, fair dat," I rasped after a minute, and the man burst into a happy smile. I love when they say yes. He whispered into my ear before walking out of the room, leaving me hanging there. Ow. A long period of time passed where I was forced to just hang there under the watchful eyes of the cyber psycho who would take a hit from his inhaler every couple of minutes. I had time to think. To consider. I had tried to call, but I wasn't able to get anything to go through. Texts bounced back as well. Probably some kind of jammer up. I opened my stat menu. I had a skill and stat point. Time to use it. Because I won't get another chance if I die. I had wanted to level ninjutsu again, but they weren't leaving me unsupervised. The psycho was staring at me. It was creepy. So I only had one real option, something to give me the highest chance in the fight to come. Reflex 6. Blade 6. I let the knowledge flow through me. I don't know if it would be enough, but I could only hope it was. The door opened again. A long painful time later. Well, it's past our deadline. Time to face the scavenging pit. Shame the Oni didn't come. But we'll get him next time. The bastard said as he jerked his head, and the psycho stood up and easily lifted me off the hook that I had been hanging from. I winced as he wasn't gentle, and he definitely hit the knife, jostling it on purpose. Ow. So June's nickname was the Oni? That's pretty cool. Good job, June, you became famous. Fuck, my everything hurt. I think the fuckers broke my nose too. They dragged me out of the back room they kept me in, which had probably been the warehouse's office, into a riot of activity. A party was going on. Or something like it. I was carried through the crowd, and more than a few maelstrom laughed or even reached out to give me a punch as they carried me through the crowd. Ow. But it wasn't all maelstrom. Plenty of normals were hanging around, getting drunk or taking drugs. The room wasn't packed exactly, but it was definitely a party. Then I was dropped into a pit. Cat-like, saving me once again as I landed well enough not to splatter my skull across the concrete. I was in a charnel house. Old dried blood was everywhere, and I could see body parts still littering the ground. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. If you are going to have a fighting pit, at least have some fucking class. Haha. Welcome everyone. We have a surprise for tonight. The sister of the Oni, he called out, and the crowd went wild as I slowly rose up to my knees. They had pulled off the chain from around my chest when they threw me in. So I was finally able to bring my arms forward. To look at my stumps. At least they had actually put something over the ends. The white bandages were stained red as I looked them over. Oh man, I was so glad. I felt cold as ice right now. I know I would be wanting to puke if not for that. The fact my arms didn't shake was probably solely thanks to cool veins. It would be enough. It would have to be enough. Tonight the scavenging pit is open to all. This little demoness has a set of kiroshi. So who wants to dig in? He laughed menacingly as the crowd erupted in eagerness. I rested, getting blood back into my shoulders as I waited for what was going to come. Finally, though, the Borg that was running this, the bastard, called for quiet. The crowd went silent, and I looked around, realizing that all of the maelstrom I could see were armed. Right. This was a trap for June. A chance for good chrome. A chance to get revenge on our brothers and sisters. Who will face the little demoness? You? He asked, throwing a finger, and the kid he pointed to flexed his artificial muscles. You. He shifted, pointing to another kid who cheered at the offer, showing a toothy smile as he turned to me and flipped me off. I did the same back, but I didn't have hands. The realization shocked me. That instinct. Phantom limb. I shivered. I could feel my hand flipping him off back. I could feel it. I swallowed back bile. No. Keep it cool. I breathed in and out. The pain was there but distant. I would not break. 100 cool XP gained. I almost chuckled at the alert. Yeah. I got this. Yes. Our hunter of the chrome has been chosen. The man roared, and the kid that flipped me off leapt into the pit. I looked him over and winced. The kid looked like a chop shop went to town on his body. His arms were two big, heavily muscled gorilla arms. The sort that were probably designed for someone a lot larger. But the rest of him was chromed as well. The kid was probably more metal than meat. I scoffed at myself. I said kid, but he was probably late teens, early 20s. Easily twice my size before he Borged out on Maelstrom Chrome. The rules of the pit for our newest competitor. There aren't any. Kill or be killed. Begin. The bastard called out, and instantly the crowd started cheering and taunting me. Good thing I really didn't care. I wasn't going to die here. The kid though didn't care. He was showboating for the crowd. I guess that was fair. To him and the crowd this wasn't a cage match. It was an execution. It gave me time to prepare. I couldn't do shit without my weapon. So I turned towards my right arm, where a knife was sticking out of my bicep. As the kid showboated, I took a deep breath and let it out. Then I bent down and gripped the knife in my teeth. Biting down as hard as I could, enough to practically feel my teeth crack, I yanked. The knife came free. I was armed. I was no longer weaponless. Haha. Oh man, look at you. What are you going to do? Gnaw at me to death? The kid laughed, practically crying at the sight of my only method of attack. I charged, ignoring everything else. If I waited, I was dead. He jerked at my sudden approach, but he calmed instantly, a cocky smile on his face. I juked, making it look like I was coming in to try and stab his face, but instead dropping sliding under the punch he threw at me. My blade cut across the inside of his thigh at the same time that he kicked out, hammering me away. The crowd roared at the sight of blood as I came to a stop on the floor, coughing out the knife in my mouth as I groaned. He had kicked me in the stomach. I felt like my stomach was now inside my lungs. But I couldn't stay defenseless. I reached down with my stupid stumps and stumbled the knife between them, getting it back in my teeth just in time to roll away as he stomped down where my head had been. "Bitch! I'm gonna squeeze your head until those eyes pop right out," he screamed as he charged right after, chasing me down as I rolled and scrambled to get to my feet. Ow. Finally he caught up and I turned around. Going in again. This time he wasn't going for a punch. No, the kid was serious about squeezing the life out of me. He was desperately trying to grab me as I just managed to stay outside of the range of his grasping fingers. He was getting closer. I realized in that moment all of my instincts, all of the experience I had gained in actual combat, and from leveling told me this was the only moment I had. If I didn't do anything now, I was dead. So instead of running like he expected, I charged in. His hands grasping just behind my head as I jerked my whole body, ending with my head to stab the knife right into the side of his neck. It went in. I almost thought I had done it. It went in. But then a pair of hands wrapped around my skull. The pressure was so intense my jaw clicked open despite myself and I was pulled away from his neck. "Be bitch," he rasped once again as I had definitely pierced through something fleshy in his throat, just not deep enough. Then he began squeezing. I stopped hearing the crowd because all I could hear was my own skull creaking. So I did the only thing I could. I lifted my legs up to my chest and kicked with everything I had. Right onto the hilt of my knife still hanging in his throat. It went deeper and then tore, ripping itself free of his synth flesh. The white blood flowed. A torrent that immediately eased up the pressure on my skull as I was dropped to the ground. Gasping as my head spun. I breathed for a moment, just regaining my awareness as I slowly stopped, feeling like my brain was leaking out my ears. I looked over as the kid flopped to the ground. Yeah, Blade 6 had actually taught me something interesting. The best way to slit a throat wasn't a cut. It was a stab, and then a punch. Don't cut the throat. Rip it out. 1000 XP gained. I rose. The crowd was cheering and booing in equal measure, but I wasn't done. I knew that. Whatever this bastard had planned, I was just a toy to him. So I took a few steps over to the kid and with a bit of difficulty I managed to get the knife in between my stumps. Then I brought it up to my teeth. I wouldn't die here. Not tonight. Not like this. I would just rip and tear until it was done. "Bravo!" he called out then. The glare on his face instantly shifting to something more showy and fake. "Give a round of applause to our newest winner of the scavenging pit. You all know the rules, don't you?" he called, and the crowd roared back in response. "You keep what you kill." He let the crowd roar for a moment before regaining control. "That's right. We are Borgs of our word. Bring her up here. It's time for her to get chipped," he called out, and I noticed that same cyber-psycho that had dragged me out here jumped into the pit. Fuck. I tried to struggle, but the guy was too fast, and too strong. The moment his hands touched me it was over and I was pinned and struggled desperately as he hauled me out of the pit. The kid's body dragged along as well. I was pushed into a ripper dock chair. And strapped down legs, hips and neck, and locked down my arms though. They didn't seem to care much about that. "What do you think, Cyberweb? Think you can do something for this poor girl made of meat?" the bastard said to the open air. If I didn't have Cool on at full blast I absolutely would have been freaking out as lights lit up in the dark ceiling and a cyber spider crawled down the wall over my head. "Oh, I think we can do something for this pathetic meat. Bring the chrome." And the way the spider trailed off as it looked over the crowd. The whole crowd screamed along with him a moment later. "Let's get chippin'. When I get out of this, I'm going to murder all of you," I tell him as the spider chuckles. One of its legs lifted up showing a circular saw. That instantly began revving up. "If you survive maybe." It chuckled at me as it began cutting. The fact I didn't scream seemed to make the crowd lose a lot of interest. But every sadistic cut, an eager grin hardened my resolve. "Okay, Maelstrom. Now it's personal." It took a few hours even with their spider ripper. Then they threw me back into the pit. I was not handling what they had done to me well. The arms were oversized bulging things that looked overlarge on the kid that I had killed, but probably looked grotesque on me. But I wasn't thinking about the look of bulging synth muscle and chrome. I was struggling against the feeling they were giving me. Pain, burning cold, and heat. Like every nerve in the arms were suffering. The fucker hadn't connected them right. Considering they had laughed at my responses while chipping them in. I knew that was on purpose. They had given me the arms all right, but tried to make them as useless and crippling as possible. The crowd burst back into a roar as their game was going to continue. Fuck. How many times were they going to rip me apart before this little game of theirs was over? How much of me would even be left? I had already lost both of my arms. The spider fucker had cut off both of my arms. Gone. He had sawed off what was left. I was going to kill him. I shivered as the pressure of the connection between me and my new limbs was just too much. I could barely think. Barely breathe. Even if the pain wasn't crippling me like they had hoped the connection was. Wrong. Like someone had connected the arms backwards into the wrong part of my body, and then made every sensation feel backwards or wrong. Right now they were just twitching hunks of chrome and synth meat connected to me, an anchor on each side of me. And they were dragging me down just as an anchor would. Well. She survived. The little demoness survived her first gift from the scavenging pit. Let's see if she can do it again. Who is up next? The bastard called out and the crowd went wild, but I couldn't focus on that. I kept feeling the color pink out of my left wrist, and the sound of an A-flat from my right shoulder. The roar of the crowd barely even reached me. So this is what it felt like when someone had bad chrome. Like up was down, and down was up. Like everything would be better if they just died. My nose was bleeding. My head was spinning. One of my eyes was twitching. A jerking spasm to the right that meant I struggled to see straight. I puked a bit, a splash of watery bile escaped me, but that was all I had in my stomach. I would survive this. I would. This is not how I was going to die. Not in a pit. Not before I could even do anything. Gunfire. Explosions. Screams. I blinked or tried to. I blinked as I looked up. The crowd wasn't roaring as they watched me. They were screaming or yelling expletives. I wasn't able to really focus. I could just tell that gunfire and explosions were going on. Screams and roars of rage. All the while I lay there barely able to get my head off the concrete. I don't really know how long it took before everything grew quiet. The world spun. Everything shifted. I was still struggling to process. Too much was coming from the arms. I could make out what my eyes were telling me, because my left pinky was trying to tell my brain it was where it should take its vision from. It wasn't exactly working, but then even as my left eye twitched I saw him. June holding me crying out. The words were muffled and gibberish. It was getting worse. My brain was in trouble. June as always was an idiot. Of course he needed his cute and brilliant little sister to remind him to get to work. So I did the only thing my body could still do. I jerked forward and headbutted him as hard as I could. Which probably wasn't that hard. Goose FOM. I tried and even to my own ears I realized my voice was coming out wrong. The words weren't right. Come on cool. Every inch of that coldness I needed it, even if I passed out after, even if it was too much to stay alive after I needed to say this. I needed June to get to work and not freak out. Get THM off. I screamed as loud and strong as I could. I blanked out after. Sight, sound, feeling everything was a kaleidoscope of gibberish. June POV. June took a deep breath as he held Motoko. The assault above him was going well, but his heart could only focus on his sister. Holding her limp, twitching form in his arms. He felt his breath coming out hot, as he once again held his sister after a kidnapping. Come on Oni. No time to stand around, get your sis out of here, we got Strom to kill. A cackling voice reminded him he wasn't safe. That Motoko wasn't safe. That thought burned him. This was his fault. It was always his fault. He should have been there. Should have protected her. Should have protected her. For a moment the Motoko in his arms was replaced by Kasumi. Her last breath breathing out against his lips as her heart stopped no matter how hard June tried to put pressure against her bleeding wounds. Then a gonk smashing into the concrete beside him brought him back. He was holding Motoko. Not Kasumi. She was still in danger. Because of him. He rose and leapt, the pit hardly deep enough to slow him even carrying his sister. He did his best to hold on to the bulging arms that were now connected to her, that were probably killing her with every moment they were latched on. He ran through the fight, as many of the maelstrom died from swift blades around him. His team, ensuring he would get through. It had taken weeks to prove himself enough to join the kamikaze. They weren't the true elites in the tiger claws. No, they were the closest to cyber psychos. The craziest. The ones that killed the most. So June had joined. Willingly chipping himself with anything he could find to prove he was one of them. It had been tough to get them to come. He had argued for some time, begging them for help in rescuing his sister. In the end, their own desire to kill Strom was what brought them. They were here, along with plenty of Tiger Claw regulars. If only the preparation for this assault hadn't taken so long. He jumped into cover as a gonk sprayed at him, the bullets bouncing around him as the Strom wasn't the most accurate. The fighting was intense. A moment later he died as a grenade bounced past his foot. Many of the Tiger Claws had been outfitted with grenades. The initial assault had seen more than half of the Maelstrom die from explosions. Packed people at a party didn't do well with so many explosions. The kamikaze had ensured the regulars could get that close, killing the guards outside, and shutting down the exterior security. He rushed past the fighting, thankful that the surprise assault had been so successful. June was just thankful Motoko was still alive. He had been so terrified he would be late. The first emotion other than rage he had felt in a while. He hadn't wanted to let the Maelstrom deadline go past. He knew what they would do to his sister. What they were definitely already doing. Akari had been forced to restrain June from rushing ahead as the deadline had drawn closer. But Akari, like the rest of the kamikaze, didn't care for his emotions. Only killing Maelstrom. So she had held him back from disrupting their attack. Her usual cackling and jokes gone in exchange for a simple almost alien coolness as she restrained him. He clung to Motoko harder. He was so glad that he wasn't too late. That she was alive. This time he would get her to a good doctor. A good ripper. There would be no second coma. He prayed. Awareness came in a drowsy haze. Eventually I was blinking, realizing something was wrong. Unfamiliar ceiling. Motoko. June's voice called out, and suddenly he was there. Ah. Hi June. I offered as I raised my hand to wave at him, but it just sort of flopped. I looked at it. It looked at me. No wait, that wasn't right. It just sort of flopped. Hee silly wrist, you aren't supposed to floppy flop. Oh, it was actually pretty cool looking, all armored cyborg style. Although it looked. I narrowed my eyes at the floppy wrist. Militech Condor. I read aloud as my wrist sort of floppy whoppied at me. Motoko? She is still on a lot of painkillers, June. She probably doesn't even realize what is going on. A woman's voice called out and I turned my head, my hand following to look too. Hello. I offered and my wrist sort of flopped a greeting. Very rude, Mr. Hand. You should greet someone properly. I scolded it as it continued to just sort of twist around. Oh wow, Mr. Hand's ball joint let him go all the way around. Gross. I giggled a bit at it before I realized June was talking to the lady. Laddie. She'll be okay? The surgery. Well, it went as well as could be expected. There shouldn't be any permanent neurological damage, despite the Strom's best attempts. Your sister has a strong will. Well, what I saw when I dug those arms off her. They were trying to break her, June. We are lucky. I'll kill them. I'll hunt those bastards down. They did this because of me. June growled and I could see his fists clenching and unclenching. Ah. June was upset. Hold on. I was a little loopy. A wave of cold washed over me. Even if it felt tired? I was pretty sure I was running very close to the edge of what Cool 8 could handle. I mean, how long had I had the cold freezing my veins, keeping me cool and collected even when they cut of my fucking ARMS? Motherfuckers. I cursed as I jerked off the bed, only to sort of slide sideways as I was still strapped down. Motoko. Those assholes. I'll fucking kill them. I cursed as everything came rushing back to me clear and focused, with the drugs suddenly not making everything loopy. Motoko. June yelled as he grabbed me and stopped me from sort of mashing my new cyber arms against the straps trying to get them off. Hey June, gimme a second. I need to go murder some bastards. I screamed as I still ineffectually tried to get the straps off. Drugs are still pumping. Your sister is, surprisingly resistant. The Ripper? I think she was a Ripper anyways, said as she checked a monitor beside me. Calm down, Motoko. No, you calm down. I surprised him with my intellectual rebuttal. Finally I gave up, raising my floppy mechanical wrists up to my face. Why are these not working? I demanded. Please lay back down. The Ripper spoke as she walked up beside, although I noticed she kept her distance. Out of punching range. Clever girl. The surgery was successful, but your body took a lot of stress. It will take some time for everything to smooth out. A human body isn't meant to undergo 2 emergency cyberization surgeries only hours apart. Please lay back down so you don't hurt yourself. Motoko, lay down. Please FO-. Yeah, sounds good. I can always commit genocide later. I agree with the doctor as I let my body relax and stop fighting June. Genocide? It's what you call it when you plan to exterminate an entire group. I informed her promptly. I would say extermination, but I will acknowledge Maelstrom are still people. They are just people that are all going to die. Just lay back, Amuto. June whispered soothingly as he held me in his stupid cyber arms. They weren't very comfortable to be held in. June, you need real skin, you give terrible hugs right now. Just awful. I told him as I rested back. That was kinda weird. Where did all my anger go? Oh. Cool was tired. I couldn't hold it. Sure Motoko. Sure. He whispered soothingly, slowly stroking my hair, which that was nice, but it could be better. Real skin. Need that +5 to hugs June. I tell him with a yawn as I feel myself sort of losing track of everything again. Okay Amuto, okay. He continued whispering and I was really tired. I blanked out again.